Mm.
All right, all right, all right. Good morning, good morning, good morning to June 2021 Closers College. We're going to get right into it because we've got a jam-packed day today. This is going to be ran a little bit differently than we've ran our other ones in the past because I think it's time that we start introducing other sectors of our business and in the same token, give you guys kind of some updates on some of the things that we're looking to get doing. So make sure a couple of things. Number one, we're going till 4 p.m. Eastern time, right? So if you notice, we usually would begin around 8 a.m. We'd go till 6. I mean, it'd be an all-day affair, right? We decided to crunch it back a little bit to give people a little bit more time for a couple of reasons. I wanted to make sure that California was able to get on. So if I start 8 a.m. Eastern time, it's 5 a.m. their time. So by starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time, it gives them a chance to hop on at 7 a.m. We get more of the West Coast participation. But we're gonna obviously we're not gonna stretch that all the way out till 8 p.m. We're gonna go till 4 p.m. Eastern time. So because it's a smaller condensed time, we've got to really make sure we stick to the agenda. We want to make sure that we are giving you the valuable information that you need. Couple changes. So a couple changes, right? The second change that you notice is that everybody 100% invited to come on board. Before, this was an event that you had to qualify to attend. What we decided was that this type of information is valuable enough that even the newest guy who came on board yesterday, who doesn't have enough time to finish the checklist, should be able to attend the entire event. So Closers College, so that you guys know, and I need you guys to be the loudspeakers, is 100% open invite for anybody to attend. I would even encourage people that aren't even within the company, but yet you've done their interview and they value education, they value mentorship, they value structure, anybody has that kind of mindset, invite them in as well too. Maybe they want to kind of see firsthand what it's about. But I will tell you what this does give birth to. It gives birth to a private training session that I'd like to host after Closers College, right? And that private session should have a checklist of things in order to qualify for them. Okay. So what's changed in our weekly checklist, right? You guys remember our first week's checklist, right? I'll list these off so that you guys can write them down, because I want you, if you want to qualify for this private training that I'm going to host, to kind of, make sure your team gets on that checklist and make sure you have finished that checklist, right? Number one, hey, Edgar, could you mute? Yes, Edgar, let me see here. You made us all, there you go. You made us all jealous with your coffee making this morning. So now he keeps making noise so that we can keep hearing him drinking his coffee. No, I'm just playing. But all right, so what's that checklist, right? What's the checklist, and how is this checklist beneficial for you guys to make sure you push and drive your agents, right? Number one, make sure they're on the Voxer. Make sure they get on the group chat. The group chat typically has a lot of valuable information. Zoom IDs get put in there for last minute training sessions, success stories, tips. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on there. Make sure they're on Voxer, number one. And VPs, if you have your own private Voxer, yes, getting them on there is important, but get them on the main one. Get them on the TKO FMO Voxer, okay, number one. Number two, if they're not licensed, they need to do two things. One, get set up for pre-licensing. Two, schedule their state exam. Schedule their state exam. Have that there. That is such a powerful part of the business. A lot of people are always asking me that question. Do you get them set up for pre-licensing first and then the test? To be honest with you, I won't get them set up for pre-licensing until they show me a state exam scheduled. Because let's be honest, in life, if there's not a deadline, it gets pushed to the back burner. And we're just pretty much waiting for somebody to give it a deadline for us to push it to the front burner. That's just the way life is. You got to have a deadline, right? So by putting a deadline, bam, you know that the person knows they've got a limited time period to study. I like to give them 3 weeks. Me personally, 3 weeks. So if today's the 1st, I'm going to go 3 weeks out, 21 days, and boom, I'm going to try to schedule around that time period. Now they know they have their state exam, and now they've got 3 weeks to do their studies. Remember, pre-licensing is absolutely, utterly free for any single state other than Illinois. Unfortunately, Illinois is not free. We have to use ExamFX for Illinois, and that is a charge of like $71, $72. Every other state, however, we use Excel testing solutions, and it's free for 30 days. Guys, that is a $200 discount that the person is getting. If you're not value selling that, there's a mistake there. But that's part of the checklist, right? Get them set up for pre-licensing, schedule their state exam. Next, if you are licensed, be fully done with contracting. Contracting doesn't take a long time. That's that. So if you're thinking on that checklist, someone who is licensed, what do they do? Do they, how do they replace that? They replace it by getting contracting done, getting contracting completely done. Okay. Next step on that list is having their personal analysis done. Have your personal financial analysis completed by your upline. Okay, that's called an internal consumption. I do believe in that exchange principle. For those of you that came from other organizations where that was talked about, I do believe in it. In the 16 years I've been in this business, I've had 3 agents unexpectedly pass away. 3 agents unexpectedly pass away. Okay, and none of them, just so you guys know, were over 60 years of age. The oldest one was 54 years of age. It was an unexpected heart attack. The other 2, one of them was in his 20s, another one was in their 30s. So trust me when I tell you, making sure that we as a family are protected and covered is important. Making sure that that's in place, right? Why do I have this value system where the upline writes it? For a couple of reasons. Number one, it removes conflict of interest in the event that something does happen. You don't think an insurance company is gonna look at your piece of business if you wrote it and you passed away? You don't think they're gonna look at that a heck of a lot more in depth if something was to happen? Number one. Number two, you can't be your own life insurance agent if you pass away. Can't. Number three, the majority of all companies will not even advance you commissions on your own piece of business. They'll give it to you on what's called an as earned basis, right? And number four, I want to make sure whatever you're getting it not because of the commission that it pays out to pay your current bills, but you're getting it because it's something that you genuinely need and something that you genuinely value. So what's the exchange principle? Is very simple. Your upline writes that piece of business. Okay, that, I mean, and you give once, receive for the rest of your career. You guys know the verbiage, but I believe in that concept. But that's part of the checklist. Get your financial needs analysis done. Now that doesn't mean you're expected to get a policy. Okay, let me be very clear about that. I just want you to have an analysis done. Okay, if we can put you in a better position, my thoughts are, logic says you'll take it. You'll put yourself in a better position. But in the same token, if you don't value your family, your legacy enough to get a plan in place, I can't impose that enough. And to be quite frank, you probably won't succeed in this industry, because here's the reality. You cannot sell something that you don't believe in, right? You can't sell shoes barefooted. You can't be a Lexus a seller, but drive a Honda or a Mercedes. You just can't. You need to represent what you sell. It's the truth. I have my own product. Back in the day, y'all remember those infomercials, right? Where they're trying to sell something. They're like, not only do I sell it, but I'm also a client too. It's kind of a cliche. It's the truth. It genuinely is the truth. It genuinely is the truth. And I have no problem in my meetings. I show my clients my policies. It's a great marketing tool as well too. So I have something in place. It could be as cost effective as $15. It could be as amazing as a rollover. It could be as amazing as an IUL retirement plan, whatever it is, but get something in place, right? So that's part of the checklist. Next on that checklist is sitting on 2 general training sessions. Sitting on at least 2, right? Attend one of our Monday nights, attend one of our Saturday mornings, or attend 2 Mondays or attend 2 Saturdays, but sitting on at least 2 of our general training sessions, right? That's part of the checklist. And then the last piece of the checklist is, let's put together your marketing campaign. Let's put together that marketing campaign. So what does that mean? In the independent world, in this model at TKO Financial Network, we have 2 ways that you can start getting into the market space. One, your natural market. Put together a massive list. A lot of people say, how many? Let's be real. It's your list. It's your list. Put together your list, because it's going to be your clientele. Now, if you're not licensed, I don't want you to put together that list of people that you want to write up, that you believe should get written up. The reason I don't want you to put that list together is because you're not licensed yet, right? Get your license knocked out of the way, and then we'll go ahead and protect those families. Unless there's people in particular that you're like, no, I want to get them covered now. I don't care that I don't have a license. I don't care that I'm not going to generate the commissions. Okay, then obviously, out of respect for that family member, respect for you, let's get the policies in place. Not a problem, right? But if you're not licensed, you can still put a list together. You know what that list could be? It could be a list of people that you believe need credit repair. So we have a credit repair division and you don't need a license for that. It could be people that you believe could benefit from this industry, right? It could be a potential business partner that you want to help get licensed. You don't need a license for that. Put a list together. That's option 1. If you're like, no, I can't do that. I'm in the NFL league. Anybody know what the NFL league is? Anybody know what the NFL league is? Come on now. I know you guys know what the NFL league is. The No Friends Left League. Tony, are you kidding me? I've worked in so many different multi-level marketing companies. I've given this list 30 times. People change their numbers. They stopped inviting me to Christmas. My own mother don't talk to me no more. Like if you're in that league, in the no friends left league, you can't put together a list to save your life. That's okay. We'll start working leads. We'll start working leads. We're going to talk a little bit about leads today as well too. There is going to be a session where we address leads in reference to what kind of mindset should you go into with leads? What should you consider when going into leads? What's the difference between a good lead, a bad lead? You know, what are systems that I could use to create speed, AKA Jarvis speed for your business? If you're not taking advantage of that, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot. But either case, let's put together that list. And if you're licensed, right, you guys want a tip how I give an orientation to new agents? When they're licensed, number one, I make sure that they've already completed contracting before I do an orientation meeting with them. If you're licensed and I just brought you on board, complete contracting. It's such an easy process. And there's already people that are going to be reaching out to you. Sandra's very diligent about reaching out to them every single time they come on board, welcoming them, sending them the links. They get the automated email when they get enrolled with the instructions. You know, we looked at the link and we even simplified the link down even more just a couple of days ago. I mean, it's such a turnkey operation. People need to learn how to get their anti-money laundering. There's a link there with instructions. People need to learn how to get their errors and omissions. There's a link there with instructions, with screenshots, with next steps. I mean, it is such, it's idiot proof in my opinion to get contracted. So my rule is simple. When I bring you on board, get contracting done first before I do your orientation. When I do your orientation, these are the things this is how I want to leave the meeting. I want to have a date scheduled. Kobe, stop. I want to have a date scheduled for their financial needs analysis. I want to have a date scheduled for them to purchase their first lead list. And I want to have a date scheduled to do my first phone zone with them. Boom, boom, boom. Those are the things I'm knocking out. Boom, boom, boom. Alongside with that, I want them to have the TKOschedule.com website so that they know what our training schedule is and the Zoom IDs. And I want to get their verbal commitment that they can make those trainings. That's what I'm trying to accomplish in my first meeting. Don't overthink it. Don't give too much information. It's not that you're withholding information. I just want you to understand something. If me, 16 years in this business, founder of this company, TKO Financial Network, I'm still learning stuff every single day. What makes you think in one meeting your agent's going to learn everything they need to know? They're not. Give them what they need at the time that they need it. And as long as you're continuously following up with them and working with them, that kickoff process, that trainee to trainer process is your responsibility to know, not them. But that's my checklist. 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 I stand behind that checklist. So being that now Closers College is not a requirement, there's nothing you need to do in order to attend. Going to Closers College, however, is part of that checklist. Going to Closers College is a part of the checklist for the private training. Now, let me tell you what the private training is going to be. It's going to be an actual live case. Never mind role playing, never mind any of that stuff. What's going to happen is this. Those of you that are on right now, right? I'm going to ask Sandra to put together a list of everybody that attended to this particular Closers College. Baby, you could do that for me, please. Mm-hmm. There's 21 people on right now, and we're going to go off of that list. So if you showed up late, you're off the list automatically. You get DQ'd from it, right? But if you're on the list, you're good to go. If you're on this list, oh, look at people hopping in right now. I swear Tyrone heard me. He's like, wait, let me log in. He's literally logging in right now. So if you're on the list and you finish the checklist that we just talked about, right? Get on Voxer, get contracting, get your personal needs analysis done, get your top 25 list together, or get a lead list together. If you're on that list, I'm going to personally invite you to a private training where I'm going to actually have a live client financial needs analysis. And this is going to be probably a 2 or even 3-step process, 2 or 3-step meeting, because the first meeting is going to be on Zoom. You guys are going to be there listening and watching to me having this meeting with the client, from the fact-finding meeting to uncovering needs to objection handling to the entire thing. This is not going to be, a role play. This is going to be real deal. So I don't know what the guy's going to do. Maybe the guy or the gal are going to be interested. Maybe they're not going to be interested. Maybe they make it easy. Maybe they give me all kinds of objections, but you're going to see it firsthand live. Then what's going to happen is I'm going to schedule another meeting with you where I'm going to show you how I case design the meeting, how I prep the meeting, how I put together illustrations, how I anticipate what they're going to say, what they're not going to say, the psychology behind that. Then I'm going to schedule another meeting where we come back to the client. And when we come back to the client, you know what we're going to do? We're going to present the close. We're going to literally present the solutions, and we're gonna focus our attention on getting them to say, yes, I want to do this, right? And then if they say yes, you're going to be a part of the application process. And from there, I'm going to introduce you guys to Nicole or Howard, and you're going to be a part of the application submission process. I mean, you're going to see it from A to Z, from A to Z. Now that you've got to qualify for. You've got to qualify for that. Okay, so those of you that are on right now, congratulations. There's 22 people on. You can let me know when you're ready for me to slide this side down so you can see the rest of the names. Okay, but those are going to be the people that are going to be invited, and that's going to happen before the next Closers College. Next Closers College, guys, is July 17th. July 17th. Builders, if you're thinking like a builder, what you want to make sure of is what? As you're recruiting, you're prepping people for July 17th. You're prepping people to say, hey, listen, you don't want to miss it because there's going to be a private training afterwards only for the people that attended Closers College. It's July 17th, July 17th, okay? For the next 5 minutes while Sandra's writing this list out, I'm not going to let anybody in. One last person slid in there. Joe Scott, congratulations, he just made it through. I'm going to have everybody hold until that list is ready. But the next Closers College is July 17th. July 17th. God willing, in God's hands, I'll be in Illinois hosting that for the Illinois agents, live for them, Zoom for the rest of the country. Anybody who feels like they want to take a flight out and spend some time with us in Illinois, you're more than welcome to attend. But it's July 17th is the date that we have. And like I said, builders right now should be thinking, okay, I'm going to make sure I add that to my talk track. I'm going to make sure that I add that to my talk track for my next agents that I recruit, because I want them to push to qualify for that private training session. And if they need to be at Closers College to qualify for that training session, they got to be there. July 17th. July 17th. Did you get all those names? No? Here, I'll tell you. Yeah, let me just take a screenshot. Let me make life easier for us. Hang on a second. And see here. Boom. Take a picture of that one. Here we go. And boom. All right, I got it. Cool. Okay, so that's that. What's our agenda look like today? I'm going to tell you. We're going to first talk about licensing, and then we're going to do that for the next 12, 13 minutes, give you guys some updates on that. Then after that, we're going to do a session on credit repair, so you get a chance to learn about how the credit repair program works. You get a chance to learn about how to make money in the credit repair program. We're going to create some incentives. After that, we're going to do a session on illustrations. Okay, we're going to actually do a session on illustrations, and I believe that's going to be ran by Howard Rabinowitz. If he's available, I know he might have a commitment with his family that he's not able to compromise if it happened to confirm or not. If not, I'll run it. If not, he can run it. He does an amazing job with illustrations. After that, we're going to take a lunch. After that, we're going to do a session on Jarvis. We're going to go over the updates. We're going to go over the how-tos of this bad boy. We just did a session on this last Thursday, and I believe it worked really well, but I wish that there was more people who participated. So we're going to do a session on Jarvis. After that, we're going to do a session on underwriting, right? What is underwriting? How does it work? How do you best work with this company versus that company? How does this company prefer communication? Which ones operate faster than others? Which ones require ink signature versus electronic signature? We're going to go over all that stuff, so you have all those tips there. And then after that, we're going to do a session on scripts. Scripts is going to be towards the very end. Phone call scripts, we're going to go over that. Objection handling, we're going to go over that. Client case studies, we're going to go over that. So we've got a lot of stuff to pack in to this short period of time. Okay, my request is very simple. There we go. My request is very simple. Okay. We've prepped for this meeting. We had a Closers College prep team for this. You probably received phone calls for agents to this. My request is very simple. Please be on camera. That's one request. Try to be stationary so that you can take notes and you can learn, okay? I promise you, none of this information that I'm giving you is for my own, right? I give this information, and although as I give this information, I sharpen my knife by doing it, right? Because the best way to learn is to teach. But the reality is it's for you guys. It's for you guys to take this information, you guys to write it down, take notes, practice it, role play it outside of this training schedule, role play it for yourself a couple of days, and then go and physically implement. Make your mistakes. The biggest message somebody gave me when I got new to the game, the biggest message somebody gave me when I came new to the game, you ready what it was? You're 50 mistakes away from 50K. and you're 100 mistakes away from 100K, right? So think about this. If you've got to screw up 50 times to learn from those 50 mistakes to make $50,000, or you got to screw up 100 times. Okay, and when I mean screw up, I don't mean like one phone call they hang up on you. No, I mean like 50 clients that you physically meet with that decide they don't want to take action. If it takes you 50 clients to make 50K, or 100 clients that you lose to make 100K, it's on you how fast you want to get to those 50. It's on you how fast you want to get to those 100. Right? Use it in you. Look at the psychology behind that. You might be thinking, man, I'm losing 50 clients. That means I'm broke. No. If you lose 50 clients, you're making $50,000. You know why? You're not going to lose every single client that you meet. You're not. You might lose the first one, the second, but then you'll get the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Then you might lose the 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then you're going to get the 12th, 13th, 14th. You're not going to lose 50 sequential clients back to back to back to back. Anybody who loses 50 sequential clients back to back to back, we have to have a strong conversation about this industry not working for you. And I have no problem selling you out of this industry, but it's going to take 50 mistakes for you to make 50,000. It's going to take 100 mistakes for you to make 100,000. So the question is, how fast do you want to get through those 100? Someone said that to me, and it was like a light bulb. Boom. I was like, there it is. There's my numbers. I got to go through 50 mistakes, make my first 50K. You know what's crazy is? It was about right. It was about right. You know what's crazy is though too, those mistakes, I was able to come back to afterwards. I was able to come back to those mistakes afterwards. You know, I made 50K. I was able to go back to those 50 mistakes the very next year. And the mistakes that I made, those mistakes that I made my first 50K were part of the contribution to my 100K. Because I knew how to come back to them and readdress the situation, overcome their objections. I came in with a sharper knife. I came in as a very different Tony Martinez from the first time they had met me. I came in very, very differently because of that. So you're 50 mistakes away from 50K, and you're 100 mistakes away from 100K. I should make a t-shirt of that. I think I might, actually. That's a pretty good idea. Anyhow, but that's our agenda for today. Okay, let me give some quick numbers over here, and then we're going to get right into licensing because that's not going to take really long. Where are we so far month to date? Month to date right now, we are officially at 20,100 in submitted business just for the month. So give you guys yourselves a round of applause. I think that number is about average. It's not our best, it's not our worst, but give yourselves a round of applause because it did take some effort to get to that. Let me see how many people. There we go. Oh, there's my people right there. I look at Irvin. Irv does a round of applause like this on virtual. So people can, it's a round of applause, right? We've turned in 12 pieces of business. So let me give a shout out to my writing agents. We're going to give a shout out to Yasmin Dominguez. If you guys want, go ahead and unmute yourself and give her some love. We're going to give a shout out to Romanus Ejida from the Florida market, Jasmine from the Illinois market. Give some love to Kenneth Lamberson from the California market. We're going to give some love to, let me see here. Let's give some love to Kenny again. He's got another piece of business. Let's give some love to Puebli. She's got some business in. Let's give some love to yours truly, Tony Martinez, who's got some business in. Let's give some love to Howard Rabinowitz. And those seem to be this month's writing agents. The question is this. We're pretty much at the second half. I'm gonna ask you to unmute yourself for a quick moment here, okay? And give me your name. And Sandra's gonna write down this name. How many of you for certain, no matter what, before the end of this month, will have at least one piece of business submitted? Who's bold enough and brave enough to say, hey, I am such and such, and I'm gonna have a piece of business in before the end of this month? Anybody?
Hey,
Myself,
Walter here.
Tony.
Eber, Walter. I heard Walter Edmondson. I heard Eber Martinez.
So Scott,
Yes, myself.
I see Puebli with her hand up. Anybody else? I see Lulu Ortega with her hand up. I see Anaya, California. Anaya, Raul, right? Raul Anaya. Okay, my man. Anybody else?
Neffy.
Is that Neffy? Is that Nefertari? Okay.
Yeah.
I see
Sorry.
Joe Scott from New York, Nefertari from Illinois. Anybody else? No matter what, I can take this to the bank before the end of this month. Before the end of this month, boom, there's going to be a piece of business submitted into the TKO submission report so we can track it. I see Juan Graziani. Okay, I'll take it. Juan just got back from Puerto Rico. He didn't invite me. I'm upset. He had me. I followed his stories the entire time. Saw the amazing food that he was eating. That punk didn't invite me. We're not gonna take his business. I'm just playing, Juan. Congratulations. I hope you had a good time with your family on that trip. Okay. All right. Okay. Good. So we're gonna keep track of this. Lulu, keep me posted on Indiana. If it's gonna be Indiana, keep me posted because I gotta go ahead and do some things to make sure Indiana's on the map and ready to go. Okay. All right.
It's Illinois, sorry.
In Illinois. Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. I like it. All right. Good. Cool. For my Illinois agents, I have one agent direct to me that lives in Illinois. So you know, she's licensed already, but she's a single mom, works a full-time job. She's really looking to partner up with somebody in Illinois. And this is what she's proposing. Her proposal is very simple. It's a very smart proposal. She's going to buy leads. She's going to provide you access to her Jarvis system, okay? Because she's uploading them into there. And she's looking for someone that has a little bit more time than she does to work those leads, schedule those leads. If the scheduled appointment is a time slot where she can attend with you, she'll gladly attend with you. If it's a time slot that she cannot attend, then obviously you attend the meeting. But if you close on the sale, it's a 50-50 split. Why is that beneficial to some of you guys? If you're confident and certified to go out to the field by yourself, I'm talking to my Illinois guys. Why is that beneficial for you? Because it's a free lead. She's coming up with the finances. She's coming up with the money. She's even providing the Jarvis system for it, right? And all you got to do is work it diligently, put in your sweat equity. So she's putting her monetary equity in, you put in your sweat equity in, and you split the business 50-50. So she's looking for people in that category. If there's anybody that is interested in that, okay, what I want you to do is I just want you to shoot me a message. Okay, do me a favor, don't do it on my cell phone because it'll get lost. Do it in Voxer. Send me a private message on Voxer. Say, hey, Tony, I'm interested. Who's the agent? Let's set up a time. Let's set up a call. She's willing to invest on a regular basis into leads as long as you're willing to invest your sweat equity into working those leads. Okay, Illinois market only. She's about an hour away from Chicago, and that's primarily where she's at the majority of the time. So obviously she's going to be purchasing leads that are going to be within her county area and such. Okay, so that's it for that. Recruiting numbers. Where are we with recruiting numbers? Okay, watch this. 42 recruits for the month, guys. 40 stinking 2 recruits for the month. Give you guys some love. Show some love to yourself. Pat yourself on the back if you're a part of that organization. Okay, now here's the number that I love. This is the number that shocks me the most, and I absolutely, utterly love it. 31 of those 42 are licensed. Let me repeat that. 31 out of 42 are licensed. That is 75% of the agents that have come on board this organization this month are licensed. The very reason why Sandra's role is changing right now, and she's going to be working more hands-on with your agents, is because we look at every one of those agents and we think that's an opportunity. We need to get those licenses active because I'm sure they got business to write. And here's the other craziness about this, okay? 90% of these guys came from the independent world. 90% of these guys came from the independent world, not the Primerica multi-level marketing world, not the WFG multi-level marketing world, not the captive, none of those. Independent world they came from. You know what that tells me? It tells me some of you guys are listening to the advice that I've been giving you over the last 30 days. And the advice was simple. Don't be afraid to talk to industry guys that know how to write business, that are making money already about this opportunity in this platform. 90% of the reason they come on board when I host these types of interviews, it's never about the contract levels. Although our contract levels, 90% of the times we've been able to give them a better contract than where they were, but that's not why they made the move. They made the move because of the back office systems. They made the move because we're able to show them an entire back office department, someone who runs annuities, someone who runs small business, someone who runs illustration, someone who runs case management, someone who runs risk management. They're able to see that, and they're like, man, that would be my back office, number one. Number two, they're able to see a system in place that allows them to recruit and track their recruits. There's a system, believe it or not, that small little itty bitty enrollment form that we use to enroll agents is such a powerful tool. If you're not using that, guys, you're shooting yourselves in the foot. That little enrollment form is such a powerful, powerful, powerful tool, because the moment someone enrolls into that, automated emails start coming through to the person that just got recruited. Text messages start coming through to the direct upline who did the recruiting. They get to see the system unfolding itself. When our website goes live, which I just gave you guys a taste a couple days ago of what it looks like, we're finalizing it now. When that website goes up and going, guys, you should be using that as a recruiting tool left and right. A place for leads, a place for pre-licensing, a place for resources is what the independent world lacks. I'm getting a lot of guys right now that are calling me from independent platforms. You know what their biggest thing that they're telling me is? There's no resources, there's no back office system, and there's no scheduled, regular, routine training. There's zero training. Sell on that, guys, and I guarantee you'll start recruiting in massive numbers. I guarantee you'll recruit guys that are making 100,000, 200,000, 250,000 already. That's turnkey. That's turn on your license and let them loose. You know, spend 2 hours on a decent orientation showing them about the resources, and boom, let them loose and get going. Anyways, that's that piece. Let me get into licensing, and then I'm gonna bring in Natalia, who I know just popped in here real quick, because I believe she is the first person up. She is the first person up. Okay, so licensing updates. Licensing updates. Number one, the licensing link is the exact same, but it's changed a little bit of the process. If you guys remember, in the beginning, they would have to upload all 5 major documents into our drive, our cloud. And then they would go into the Call UMS portal, create their SureLC account, and then re-upload again into the SureLC portal. What we've done is we've completely removed the upload into our drive. So they're not gonna have to upload twice, just one time. Just one time, it's smoother. The main reason we needed that information before was because there was a couple carriers that we were writing outside of UMS, and we needed that information to help them get contracted. But we no longer need that. Everything is done directly inside of our FMO. Everything is directly done inside of our proprietary IMO, which is UMS, Underwriters Marketing Services. So we no longer need that. So you'll notice that that's completely changed, okay? Now, here's another update. If your agent is going through contracting, and for whatever reason, when they create their SureLC account with UMS, okay, they create it. Remember the steps. They have to create their account. Then they're going to get a verification email. And when they verify themselves on their emails, when they get to create a password. If they don't get that verification email, don't stress. Don't stress. Reach out to Sandra. Let her know we have a protocol in place now for those people that don't get a chance to actually log into SureLC. Who are the people that have the highest probability of that occurring? Just so you know, existing agents who have used SureLC with a different IMO before. Existing agents that are using SureLC with a different IMO, okay, might have that little bit of a glitch. It's a system glitch. It's not our glitch, it's SureLC's glitch. But if that does happen, where they logged in to Call UMS, they logged in to create their SureLC account, they haven't gotten their verification email, just do me a favor, don't freak out, reach out to Sandra. We have a protocol in place for that, and we'll get that up and going. That's tip number 1 for licensing. Tip number 2 for licensing. Number 2, if there's companies you should focus on right now writing. If there's companies right now you should heavily focus on writing. Number 1, I'm going to tell you it's Allianz. Allianz right now is the most powerful IUL in the market space too right now. I'm getting a lot of questions about that, and they're saying, well, you know, where do I run illustrations? You do need to have a writing number to write it, to write illustrations, and to submit the business with Allianz. You do need the writing number. Now, if you know for sure that you've got business you're about to turn in, reach out to Sandra. Let her know. Reach out to your VP as well, right? By default, anything that I say, when I say reach out to me, reach out to Sandra, the first person you need to reach out to is your VP. And if I happen to be your VP, then reach out directly to Sandra, okay? But make sure your VP's in the loop. Your VP needs to be in the loop. I need you to understand that, because if it happens to be a company that they're not contracted with yet, it stalls your contracting, because we need to get them going first. So they need to be in the loop as well too. Okay, if you know for sure you're gonna write an IUL with Allianz, make sure we do the contracting. Why is that? Because although you're gonna receive links for Allianz contracting at the very beginning, you're gonna receive links, you're gonna fill out your paperwork. That paperwork is gonna stay in our database. That puts you in what's called JIT status, just in time status. That doesn't mean we turned in the contracting. That doesn't mean we turned in the contracting. The independent world works very differently. Contracting paperwork does not get turned in until you have business that you want to write. So the companies that you need to bear in mind, that you need to have a writing number for first, before you can submit electronic applications is Allianz, Aneco, and Oxford. Allianz, Aneco, and Oxford. All the rest, you can actually submit business without a writing number by going into the IGO platform inside of Call UMS. You don't need a writing number. So Tony, does that mean I could turn in NLG business, Mutual of Omaha business, Foresters business, Aneco business, SBLI business? Can I turn in all those companies without even having a writing number? Just go right into the Call UMS portal, go to the IGO section and submit business without a writing number? Yes, yes, except for these three companies, Aneco, Allianz, and Oxford. Those three, you need writing numbers first because the only way you could turn in business is through their portal. You don't have access to submit business in the IGO platform with our IMO. You don't have access to it, so you need writing numbers first. Now, the one thing we're not doing, and you're hearing it right from the horse's mouth in case you're gonna ask that question, I'm not pushing everybody's contracts to all three of these companies as a blanket part of the process right away. I'll tell you why. If you don't use your writing numbers within a certain time period, you lose your writing number, you gotta refill paperwork out, which is pointless. Number two, it costs us about $60 every single time we submit contracting paperwork per company. And we're not passing that expense off to you. So rather than turning in your contracts and not even know if you have business to write, I'd rather hang on to that contract, make sure that it's in ready to go status, okay, called JIT, just in time status. And then when you have business to write, boom, we submit the business in, we speed it through the process. It'll take 3 or 4 days to get going. Now, but Tony, what if I want to run an illustration for Allianz and show it? How do I do that? It's simple. Reach out to your VP, set up a time to talk to a gentleman named John Countryman inside of our IMO. Set up a time to reach out to John Countryman inside of our IMO. John Countryman is the only male in the home office, just so you guys know. I'm going to give you UMS's phone number. It is 1-800-527-1774. I repeat, 1-800-527-1774. Reach out, make sure you're with your VP as well too, okay? And he can very gladly run you IUL illustrations on any company. But if you're gonna be focusing on Allianz, obviously Allianz. Here's what John's not there for. He's not there to educate you on the ABCs of IULs. That's what your VP's there for. That's what your field trainers are there for. He's there to run illustrations. So when you call him, make sure you know what you want. John, can you run me $1 million? This is their date of birth. Run a preferred non-tobacco. Can you show payments until 65? Can you increase the death benefit until 70? Like, talk to him like, boom, boom, boom. This is what I need. And if you feel like you don't know how to say that, then that's why you want to talk to your VP first. Have them coach you on what to say, how to say it, and then boom, there you go. Call him up and request it. He'll gladly email it to you. If you need it right away, listen, that's your procrastination problem. Okay, call within time. Give him time to get you that back. They're open every day from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday. Not every day, I'm sorry. Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 Eastern time. So I apologize, California agents. That hurts you a little bit. That's 1:30 your time. After that time, they're no longer open. A lot of the VPs are already contracted with that company. So I promise you, a lot of us can internally run you the quotes. If I'm your VP, I can run you the quotes, no problem. I can run you the quotes, no problem. You don't got to worry about it. Reaching out to John is helpful to me, but if it's it's an evening type meeting and they're already closed, you need to call me, give me a buzz. We'll help you get that going. Okay. Last update, then I'm going to bring in Natalia. I'll give a quick introduction of who she is, and she's going to talk to you about credit and how it works and how you guys need to capitalize on this financially. But last update is this: final expense. You should be rocking the Aetna platform, you should be rocking the Americo platform, and you should be rocking the Oxford platform. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If you're already contracted with Aetna and Americo outside of the IMO, then obviously you need to be rocking the Oxford platform with us. If you're looking to transfer contracts over to the platform because you're like, Tony, it's better to have it over here. I like the resources that are here. You want to transfer that contract over. What you need to know is this: you need to have not written business with that company for 6 months. 6 months. 6 months to transfer over a contract. Anything under 6 months and your old IMO needs to release it and sign off. Okay, now if you're coming from a captive operation, I promise you they're not going to sign it off. If you're coming from an independent operation, they might sign it off. They might. I'm not even giving you a guarantee on that. After 6 months, you don't need signatures. You can transfer it over. That's not a problem, okay? And I say that to you guys so that you guys understand, because I'm getting a lot more of that. Some of you guys are hitting your 6 months where you're finally able to transfer it over. Your old IMO will not sign off. So at the 6-month mark, you can transfer it over without signatures if need be. Aetna, from what I'm learning with Aetna, advances all 12 months. They don't just advance 9-month commission, they advance actually a full 12 months commissions. The full 12 months commission. So when you're looking at the comp grid,
Tony, it's 9 months.
we're gonna have to double check it because what just paid out this last week was a full 12 months.
No, I checked it yesterday. It's definitely 9 months.
Okay, well there you go. I made a mistake then. Let's you and I chat afterwards then, because then I was looking at something wrong.
Okay.
Okay. He's got some kids screaming, but he's still on training. You see that? That's dedication. That's my dude right there. That's my dude right there. Anyhow, long story short, guys, Americo, Aetna, Oxford. If you're focused on giving them a very low cost product, Oxford. However, Oxford also happens to be very strict on their underwriting. So it's a juggle, right? It's kind of a seesaw. You want great pricing on that final expense, Oxford's the route to go. If you need to bring in a company that has a high reputable name, Aetna. Aetna, look at the name Aetna. It's the same company that does the Medicare plans, same company that does the healthcare plans. They partnered with CVS. That's a great company name. If you need a company that's gonna have high speed, Americo. That's kind of how you want to juggle which one you want to go with. All three of them, just so you know, let you run quotes using mobile devices. Let you run with mobile devices. And if you need to know what those websites are, Oxford and Americo are websites. Aetna is an app. You have to download the app from your either Play Store, if you're an Android person, or your App Store if you're an Apple person, but it's an actual application. And what I do with the ones that are websites, just so you guys know, the ones that are websites, first off, the Aetna one's called Quotes on the Go. Quotes on the Go, if you want to run Aetna. The product is called Ascendo. Ascendo. All the other ones, it's websites. And what I do is I save the websites on my phone, on my home screen. I save them on my home screen. So to me, it's like an app, but it's really a website that it automatically forwards me to it for almost every company. So find those out. If you don't know what those are, reach out to your VP. Our website is going to have a tab with all the mobile links there for you to click it and copy and paste it. So those are going to be there ready to go. So that's my licensing update for you guys. Okay. We are currently as an agency, 15 agencies inside of the FMO. Nice job. 204. I repeat, 204 licensed agents are coming out of our operation, and that number is dramatically growing because the 32 that have come in this month, I think only 50% of those guys are actually already in the system. So congratulations to that. We're increasing the distribution. We're changing the industry and how business is done. We're very excited about that piece. Now, without further ado, let me give you an introduction to who Natalia is on the personal side and on the business side, and then I'm going to pass it over to her. Okay. Natalia Lopez has been one of the fastest learning case managers that I've ever had the pleasure to work with. Okay, you guys get text messages from her. It's either a 786 number or a 305 number because she's out in the Miami area. She'll typically call you and invite you to attend our Wednesday night credit repair training class. Now you might say, well, what the heck is this credit repair training class all about? Let me explain to you why this is such a pivotal part of our business, okay? There are people that do not qualify for credit. There are people who do not qualify for insurance. There are people who do not qualify for getting contracted with insurance companies because of their credit issues. I know personally some of our very own agents have needed to use these services to fix a couple blemishes, right? It's okay, we all make those mistakes. I've made them as well too. To fix some of those blemishes so that carriers that you need to write and companies that you need to override so that when your downlines write business, you still make a financial override profit. Those companies will accept you in. One of the hardest ones, I promise you guys right now, is North American. North American, you know, that's one of the highest companies that we write. If you've got some credit issues, that might not be a company that accepts you in. So take advantage of the credit repair services. I've seen agents and I've seen clients go 50, 60, 70 points up in a 3-month period. The most I've seen, I think, is about 110 points up. She's available in the evening. She's available in the weekend. She's available by text message. Yes, be respectful. Don't expect that she's going to give you an answer in 5 minutes after you text message her, right? But she will definitely get back to you. She'll set up a time. She speaks English. She speaks Spanish. On the personal sides, she's Sandra's sister, so make sure you show her some love and respect because she tends to feed that back to us if she has some problem child agents, and I want to make sure that there's no problem child agents over here. So without further ado, I want to introduce Natalia Lopez. Everybody do me a favor, unmute yourself, give her some love as she introduces our credit repair program through a company called Credit Repair Builders. Natalia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I know it's early, but we're all here to learn and absorb as much information as we can. I'm gonna basically quickly go over the credit repair process and the way that Credit Repair Builders attacks credit. The way that we do it is that we break it up into 3 phases. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So this is our basic flip chart that we use anytime that we're gonna speak to a client. This is the way that our conversation should flow. So one of the first things that you guys might, oh, okay. I'm sorry, someone's trying to answer. One of the first things that people are gonna try to ask you.
I'll take care of those, Natalia.
Okay, awesome. As soon as you tell people that you're doing credit, the first thing that they're gonna bombard you is with 1,000 questions because they're gonna wanna know if you're able to fix their credit, how bad their credit is. The first thing they're gonna ask you is how long does the program take? Okay, so no 2 credits are the same. No 2 people have the same exact things on their credit. Everything really varies by person. So we kind of handle it on a case-by-case basis. I would say I typically tell my clients that the program can take anywhere from 3 to 9 months because you know you can't really compare 2 people together as far as like their credit history. So it can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months to start seeing the big changes in results as far as like the big jumps in the score because credit repair, something that people don't know, is a legal process. It's a legal battle. So what our company does is that we send attorney formulated letters to the creditors and to the credit bureaus to be able to dispute all the negative things off your credit history, okay? So in the first phase, as you guys can see, it's credit repair. What we're basically doing with credit repair is that we're killing off all the dead weight that's holding you back. So all those late payments that you might have made in the past, you know, we've all been there. We've all learned kind of the hard way with credit sometimes. But the good news is that Credit Repair Builders is actually keen on removing all of these negative things from our past so that they don't have to hold us back in our future with whatever future purchases we're looking to make, you know, buying the new house, buying the new car, having the new business loan, whatever it is that you're looking to achieve, Credit Repair Builders can get you there. We have a 3-phase program. However, the most effective and the first phase that everyone has to kind of go through is the credit repair phase, where we're basically killing off and taking off everything that's holding your score back. So a quick list of everything that we're able to remove with our program is inquiries, which is anytime that you pull your credit, anytime that you go to buy a car or anything, they pull your credit, that's a hard inquiry, that lowers your score, that affects you as well. A lot of people go and they get like 30 in one day and they don't realize that that's severely affecting their score. We are also able to remove any kind of late payments. So late payments that you've made on mortgage, late payments you've made on credit cards, even late payments on student loans, we can remove that. We remove repossessions, which is basically any time that you go a couple months without paying your car and the bank takes it back, we can remove that as well. We remove bankruptcies, judgments, tax liens, collections, and charge-offs. So a charge-off is basically a collection that wasn't paid. And as you know, a collection is anytime a debt wasn't paid. So it's kind of like a domino effect, and it does affect your score. The further you get into the process of like debt collection charge-off, the more it affects your score. And yes, the harder it is to come off, but not impossible. We are definitely able to remove those things. So like I was saying, it's a legal process. So we're basically writing letters to these credit bureaus on your behalf, telling them to remove the credit history, okay? So something that is very important to make clear is that we're not removing the debt. We're not taking debt away from from your history. I mean, if that was possible, we would have already done it, and we'd all probably be rich off capitalizing off of it, that program. I'm not removing debt necessarily. I'm removing the history of the debt from your credit history, which will make your score rise naturally, okay? And we're able to do this because of step number 4, as you can see in the flow chart. It's called the Fair Credit Monitoring Act of 30 days. So this is a law that's fairly new. It came out. It basically means that once we send the letters to the credit bureaus, they have 30 days to reply to our requests. If they do not take the 30 days to reply to our request, then they'll be forced to remove the negative things off your credit history. And that's how we're able to be very successful with our credit repair phase. In that first phase, we're able to remove about 50 to 80% of all the negative credit history that you have, which, as you may know, can really, really help boost up your score. That can get you anywhere to a 700 more or less, depending on how severe or how low your score is when you started. Then we can move on to phase 2, which is credit enhancement. So that's when we go ahead and show you a list of investors that TKO has partnered with that will basically allow you to rent their credit history. It has to be positive credit history. So this list is basically just going to be a list of different credit cards that you can attach yourself to for 2 months for a certain price, and able to boost up your score. So let's say it's a credit card that's been open for 10 years and it has $20,000 of available balance, and it's always been in good standing. So it would be important for you to have this attachment to your credit, because anytime that you go to buy anything or they pull your credit, they're able to see all of this positive credit history. Phase 2, as in, credit enhancement, is one of the most important phases, because that's really when we help you get to like the great credit scores of like 750, 800, 800 plus. Within the time that you're using the trade line, within the time that you're attached to someone else's positive credit, that's when we go ahead and into phase 3, which is funding. So in phase 3 with funding, we basically help you acquire whatever it is that you were looking to achieve, whether you were looking to get, a lower APR for the new car loan, or you were looking to get, buy an investment property at a lower rate, or whatever the case may be. The better your score is, the higher chances you have of getting approved, getting lower interest rates, and basically just owning and having whatever it is that you were looking to achieve. That's when we basically help you get your own lines of credit, so that you can from then on continue taking your credit in a positive direction. Obviously, you can join our program, get your credit fixed, but if you don't continue the positive habits of, paying on time, making sure that you pay more than the minimum and things like that, then obviously your score will start to deteriorate if you don't acquire new habits, which is something that's really important, and I tell my clients. So every month I give the clients the update. This is how much your score went up. This is the amount of items that we were able to remove off your credit. And also, there are people that while I'm fixing their credit, they continue ruining their credit. So I like to be very transparent. Whatever comes out in the system that month, that's what I tell the client. Oh, look, you opened 3 new credit cards this month and it lowered your score this many points. I like to tell them exactly what I see in the report, because regardless, they have their own client portal where they can see everything that we've done. They can read every single letter that we've sent out on their behalf. We like to keep a very transparent communication portal with the client. So that's basically in a nutshell how our credit repair process goes. I know I went kind of fast, so if anyone has any questions, I'm open to answering any of your questions. I know now most of the agents are going to need credit repair and able to get approved for some of these agencies. So don't feel, don't hesitate to contact me. If anyone does not have my number, I'll be more than happy to give everyone my number now. Feel free to text me, email me, whatever way is easier for you to contact me. I am on Eastern time zone, so keep in mind. Keep that in mind as well. So if anyone wants to jot down my number as well, I'll write it on the chat too. It's going to be 305-984-6041. Okay, 305-984-6041. My name is Natalia. I'm the Senior Case Manager for Credit Repair Builders. Whatever question you may acquire, you know, whenever you looking to talk to anyone about credit, you can feel free to contact me. I have no problem in also doing like a three-way when it comes to you, your client, and I. And we can have a meeting in that way as well, and you will still make your commission. Okay, so something that's really important that you guys may not know, how our program is priced. So the 3 phases are priced differently, but the most important one is, and the first one that everyone kind of has to go through, is the credit repair phase. So the credit repair phase is gonna be $250 for the first month and registration. So keep in mind that it's the first month and registration together, it's gonna be $250. And then every month after is gonna be $175. Remember, no one's credit is gonna be the same as yours. So you can't tell the client exactly how many months it's gonna take for them to be in the program, because the software kind of decides that once we enter them in the system, and it runs and it filters out their credit, and it, you know, basically groups everything together. The program kind of generates the letters on its own as far as like how we're legally going to attack their credit. But you know, you can tell people that it can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months to be in the program and have their credit completely cleaned up. Remember, not everything can be removed. It would be amazing if everything could be removed, but in the credit repair phase, I know there's some things on the chat. I'm not sure if these are questions. Okay. So just to be clear, it's $250 for the first month and $275 for every month after. I say $250 and $175 because that price already includes the $25 that they have to pay for Identity IQ. So for Identity IQ, they're gonna have to pay $25. Yeah, Edgar, you have a question, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question is, what are some of the stuff that cannot be removed in your credit history?
Honestly, it kind of varies by person, and it varies by credit history. So I can't really tell you exactly, because it's a legal process that we go through. So every month, credit works by rounds. So every month counts as a round. So every round we send out a different letter that escalates basically. So every letter is kind of like more aggressive, and it escalates the situation all the way up to the final letter. But I can't say exactly what comes off and what doesn't. I know some things are harder to remove. Like I know a repossession is harder to remove. I know a bankruptcy is harder to remove because it carries a heavier weight on your credit score. It's not impossible to remove it, but then again, also something that is a factor in the situation as far as your question is that not everyone finishes the program exactly. You know, some people kind of, they get to 650 and they're like, okay, I can fly now. And then, you know, they leave the program, and, you know, so I might not have been able to complete their rounds and done the full extent of the program, because, you know, we work on a month-to-month basis. We like to be very flexible, and we work with our clients. So it's not like they're contracted for a year they have to finish the program. No, people kind of just do the program as they see fit or as they can financially afford it. So it really all depends on everyone's credit history. A lot of these things we are able to remove, but a lot of people may not complete the program because they get their score that they want. You know what I mean? Because some people get to 700 and they just kind of just like clock out. But I can't tell you for sure per se, but if you're maybe referring to possibly your credit, we can kind of take a look at it. If you would like to, we can always do that. Walter said, how soon after phase 1 can you begin phase 2, and how much does phase 2 cost? So I think if you go up in the chat a little bit, Tony was kind of just explaining that. The trade line investing has a separate cost. So I like everyone that does phase 2 to do phase 1 first, because I would like it to be as effective as possible. I would like them to get the best score possible. So if we don't clean up their credit and they kind of just jump to phase 2, it might not boost their score as much as possible. As you know, you can't do a trade line with a 400 credit score and then expect it to go to 800 if you haven't really cleaned up your credit first. So my best bet is for you to fully complete the credit repair process, enable to then move on to phase 2. So then phase 2 can actually be truly effective and you can see the big results. Phase 2 is priced differently because it's a trade line that we're literally buying off of someone. So it can cost you anywhere typically from like 500 all the way to 800. But remember that this is for 2 months that you're attaching yourself to someone's credit. I'm not sure if that kind of answers your question. So how soon after phase 1 can you begin phase 2, and how much does phase 2 cost? I think that kind of covered your question, Walter. If not, if I didn't kind of answer your question, you can feel free to contact me directly, okay? It would be 500 for the 2 months. So the price for the phase 2, so if I give you a price of 600, 800, whatever, that would be the price for the 2 months. So it's not 500 per month, it's 500 for both months. Okay, awesome. So I know it's 11 and it's probably time for you guys to move on to your next class. I know I went kind of fast, so feel free to text me. I'm gonna go ahead and also type my number in the chat so that anyone that didn't catch it can go ahead and jot it down. Feel free to contact me at whatever time. And thank you guys for having me.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. There we go. Let me see real quick. All right. So before I go on, because I want to answer a couple of things as well too with credit. I want to hit on that and touch it a little bit. Does anybody have any specific questions? Feel free to go ahead and just unmute yourself and let me know. And there we go. And we'll answer those, and I'll give you a couple of things as well too. Everybody's good?
Quick question, Tony.
Yes.
I have one as well after him.
Yes, go for
Yeah,
it.
I know I plan on asking her later, but maybe you can cover for the general audience. Phase 3, does that have a cost to it too, or no?
Yeah, so phase 3, it does have a cost, right? So phase 1 is $250 first month, right? I'm sorry, $225, I think is what she had said. $225, are we correct with that? Yes, oh wait, Nathia, are you there? Yes, no, maybe, no, I think she hopped off. I'm trying to remember what it was first.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
First month cost?
I'm sorry, what?
First month, what was the cost? $225 or $250? I just drew a blank.
$250.
Okay.
Because I already include the Identity IQ pricing in our price.
That's what it was. Okay, that's why I was confused.
$250 and $175.
Gotcha. So Identity IQ is the credit monitoring company. That's like the Credit Karma, right? The reason you use Identity IQ is because they monitor all 3 versus 2, which is what most of them do. They charge you $24.90 something a month. That's direct to them. And then credit repair builders will charge you $225 the first month. So total, you're spending $250 first month. And then every month thereafter, credit repair builders will charge you $150. And then obviously the Identity IQ will charge you $25, right? Couple separators is that they do, credit repair will do the mail for you. Like there's a big company out there right now that obviously is constantly promoting and marketing. It's called FES, which is more of a multi-level marketing company. And their prices are pretty high. But in the same token, they require you to mail out your own reports. They'll basically email you a PDF with your letters, and then you got to take it upon yourself to print it, fold it, mail it, stamp it, and everything, where Credit Repair Builders does it for you. All you got to do is log into the client portal, and you can see when things were mailed, what changes have happened, what notes, what statuses, and everything is pretty much all there for you. So that's the first phase. The second phase, when you're working with trade line investors, it's about $650 to $800, I would say, per $10,000 worth of credit that you want to add, right? Now the way that essentially works is those investors give you 60 days of their credit. So you're basically hijacking their credit for 60 days. Whatever the history of that credit card is, how long that card's been in there, the great pay history, the on-time pay, all that stuff, you're hijacking that credit for 60 days, which naturally does what to your credit score? Jacks you up through the roof. It takes you there for 60 days. I mean, 60 days. Now, in that 60 days, you've got to be diligent enough to move into phase 3. Phase 3 is where you start adding your own credit, Now, I know Credit Repair Builders has vendors that are ready to approve you and give you credit, right? And what they charge, if I'm not mistaken, is anywhere from 10 to 20% of however much credit they give you. So if they give you $20,000 worth of new credit, right, and it's a 20% charge, it's a $400 bill that you got to pay them for that $20,000 worth of credit. The reason you want to get that third thing in within that 60-day period is because that's the whole point of phase 2. The whole point of phase 2, hijacking someone else's credit, is to jack up your credit score. So you jack up your credit score using their credit, boom, right? And let's call this a pillar, we're jacking it up. But then in that 60-day period, you're adding your own credit, another pillar, which is your credit, so that when they take out their credit, your credit score stays up there because your new trade lines are what's keeping that score up, right? Timeframes all vary, so on and so forth. How you as the agent can make money, you ready? You ready? You want to make money, right? I mean, let me see a couple dollar signs in the chat room if you want to make some money on this. Let me see, just a couple dollar signs, let me see. Oh, there we go, dollar signs. Okay, great, so there's dollar signs. Okay, so every time you refer somebody over, you're gonna get a $50 commission, non-charge backable commission, okay? If you refer 5 people over in a 1 month period, 5 people over in a 1 month period, I repeat it, if you refer 5 people over in a 1 month period, they will increase your commissions for all future commissions. You'll get $75 for every single client that you refer over from that point forward for the rest of your life, plus a $25 monthly residual income, okay, for that client as long as that client maintains, right? So once you hit 5 in 1 month, right, you got to do it in a month, you make 50, 50, 50, 50 for all of them, that's $250. Moving forward, you're getting $75 in referral income. And then what you can do is know that you're going to get 75 plus a 20, and then for the first month, and then every month thereafter is a $25 a month residual as long as that client stays enrolled in the programs, right? If you get 15 people in 1 month, 15 people in 1 month, then the company now starts to pay you $100 every time you refer somebody over and a $50 monthly residual. So once you have 15 people in 1 month, every time you refer somebody over, you get $100, $100. And every time that person that enrolled keeps their plan every month thereafter, you get another $50 residual, $50 residual. So if you enrolled, 10 people and you get $1,000 commission, every month thereafter, you're also going to be getting a $500 residual income for however long those clients stay. Clients will stay 6 months to a year and a half, just kind of depending how much work needs to be done. But I mean, I've seen some freaking craziness where it's like 60-point jackups increases, 100-point increases. You know what I mean? It's crazy stuff that happens. And so when that happens, people can qualify for the houses that they want, the car notes that they want. Agents can get contracted with the carriers that they want. I mean, it's really good stuff. The stuff that I see that's really hard to remove, obviously anything has to do with federal, like student loans and stuff like that. You'll never remove student loans, but you might be able to remove like late pays to student loans. With regards to bankruptcies, repos and stuff like that, it's not the removal of them. What it's really more is this. The thing you need to understand is that a lot of times there's mistakes on your report. So let's say somebody did have a repo. A repo after a certain amount of years needs to get removed from their credit. And if the person that put the repo in doesn't remove it from your credit, it's still there hurting you. So by sending the letter out, it forces the credit bureaus to go, hey, listen, Mr. ABC Finance Company, you put a repo on their credit. If you don't respond in these next days, we're going to remove this, right? Because obviously it's already past the statute of limitations. So then it gets removed and, your credit score jacks up and you get to kind of erase the negative history. That's the benefit in the credit repair program that's there. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Anything else that they want on this?
I do have a question, Tony.
Yes, who is this?
Ever.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Edward, what's going on?
Hey, so this is my concern.
Mhm.
Is it better? Is it better, for example, like that I have like negative stuff in my credit report yet? Is it better to just wait before submitting contract to the companies that are very, very detailed on the credit on the history report in order to get us appointed?
Um, yes and no. I mean, we've learned which companies give us a little bit of an issue. The one that's the most has the most probability of it is North American. They're a wealth management type of a firm, and so type of an insurance company. So they're strict, they're more strict than others. But it doesn't hurt you if that's what you're asking. If you submit
Right.
work and then they decline you, no, all they're saying is, hey, we're not going to take it because of this, and the other. Feel free to come back to us whenever this has been fixed with a cover letter and explanation and so on and so forth. So it doesn't affect.
Okay.
But I will tell you, and I'll tell everybody this. Any company you're not contracted with, you do not override. I'm going to repeat it. Any company you're not contracted with, you do not override. So if you're going to be a builder and you're going to build an agency, you want to make sure you can contract with everybody you can. Because it would suck that you bring on board somebody who really wants to write a company and he wants to build a team of agents that write that same company, and they're writing a bunch of business and you're not overriding that operation. You might think, well, it's only a 5% difference, a 10% difference. If they write $500,000 in 1 year at a 10%, that's a $50,000, override that you're not making. So it could turn into a big number. So my advice to everybody, if you have credit issues, fix them right away. Don't play around with that. This is not the captive world. This is the independent world. And in the independent world, they measure you for you, completely independent from anybody else. So don't hinder yourself in that regard, and get your credit fixed. I have had a couple people shoot me text messages, and I'll if you've inquired, I'll forward that information over to Natalia. Tanisha, I see your hand is raised. You have a question, or what's up?
Yes, just real quickly, do you know, people can choose whether or not, so they obviously going to go through phase one because that's why they're going to them. The other two phases obviously help to get better results, but they can choose whether or not to go through those, or can choose to say do just 2, not 3, or I don't know why they wouldn't do 3 if they did 2, but they can choose that, right?
Yeah, they can choose. They could say, hey, I just want to do phase 1. I don't want to do phase 2. Right now, I will tell you this: anybody who wants to jump to phase 2, they still need to have their first month diagnostic done. Investors don't just let you add your credit on, and it hurts credit repair builders' reputation with the investors if they're presenting clients to them that aren't technically ready for trade line investing. So if someone wants to, if you do this presentation and someone's like, man, I want to work with those investors, I want to do that right away, they still have to at least do 1 month of phase 1. So they're going to have to pay the $250 initial monthly cost, so that their credit could be pulled, so that a diagnostic could be done, so that if there is any 1 or 2 little things that are there, letters could be sent out before we present them to the investors, no matter what. We're not, credit repair is not going to go blind to a trade line investor and say, here's a person who wants to use your services without looking at their report first. So at worst, or at best, however you want to look at it, they have to at least do phase 1 for 1 month before they jump into phase 2 or phase 3. Make sense?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so here, I'm gonna throw a little bit of incentive. I'm gonna throw an incentive out to you guys, okay? It's $250 first month, right? Anybody that chooses to enroll today, before the end of Closers College, and Natalia is giving you her number, anybody who chooses to enroll today, before the end of Closers College, because you need it, right? Or you know someone who needs it, whoever enrolls today, so if you refer the person in, or if it's yourself, right? We can keep it confidential because I know credit is a delicate subject. Anybody who does is a $25 off cost. So instead of $250, it'll be $225 your first month. If you refer it in, right? So let's say it's not you, but you know somebody who needs it and they do it, they get to deduct $25 on their cost, and you get to increase $25 on your referral income. So instead of making a $50 referral, you'll make a $75 referral by referring someone in. So they save 25, you make 25. I kind of like that whole concept, right? So the name of the game for credit repair today is save 25, make 25. Save 25, make 25. So here's what I'd like, just to keep things confidential, okay? My number is 239-784-1118. Natalia's number, which she had posted it there, but I'm going to post it as well too. I'm going to verbally say it right now. It's 305-984-6041. I'm going to repeat the numbers again, and I'm going to give you instructions. 305-984-6041 is her number. My number is 239-784-1118. Shoot me a text message and include her in it. So do a three-way text, her, me, and you. Okay. If you want to make sure that before the end of today, you take advantage of that, because obviously we got a long closers college ahead of us, and we have, things in the evening time. Shoot a text message over. If it's you who's interested, shoot a text message over. Hey, how are you? My name is such and such. I'm interested in it. I'd like to get set up today on the Save 25, Make 25 discount. That's what we're going to call it. The Save 25, Make 25 discount. If you have someone you want to refer over who wants to take advantage of it today, then same thing. Shoot a text message over to us. Okay. Introduce yourself. We need to know who you are, obviously. And then give us the name and the number of the person that wants to get enrolled. Like, hey, my name is such and such. I know this person. This is their number. They need credit repair. They want to sign up today. I want to take advantage of the Save 25, Make 25. They'll save 25. You'll make 25. And what I'll do is I'll make sure Natalia sometime today reaches out and get you set up and get you enrolled in the system so that you can capitalize on that discount. That discount's only good till midnight tonight. Midnight tonight, Eastern time, folks. So we'll keep things very simple, okay? Save 25, make 25. Cool. I appreciate it. Natalia, thank you so much for that presentation. You did a great job. Everybody do me a favor, please unmute yourself, even if you're shy. Unmute yourself just one time. Give her some love. She's very diligent in her work.
Thank you, Natalia. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Natalia.
Yay, thank you guys.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you, Natalia.
Awesome. All right, on to the next. Let me take a look at the agenda here real quick. By the way, just so you guys know, Nicole Valentin, who's my assistant, she's one of the best assistants. I don't even think she's on here right now. So, maybe she is on. I'm not sure. But she makes things so.
I am.
She makes things so much easier. She's so organized. She puts together agendas for me. I could not do any of this stuff without her. So if she ever calls you because she needs something, do me a favor. Please respond back and get back to her. If Sandra calls you and needs something, please respond back. I promise you, I give them more work than they can probably handle, and they never complain about it. And to be quite frank, there's no way TKO would be where it's at right now. And there's no way that I would be of sound mind if it wasn't for the work that they do. So give them some love as well too when you get a chance. All right, it's 11:17 on the clock. We're a little bit behind schedule, not too much. But we're gonna spend the next 45 minutes to 50 minutes on illustrations today. And I know that my friend Howard was the individual that was going to be doing that, but I also needed to check with him to make sure he was going to be available. My man, Howard, are you available, or is the other things around you making it difficult and you'd like for me to take the wheel on? If you're talking, I can't hear you, bud.
I'm available. Sorry, I just needed to put the TV on for the dogs and lock the kids in their cages. So.
Gotcha.
In a few seconds.
That was a good one.
I like that. All right, so guys, let me give you a quick introduction to Howard. And then Howard, I'm gonna give you a couple different illustrations that I want you to write. And here's what's great about this, we're gonna put Howard to the test here. He's really that great at this. He doesn't know which illustrations he's gonna run. I haven't had a conversation.
Yeah, this wasn't part of the deal.
See, I'm gonna give him some illustrations I want him to do. And he's going to do a screen share on his computer, and he's going to show you guys how those illustrations are done. But in the same token, I want to give you a couple resources. Obviously, the first resource I gave you was John Countryman, right? I'll tell you, if you're the person that struggles with that, I can't get it for what, I mean, everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses. I mean, let's just call it what it is, right? If you're the person that struggles in that world, I would really become very accepting of the person named John Countryman. I would become very accepting of it because there's a lot of companies that don't give you that resource. If I wasn't good at illustration design, I would have somebody else doing it. As a matter of fact, just so you guys know, I'm that busy right now that the reason Howard has become so great is because I let Howard run all the illustrations, all of it, to the point where I don't know how to log into some of these companies any longer because I leverage what other people are very good at. So leverage that. That's why they're there. That's why John Countryman is there. It's one of the reasons why TKO partnered up with UMS, to have all these resources for you. Stop feeling like, no, I got to master this myself. You got to master the art of closing business in front of clients. That's the one thing, that's the one resource I don't have to give you other than field training. You got to master how to do that. Everything else, find someone who's really good at it. Okay. But let me give you a quick intro on Howard. I've known Howard now for, oh my God, let's see, about 3 years, 3.5 years. Is that about right, Howard? I think so. Around there?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
About that. Okay, I met him through a prior company that he and I represented. We weren't a part of the same organization at the time. He was probably one of the most persistent new agents that I had ever seen. He lives in South Florida, but he was being trained and developed in the Central Florida area, which is about a 3-hour drive. And he would constantly just drive up and be like, I'm just gonna go work in Central Florida today. Now, granted, we came from a company where there was a lot of like face-to-face prospecting that would go on. And during that time period, prospecting was, kind of go to the mall and talk to people. And Howard was the most persistent person I had ever seen. He would literally drive 3 hours from one location to another location to just go and prospect and go and prospect and go and prospect. And, he's very diligent about learning the business. For one way or another, we found a way to connect afterwards, where we were both in completely different paths. And we ended up linking up again because we both parted ways with our prior company. We were both trying to figure out where it is we wanted to go and have a conversation about it, and now we're here. And Howard now is an intricate part of the team. Howard was the individual that introduced me to the developers out in California that have built our Jarvis system. Howard is my translator for the tech world. There's certain things that I don't know how to explain where I can explain to him in layman's terms, and then he can get on the horn with them and explain to them what it is that we need. But more importantly, he helps me keep the costs of that down, because if I don't know what they're going to be charging. And so he can kind of go in there and be like, hey, I know that world a little bit. I know what it should be, what it shouldn't be. And so we keep the prices down. So the very reason why Jarvis is so cost effective is because of the work and the effort, the tireless effort that he does with them. He is also the individual that helps me with application designs, illustration designs. Coincidentally enough, he's got a lovely wife by the name of Tony as well. So he calls her Tony, he calls me Tony. Sometimes he gets confused on who he's calling. It's kind of funny with strange pictures that he text messages me that's not supposed to go to me. I'm just totally kidding. But he has an amazing accent from South Africa. Okay. And so I want you guys to give some love to this man right here, because he's become a beast at illustration design. Everybody do the same thing you did for Natalia. Unmute yourselves, give this man some love, and we're going to get this session started. Where's everybody's cameras at? There they are.
Woo! Let's go, Howard.
Howard, you ready, my friend?
Hey, blue.
So let me give you a couple of things that I want you to know. And you can be very accepting of the children in the program, because that's one of the benefits of being an entrepreneur, okay? Here's what I want you to write, Howard. We're going to do a couple illustrations. I want you to leverage the Call UMS website using their quote system, because that's something everybody will have a chance to be able to do, whether they're contracted or not.
Yeah, I had that on my agenda.
What's that?
I had that down, so that we agree with.
Beautiful. So we'll definitely use that, but we'll also use some of the carrier websites, okay? Let's do $1 million term on a 30-year-old female, preferred, $1 million term. I want you to do NLG, North American, and American National using the Call UMS illustration software. I want you to do NLG, North American, and American National, Anaco.
Using carrier software.
No, using the Call UMS website.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
For carrier software, let's do a GUL on that same 30-year-old female with American National. Okay. And let's also, that's the GUL, okay. Let's do a kids IUL Okay, Kids IUL will do a 10-year-old female. Let's do a Kids IUL using North American, obviously using their software. Let's add the guaranteed insurability rider to that IUL. Let's increase payments every 10 years. So if she's 10 years old, let's start at $75 a month, and then every 10 years go up another $75. Every 10 years. We'll do payments until 65, increase death benefit until age 70. For
So
that,
normal stuff.
that IUL. Okay.
So the way we normally structure it.
Correct.
Nothing different.
Correct. And you
Okay.
know it, so I don't have, I'm verbalizing it so that they can hear it and take notes on it. You automatically know it. You see what Howard and I are just doing right now? I'm so systematic in the way that I present things. He already knows. He's like, this is the way we normally do it. Because that's how I do it every single stinking time. I don't change it. I don't change my process. I'm verbalizing it so that you guys see how I'm doing it, but he already understands it. And then the last one I want you to do, if we have some time, let's do that same 30-year-old female, preferred non-tobacco. Let's do an IUL with her with Allianz, using the software for Allianz. And she's 30 years old, so we can run it right at target. And whatever the target is, that's increased by $150 every 10 years. Same thing until age 65, increased death benefit until age 70. If we have some time for that. Okay, guys, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take notes. Okay, Howard is a very good presenter in that regard. He's a very good trainer in that regard. Okay, he's got screen sharing privileges, so he's gonna screen share here. Okay, hold your questions to the very end, please. I know this area of the business, I'm so used to training on it. It always causes 1,001 questions. Hold the questions to the end. I'm not saying that we won't address them. I'm telling you that I want to be respectful of our agenda, because we might not get through every question, and I want to make sure I get through the biggest questions. I'm not so concerned with the nitty gritty technical as I am more the general questions that people are going to have. But write your questions down at the end. We can definitely address them, no problem, okay? Learn, if there's any one training here I want you to learn the most of, it's the Call UMS portal. The Call UMS portal, I want you to really, really take notes to that, because whether you're licensed or you're not licensed, contracted or not contracted, you could get access to this Call UMS portal where you can run all of these quotes without a stinking problem. Okay, it's that easy. And Howard, when you do the Call UMS and you send out the report, let's send it as a text message, okay? And we'll pick a couple agents that can put their phone numbers on the text, on the message board here. So without further ado, guys, show some love, give some attention to and some respect to my man, Mr. Howard Rabinowitz. Howard, the floor is yours, brother.
Great, thank you. Share my screen. Let's see which screen I want to actually share. Okay, so just let me know. You guys should be looking at a just plain Google screen. Is that correct? Just okay. I see Walter with thumbs up. Perfect. Thanks so much. Okay, so the first place we're going to go to is we're going to leverage Call UMS. So we're going to go straight to callums.com. When we get to your UMS, we're going to go log in or sign up. You should be in the login stage. So hopefully you've done that already. I'm going to log in with my email. That's all done. Simple login. Guys, if I'm looking to the side, I'm working on a split screen. So that's why my head keeps on going like that. Once we're in, we're going to go to Agent Portal, Agency Life Quote. Now this is really, really great in that we can leverage. It's a great way to look at everyone at once. You know, very often you can't see, you can't see some carriers over others. And it's very tiresome having to say, you know what, maybe I should write Anico for this person, or maybe I should write Oxford, or, do I write AIG? So sometimes it can get a little bit confusing. And this is so instead of having to go into each individual carrier's website, we can go straight to UMS and use this. Okay, so we're going to go to Agency Life Quote. I'm going to start putting our information in. So first name, we'll call the person Tony, and we'll combine Tony with my wife because she spells her name with an I and Tony spells his name with a Y. And she'll be female, 11/21 1991. That's not when she was born or anything else. We're going to change her gender to female. Tobacco non-user. State is Florida. I'm going to run her at preferred. Again, if you want to see more options over here, we normally just use either preferred or standard. Those are the two that we run at. Let's run her at standard as well, just so that we can get a comparison. Over here, you can view all the health options. I wouldn't go into all the table ratings. It's really not something you need to look at the moment. As I said, just stick to preferred or standard, depending on what you think the client will pass with. Over here, you're going to see exactly all your different options of what you can run on the UMS portal. So I want to quote her for a 20-year term, 30-year term. Let's see what happens at 10 years as well. You also have options over here to quote single pays, IULs to age 121. The site starts getting a little bit tricky. When you're dealing with this, you really are better off going straight through to the carrier portal. I'd like to use UMS strictly for term quotes. And then we're going to choose our carriers. So let's see who we've got. We've got AIG, who we're appointed with. We've got Anaco. We've got Foresters, John Hancock, Life Insurance Company of the Southwest. This is NLG in everywhere in the state besides for New York. So New York, they're actually called NLG. Mutual of Omaha will include. Nationwide, we have access to. North American, we have access to. SBLI, we have access to. Trans America, we have access to. Tony, I think those are all our carriers so far, correct? For term that UMS carries on their portal.
Yeah. Nationwide, I know is an attractive name, but just so you guys know, they do not advance commissions. They pay you on an as earned basis only. We are contracted, you can sell it, but that's not something that can change either. I looked into it, and that's just their protocol with every single IMO and FMO. But yes, every one of those companies you checked off, we have access to. Yeah.
Nationwide isn't something that we normally quote because very often they're not even that, it's not that cost effective for people. We've got better carriers at a lower price. You know, where I use Nationwide is when I'm sitting with the client and, you know, you're explaining to them who the carriers are. Nationwide's a nice one to point out, and you start singing their song. Your Nationwide is let them finish the jingle. So that gives a little bit of, you know, confidence of who we are and what we carry. So that helps a little bit there. That's why I use Nationwide a lot. Over here, this is where you're going to put in the amount of coverage that you want. When you put this in, you have to press enter. If you just click out of it, it's going to clear out straight away. So you have to use your enter key to save it. So we want $1 million coverage. We don't want accidental death. We don't want waiver of premium. Let me show you this quickly because this is quite a cool feature. If you are sitting with the client, you want to do a quick calculation, you know, you can calculate the person's needs over here. It has a full needs analysis. You can say outstanding mortgage. Let's say my mortgage is at 400,000. Debts are at 15. 2 children, 9 and 7. I don't have any annual childcare. Let's make my income at 100,000. Going to replace 75 of it. I'm going to replace it for 10 years. Let's actually make that for 15 years, just in case. Any existing life insurance? None. No savings and investments. Let me give myself a small 401k. And you can do a full quick needs analysis over there. So my needs analysis is 1.3 million. So just know that Call UMS does have this feature. I just want to swap over, Tony. I know this is very quickly. Where we normally do our needs analysis, we use OneNote very often when we're doing a client analysis and we're looking for information. Over here is their financial needs analysis. Included over here is a dime analysis. I include all the information I'm asking them over here. It's going through, let me tell you, my clients, either when they retire, this is how much annual income they want, or they want to replace an income. Normally 6 to 8 times your annual income. I put it in over here for the first person, second person, and I can do a full needs analysis over here with all the amounts that I'm looking for. And then I actually start asking questions on what do they have at the moment. This is going to tell me really how much they need. And this is a nice way of fact finding and looking for those annuities, those 401ks, those rollovers. This is where people just start thinking, oh, hang on a second, I've got something else lying around, by asking these questions. Any 401ks, any annuities, IRAs, how much your home equity is, what life insurance you have. This is where we do our needs analysis. And very often when Tony fills this in, or I fill this in, when we get back later and we submit an application, this has all the information that we're looking for, that we can do a full application and not have to call the client back 30, 40 times and ask them, oh, by the way, what prescription medication are you on? Or, oh, by the way, are you planning on leaving the country in the next 2 years? So you can do it this way, or if you want to do it a quicker way, very simple, just do it through UMS. Once we've done all of this, let's run the quote. See what we get. Okay, here are all our carriers. 10-year term, $1 million coverage at preferred non-smoker is $18.92 a month. AIG is coming in the second lowest, followed by SPLI, North American, Mutual of Omaha, there's Nationwide over there, and then Transamerica's Trendsetter, Anaco's further down, Foresters, NLG, John Hancock. And that's all preferred. Underneath it, after preferred, are our standard rates. So we have a standard non-tobacco, which is Transamerica, then AIG, then SPLI. That's at $40. So you'll see majority of them come in pretty close. SPLI, I normally use them if I'm trying to beat a price. They'll generally come in as one of the cheapest out of all of them. The underwriting requirements are a little bit strict. With SPLI though as well, you have to have a phone interview done, which can be a little bit problematic because you have to wait for them to call the client, and sometimes the client never ever answers the phone. So if you're doing that during the day and you can get the client on the phone straight away, this is a great option. Otherwise, you can go with North American or any of the other carriers. That's 10-year. There's my 20-year options and my 30-year options. So let's say I only want to give 30-year options to the client. You know what? They're probably not going to be preferred. It's probably only going to be standard. So we'll go down to standard, and I want to quote Foresters, SPLI, and you know what? Let's quote Nationwide, because you want to give some options, some high, some middle, some low. We'll go up to the very top of it. We'll do a comparison. Here's your comparison that it sends out. There's your product, company, what category, face amount, monthly premium. You can pay $93, there's $92, $105. What is your option? Then we want to send this to the client. So if you click share, you have an option of either emailing it to them, texting it to them, or downloading it. Generally, I go with the download option. Let's just go that way, and then we'll do a text as well. The one that I like the most, you can see, and guys, you can play around with this, see what suits you best. I generally go for the detailed comparison. I just like the format and the way it's laid out. So I'll click next over there. You don't need to put in an email. You don't need to put in all the information. All you're doing is downloading it. and there's the PDF that's been generated. There's my carriers, foresters, SPLR nationwide, lowest to highest. And then I can send this to the client as a PDF from my email. I generally don't want to send it to the client directly. I don't email it to them. I want it to come from me so that any communication that they have to come back to me to ask questions. They're not logging into Call UMS's website. They don't see any of that information. I want to try to keep this strictly to me. Any questions so far? Yes, no, anyone? Okay, let's send this via text message. Okay, we're going to send a detailed comparison. Who can I send this to?
404
404
579
579
4168.
Okay, send that. Okay, and I think I'll also send that to myself just so I can show you on this. Mind you, Tanisha, you can do it once you get it. Everyone can see you. Okay. Come through?
Yes, it
Okay.
did. Yes, it did.
Do you want to take that and just show everyone, put it up to your camera so they can see what it looks like and what you get? Okay, so it looks like the text message came through. You just click on the text message and there's the proposal information. So pretty much what you saw, you can text that straight to the client, which is a great feature to have, and it makes life nice and easy. Exactly what you guys saw on the screen. Okay, great. Thanks, Tanisha. If you need to go back and you need to edit this again, you can either go back and start from the beginning or just go click, I think it was new quote. And that's going to take you straight back to your information. You say, you know what, I actually want to see, I'm going to take off preferred. And I want to see what happens if we increase it to 1.5 million. You go down to the bottom, you're going to do your run quote again. And generate the same information. See, 30-year term. There's my $1 million coverage. And there's my $1.5 million coverage. And I can send that as a explanation to the client as well. Okay, any questions? I see Tony actually wanted only NLG North American and Eneco, but looks like you got everyone and not just those three. So at least you can shop around and see the difference. Okay, questions, anything, and then I'm going to move on to the GUL. Okay, no questions.
Guys, my input to this is this. He ran obviously a lot of the companies that we have there. And he's right. I would stick to term quotes on that. You can also do final expense and GUL quotes on this, but I'm not going to lie, the illustration on a GUL looks a lot better when you actually get the full illustration from the carrier because it shows the return of premium years, where this one doesn't. But it's very simple. It's very professional to be able to text them that link. When I text them the link, when I text them the link, I also text that same link to myself. And I save that link on a note because I know that while they're still deciding if they need to review that link, they might have lost it. You can always send it to them again. And if you need to review what in the heck you quoted them, you can always go to that link and review it again. But that's a phenomenal. That needs analysis, I'm not even gonna lie. I had no idea that was there. That's one of the sexiest things that's there. To be able to do a needs analysis right then and there and do that formula for them. So imagine running virtual meetings and you just screen share and you can do this kind of stuff. And every one of the companies that you see there, well, 90% of them, you could submit applications right there on the Call UMS website as well too. So very, very powerful tool that we could use. I wouldn't go more than 3 companies when you're running quotes, so don't go crazy and click 10 companies. He's just doing this to show you that they're all there. I wouldn't go more than 3 companies. I wouldn't go more than 2 products. Keep it very simple because people won't make a decision if there's too many choices to pick from. So Howard, great job. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah. Let me just show you, because you mentioned submitting it from here. If you choose SBLI, you'll go get started and you'll send a drop ticket via iGo. And then you'd log in and you'd start the application straight from here. Okay.
Wow. That's freaking phenomenal.
Let's go to Anaco. So you log into Anaco, and then once it loads, we've got 15 minutes to run a GUL and 2 IULs. Thanks, Tony. Oh. Looks like I'm not doing anything. Okay, once you're in Anaco, you're going to go to Expert Office, going to Expert Illustrator. So before I go there, just a way, if you are in Anaco and you want to run a very, very quick quote, quick and dirty, and you don't want to give too much information, you'll go to Term GUL Quote. And this is also directly on your phone as well. Okay, so we're going to run for a signature GUL. Person is in Florida. Date of birth was 11/21/91. Okay, female. We're not going to run term, just run GUL. Nicotine non-user, $1 million. Preferred monthly payment. Okay, payment to 95, $262 a month. Payment to 100 is $307 a month. 105, $329, and $337. Nice and quick and easy. Tony, do you want me to go do a full illustration, or you just want to see running as a quick quote?
Is that the quick quote link, I'm assuming?
Yeah, this is a quick quote that you can pull up on your phone. I just accessed it through Anaco's website.
Do me a favor, run the actual Anaco one, the one where it pulls the full illustration, show them that one so that they can see the illustration with the return of premium. And while you're doing that, I'm going to post, guys, on the links. I'm going to post the mobile quote links for a lot of these carriers. So I encourage you, as you see them popping in, copy them and save them, because I do a lot of quotes right from my phone when I'm on the road. And these are the links that I use for it.
Okay, so we're going to create a new client. First name is Tony. She needs to be 90. Female, Florida. And then we're going to create a new illustration. Okay, what we're looking for is what is a new business, an individual product. Now you're going to choose IUL, term, whole life, immediate. So we're going to go with a whole life insurance. So we want, sorry, it's IUL. There's my guaranteed universal life, my GUL. Let's create it. Okay. And guys, you just go in step by step through each of the boxes to make sure everything's right. You want to print it to age 121. Classes standard is preferred non-nicotine user. What are we solving for? You have a choice here. You can solve for face amount or solve for premium. We know what the face amount is. We don't know what the premium is. So we're going to solve for premium. Solve for criteria. In this case, we generally go to coverage to 95. You can go longer if you want. It's really up to you on what you want to quote your clients. There's 100, 105, 121. Your IUL is going to go definitely to 121. 95 is good on a GUL. Amount of options, we're going to put in that we want $1 million coverage to age 95. Premium, we don't know what our premium is. We want to search for that. We know we want our premium to go to age 95, so it's paying until 64 years. We're going to pay monthly. And then we're going to do a quick calculation. And here's our calculation. Premium to 10, initial premium is 273.48, which is what we had earlier. Then if you want to see the illustration, we'll go actions, preview illustration. And here's the illustration completely done. First page is the regular information. There's just some definitions there on what everything is. Here's your planned premium, $273.48 a month. $4 million coverage. And then here's your illustration. So you'll see over here, person going to start age 32. But year one, so premium Adelaide is 3,282. There's your $1 million coverage over there. Okay, and we're going to pay all the way to age 95. So in total, we would have paid by age 95, we would have paid a total of $210,048. And you'll see our death benefit is stated $1 million all the time. Okay. Any questions? Tony, anything else you want me to touch on?
No, this is awesome. Guys, the biggest thing I want you to see here, it's not hard to do, but look, here's something that I think everybody could learn from right now. As Howard was doing this, there was like 4 things there that he did that I didn't even know. And what it tells me is this: Howard was willing to take time outside of me training him to learn more. That means he was willing to log in and play with the system. He was willing to log in and touch it, feel it, experience it. And because of that, he was able to learn more. So the best way to learn illustrations is to do the same thing. I wanted to show you guys kind of how easy it is. I keep my process very systematic. I write the same companies. I think I'm writing maybe 4 companies: North American, Allianz, NLG, and Anaco tend to be the primary 4 that I write. Annuities, I'm writing SILAC. Final expense, I'm writing Oxford or Americo and Aetna. Like, I keep to those companies, and I even keep the way that I design illustrations the same. When I do a GUL, for example, I ask the client, I go, listen, do you have longevity in your family? Do you have anybody that's lived past 95? If they say yes, I do the coverage to 100. If they say no, I do the coverage to 95. I just keep it so simple that, to me, it's robotic, and the client's always going to get a high quality product that I don't have to remind myself what it was that I sold them, because I always do the same thing as the IULs. So hopefully this helps. You're not going to learn illustrations from all of this, but you're going to at least see It's not as hard as a lot of people might, might sell themselves on. It's pretty simple. Okay. We've got a couple minutes left before we jump. Howard, you have the IULs left, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we jump on the IULs, anybody have any questions? Because I want to make sure we address the questions on these product lines before we go into the IULs, because the IUL is going to create a lot more questions. I know it will.
I have a quick question, Tony.
Yes.
Yeah, so on that columns where you were doing the comparison, is there any way on there to see which carriers do or don't have full living benefits?
No.
No.
Got it.
So living benefits, here's what you want to know. The states that are difficult is California and Texas. That's the first one that you want to make sure, you call the carrier up yourself and ask them what they cover and what they don't cover. But companies that do cover living benefits, NLG, Anaco, North American, all of those have living benefits. Best to worst, in my opinion, NLG's best, Anaco's second, North American's third with regards to the living benefits. SBLI does not have living benefits, just so you know. SBLI is very cost effective. You could do $750,000 of term insurance with them with a guarantee that there will not be a medical at preferred pricing, which is pretty attractive, but they have no living benefits other than terminal illness, if I'm not mistaken. Foresters has living benefits. Mutual of Omaha's Express platform has living benefits, but fully underwritten platform has all the living benefits except for critical illness. So what that means is that Mutual of Omaha's fully underwritten plan has terminal illness. You get access to the money if you have less than 12 months left to live, and chronic illness, which is long-term care. If you needed to take care of a nurse, you can tap into it, but it doesn't have critical illness, so it won't give you money if you get like a cancer, a stroke, or a heart attack type scenario. It gets fully underwritten. If it's Express, all the living benefits are there. Allianz's IUL, which is the only product they sell, has 2 out of the 3 living benefits. So terminal they have, and chronic for long-term care needs they have, but they do not have any critical illnesses. But when I sell Allianz, you hear me talk a lot about Allianz being one of the strongest IULs, the best IUL in the market space. I typically will sell that and attach to it a term insurance policy from Anaco or NLG or North American.
North American.
Yeah. Kid IULs, I prefer to use Anaco or North American because of the guaranteed insurability rider. Allianz does not have a guaranteed insurability rider. Allianz requires $50,000 of income minimum to apply them for Allianz's IUL. So keep that in mind as well too whenever you're applying your clients. And if you're dealing with non-residents, NLG all the way. Anybody who's a non-resident alien is NLG all the way because they can give them full coverages, $1 million of coverage, preferred rating, where most of the other companies will limit you to like 250,000 standard rating. Allianz has a market in there as well too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know enough. You know who does know enough though about that is Howard, and that's who I typically call some of the times whenever I have cases myself. I'm not telling you to use Howard as your hotline for that type of Q&A. I'm telling you that Howard has invested time into learning it, and I would encourage every one of you guys to invest time into learning that as well too. Those are kind of the tips I would give all of you guys to write notes on for all these carriers.
And guys, just so that you know, just so that everybody has it, if you do need to call me, my number is 239-784-1118, and call me anytime, Eastern Standard, anytime you want. I'm okay with that.
Don't listen to that man. That's my cell phone number. He's lying to you. I will forward it to him. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
Just quickly on what you said quickly there, NLG, foreign nationals, they do have to be in the US for 3 years. Otherwise, they're not going to, otherwise it becomes very tricky and probably going to be refused.
Ah, good stuff. Look at that. I didn't even know that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anybody else before we jump into the IUL? Okay. Howard, jump in and
Do you want me?
do
Do you want me
the,
to quickly run that IUL on Anaco's platform then, or do you want to go to North American? Because North American gets quite a bit trickier.
yeah, no, you're right. Let's just do, let's skip on the kid IUL and let's just do the adult IUL, the 30-year-old female IUL at Target. Let's do it with Allianz actually, if you can, please, because their software is pretty easy as well.
Okay. Okay, when you go into Allianz, if you go down to the bottom over here, if you want to submit an application, you're going to go to apply now. If you want to create an application, you're going to go into life, new business. The one thing with Allianz, and I've spoken to them about it, so they've got it as a request under development. With other carriers, like Anaco, once you've created the illustration, if you go into action and then go straight to expert app, it's going to take the illustration and transfer it straight into the application. So all the information that you've put in is going to get carried through. Allianz doesn't have that functionality. So their illustration software and their application software are designed by two different companies, and there's no ability for the two of them to talk to each other. So after you've done your illustration, you're going to have to put all that information back into the application. It's not too bad, but just keep in mind there's no ways for you to link the two. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We're going to start a new illustration. By product, type all. We're going to be in Florida again. Life Pro Advantage. Okay, going to be Tony. Female, we're doing standard case name. When you do this, as soon as you start it, click save and save as, because it's automatically, normally it gives you a number if you don't name it properly, or if you just start an illustration straight away, because what you won't be able to do is you won't be able to come back into these and see your cases. So if you're at home and you create a new illustration this way, let's do it this way as well so you can see. Okay, there's a case name, so that should be good. Okay, save as is correct. Okay, and here again, we're just going to walk through each of the steps. What's nice with Allianz is that they populate on the right-hand side all the information that you need, and if you put in something that doesn't work, it's going to come up here that you've made a mistake. So we're going to run it at preferred non-tobacco, no table rating. This screen now is done, everything's fine. Now we're going to go into the plan. So we're going to click up at the top and we're going to go to the plan information. You have two options here. You can do the guideline premium test or the cash value accumulation test. My recommendation is it gets pretty confusing trying to work out what to do. Go with guideline premium test. That's generally your best option. Make sure that your yes for MEC avoidance is on. And then we're going to solve for nothing at the moment. So we don't need a...
Pause you there for a quick minute. Scroll up real quick. Guys, just so you know, the systems are already automatically preset to guideline premium tests. So just leave that the way that it is. The MEC avoidance is important to make sure that it's a yes, because when a policy becomes a MEC, that's when it becomes fully taxable. and you don't want it to be taxable. You want it to be tax-free. So you want the system to make sure it's always accounting for the contribution going in so that it doesn't become a mech.
Yeah. So we want to specify the amount of coverage, which we want 1 million. From the first year of the policy all the way through to maturity. Death benefit option, you have an option here of level or increase in. What we want is we want to increase in, and we want it from where it says A, that stands for age. So we want it from to age 70. And watch over here on the right hand side. As soon as I click out, there's going to be an error. Calculations unavailable, illustration has errors, and tell me my errors over here. The duration must be the same. So I start at age 70. So you'll see I'll get an error here as well. Because if I say, okay, well, I want it increasing from age 1 to 70, and I want it level from 70 to maturity.
71.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm going to get another error, because it has to be from 71. Can't be from 70 on. Okay, now it's populated all my calculations again. Okay, my premium is going to be monthly.
Guys, just so you know what that does. You know how when we sell IULs, we tell the client you'll be able to have the cash and the insurance. If you use the cash, you leave the insurance. And if you don't use the cash, you leave both the insurance and the cash to the families. That's only possible because of increasing. If you level it, you're basically telling the insurance policy to act like a whole life policy, which means, don't increase the death benefit, keep it the same. As my cash increases, keep my death benefit the same. And if I pass away, leave the cash behind to the family. I don't do that. 99% of the times I run it this exact way. There's very few times that I run it level, but if you want to know where level makes sense for me, for it to be level the entire way, is for someone in their late 50s and 60s who's going to be putting in a substantial amount of cash, whose real concern is cash accumulation and not so much the insurance. That's when I'll kind of do that, but the majority of the time it's always like this: increase to level, because I want the client to know they have the cash and the insurance together versus just one or the other.
And the other thing there that Tony's probably going to shout at me because I'm being too technical, but increase in what's actually happening there is that as you put money in and as you are adding more funds in, if you add more than is covering your insurance, that's when you start approaching a MEC, an MEC, because you're not allowed to put in more than covers the insurance. So what happens is as you start putting more money in, you're saying, my money's going in and it's increasing. I want my death benefit to increase with it. That's why we have it going up, so that we can keep on adding more money in and we can increase our cash accumulation. Once you hit age 70, generally around that time, you're not making any more income. We're not paying anything into the policy, and you need that money to live off. So what happens now is we keep it level. So we say we don't want our death benefit to increase anymore. We're going to use the money that we've already put in to start paying for the insurance portion. And that's why we keep it level from there on. But at the same time, you've still got enough cash to carry that policy all the way through to 121. Okay, payments, we're going to schedule our payments. It's going to specific amount. We're going to put in as $100 a month.
The target on
is going to be
900.
Target is?
Yeah, the target, you're looking at it to the right, is 69.46.
Yeah.
So run the first year target.
Okay. So that's like $500 a month.
You saw how he did that,
Okay.
guy? If you look to the right of the screen, he says target premium. $1 million for a 30-year-old female is going to cost at a minimum $69.46. Target is the insurance company's way of telling you how much, what's the minimum you could put in order for this to still be a sound product based on current interest rates. So what he did is he did 69.46, right? That's the target. 69.46, divide that by 12 months, and it's $578 a month. So he's just rounding up and putting 580. So at least he's putting in target. I would never recommend putting anything less than target because now you're underfunding the policy. And although you can, the only time someone should underfund a policy is if they're going through a tough year, a tough maybe 2 years, a recession. And so they need a little bit of flexibility, and it'll let them put an underfunded amount for a short period of time. But those years, there's really not much cash growth, and you compromise the policy if you do it long term. So this one's starting off at the 580 mark per month, which is target.
What we'd like doing as well is increasing that every 10 years. So this is from year 1 through to 10. And then the next year we're going to go. Now, rule of thumb, what we generally do is whatever you're putting in, increase it by half, unless you're putting in a small amount. Let's say you're putting in 100. I like to increase it by 100 every 10 years. If you're putting in 300, increase it by 150 and so on. So let's say we increase it by 300 here. So let's make it 900 for 11 to 20. Be monthly 1200, 11 to 30. Okay. Okay, 31 to 40. So we've paid in for 40 years. That's going to be too much. Because she's 30 years old, that takes you to 70. We only want to put in to, what's that, 35. Okay. If you want to see where you are and what you've done so far, there's a quick view over here. So let's do a quick view just to check that we've got our information right. So year 1, we put in 69.60. You can see here our target premium is 69.46. So we put in slightly more than target, which is fine. Minimum premium you have to put in is 69.46. You can see we're putting that in every year from age 31. And our death benefit is starting at $1 million. You'll see as we go up, our death benefit's increasing because we're putting in more money than we should, and we want it to keep going up, and our cash accumulation values going up as well. We're going to go all the way to age. So there's the first 10 years at 69.60. Next 10 years from age 41 to age 50, it's 10,800. Age 51 to age 60, 14,400. Age 61 to 65, there's my 18,000. At the end of age 65, we want to stop paying. And we're left with $2 million death benefit at age 65, and we have $1 million cash value. You're going to see this is going to, from now on, it's still going to increase. And we said it's going to increase up until age, till year age 70. At year 70 over here, 71, it's going up a little bit. Now it's going to drop down again because they're saying, okay, now we want to use the cash value, which is important to us, and that cash value is going to start going towards paying your premiums. So you'll see it drops down very slightly for like a couple of years, 3 years, and then it's going to start going back up again, because obviously there's compound interest and everything else on it. And that's going to go all the way to age 121, 120. So if you look to that age, 36 million. What I use as quick view for often is just to make sure that I've got my numbers correct. Make sure that I am at age 65, make sure it is changing at age 70. If I don't have something correct, I'll just go back in here and I'll change it. So let's say I said over here, this is going to go to age to year 40. And then we're going to put in 1800. Let's run a quick view.
The maturity.
Yeah, I just want to show this that I've done it wrong. So they're coming up, they're not happy at all. It's gone to 71, there's 1800. So I can see here immediately I've done something wrong. So I'll go back in and say, okay, hang on a second, that's wrong. And that was wrong over there. Okay, disperse information you don't really need to know. Your riders are over here, any additional riders that you want to put in. There's kids riders, normally goes up to 10, so it's normally 1,000 for each one. We're going to take that off. Index allocation. Generally, we're going with classic Bloomberg 50-50, so this is leave exactly as it is. And if you want to run a full illustration, we'll go over here. You'll put in information. Okay, and let's just run a printout illustration. There's your full illustration for all the information that you need. Premium 59.60, years 1 to 35, total premium.
All right. That's
illustration, current scenario.
Questions real quickly. Are there any questions in regards to the IUL space? Because I do know this, I will tell you this. We've spent maybe 20 minutes on the IULs. It'll take several hours of playing with the system to really get an understanding. I'm glad we recorded this because the idea is to get you to understand how I design IULs probably 90% of the time. Now, Howard, what I want you to do if you can is save that one and email it to me, because later on when I do my session of training, I'm going to show everybody how I present the illustration so that we don't have to do that one right now. That's why I'm kind of cutting you off right now, because I'd rather do that for a different session. Email that over my way. But does anybody have any questions in reference to the simplicity that there is in running term quotes, using the Call UMS system, the links that I just sent you guys on the chat box with all the mobile websites to do quotes, the GUL illustrations that we did on Anico, and the IUL illustrations we just did on Allianz. Anybody? Okay. If I can, please. Howard, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. This was very beneficial. Here's what I want everybody to do. We're gonna take a lunch. Okay. Let me see. Can I get screen access again? There we go. I can see everybody now. Hey, there's everybody. All right. So it's 12:18 on my clock, Eastern time. Okay. Obviously, adjust that according to what it is on your. Let's do this. Let's be back at 1:45 my time, right? So that would be 12:45 Central Time. That would be what, 10:40, 11, 12, 1, 10:45 California time. That gives you all about an hour and a half or so for lunch. So, so I can make up for the drive time and everything. But let's be back ready to go. So restroom breaks done, coffee breaks done. I recommend don't eat anything heavy on carbs, because then you're going to get lethargic afterwards. Trust me, I know that from experience. But let's get back. And just so that you guys know what we're covering when we get back, we're covering Jarvis. Okay, we're going to dig deeper into that piece here. I might throw a little incentive out your way as well, too, for anybody that's looking to enroll into Jarvis. I might throw a little incentive for anybody that does it today, as well as possibly some incentives on leads. I'm talking right now to the marketers to see if we can get some leads on discount today. We're We're going to talk about underwriting, so you understand how underwriting works, what terminology works. That's going to be ran by Nicole Valentin. And then I'm going to have my closing general training session. I am planning to present that IUL illustration so you learn how I present IULs. And in the same token, do some scripts training, so on and so forth, okay? Everybody give me their word that they'll be back. Like I said, we're going to do 1:45 Eastern time, adjust that time accordingly for everybody. And I will see you on the flip side. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave this Zoom on, so you're free to just mute it and just kind of keep it on or come back on afterwards, however it is you wish. But I'll see you guys afterwards, okay? Have a good one. Have a good one. Have a good lunch. See you later. All right, guys, we are back from lunch break, back from all the goodies. Well, here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. I want to get your feedback. Okay, I'm going to tell you what the rest of the agenda looks like. We're a little bit behind, but not too behind. We're going to be going over Jarvis. We're going to be going over underwriting, and then I'm going to give a training on scripts as well as a presentation on the IUL illustration. But before I do that, I like your feedback. You know, if you can, please give me your feedback. Give me your takeaway, what you've learned thus far, and what are some of the nuggets that you're going to be able to pick up from the training that either Natalia gave, Howard gave, myself. Give me your feedback. Give me your thoughts. What do you got? Let me see here. Credit repair capabilities we have here are amazing. I appreciate that, Walter. Where's everybody at? Where's everybody at? Let's see some cameras. Let's get everybody woke up a little bit here. Does anybody have any major takeaways that they'd like to share? Quiet group. Everybody's like, I'm hungry. I'm good. Walter says illustration software is very convenient, especially for people without access to carrier sites. Now, 100% I agree. That was probably the biggest takeaway that I got. I even learned a couple things there. The dime analysis formula calculation was amazing there. I really like that. That piece just really sets it off, in my opinion. The ability to text somebody. We live in such a mobile world nowadays, so the ability for people to text the links over right on their phone, they can open up and there's their presentation. That's pretty awesome. So let's Tanisha says going through the illustrations were great and the tools in here. Awesome. I love it. I love it. And you guys feel free. You can unmute yourself and chat if you want. That's not a problem. But I definitely want to hear the feedback and the takeaways. Give some love as well too to my man Rubiel, who just opened up another office, a 5-bedroom office, if I'm not mistaken, up in the Chicagoland area. And I think next to him is Yasmin Dominguez. What's up, Yasmin? How you doing? I ain't seen you in a hot little minute. We've been playing phone tag for a little while. She just got back from a vacation. I saw her. She went to Tampa. She's living the life, doing her thing. I think she's back on the grind now. She started out as one of our top non-VP producers. She did 1,000, 1,400, 1,800, something like that for a couple weeks straight running in a row. And we're eager to see that coming back. If anybody wants to compete with Yasmin Dominguez, that's the person that you want to put a bullseye on. Cesar Garcia is another guy you want to put a bullseye on. Josh Collier is another one you want to put a bullseye on. Okay. As far as VPs are concerned, Howard's somebody you want to put a bullseye on. Kenneth Lamberson's another VP you want to put a bullseye on. Kenneth's just turned in a $140,000 rollover, coming from a world where he didn't do much annuities because things used to take too long and it was hard to sell it. He did a $140,000 rollover by himself. We're very proud of him for that. And he's trying to beat Caesar's record. Caesar had it submitted and paid in exactly 2 weeks. It was a Friday to following Friday type of transaction, from submitted to approved to financially funded to commissions in his bank account. 2 weeks. We're trying to see if my man Kenneth here wants to beat that record. But does anybody have any other feedback that they'd like to give? Takeaways, anything at all? Okay. All right. Let's get this bad boy started again. So since the lunch, just so you guys know, Sandra right now is calculating and formulating because with our aged leads. Just so you guys know, when we make orders of aged leads, we typically have to do it in $3,000 increments, right? To get them at that low of a cost, right? $2 per lead is a very stinking low cost. Most companies, when they sell aged leads, they're typically 90 days plus, and they're selling them for $4 a piece. Every now and again, you might find them for $3. I'm selling them at $2 a cost, which is pretty much our price from these marketers, and they're 31 to 85 days, but you got to order $3,000 bulk, right? They want you to order in large amounts. And so my commitment to you guys essentially is if I get $2,000 committed from the agents, I'll put up another $1,000. That $3,000 total is what we order. Now, what I do with the $1,000 of leads that I get is really, I just want to have the inventory there to be able to give to agents that didn't get a chance to order on time. Okay, so we just placed an order. They just came in. Some of you guys have already bought them. Some of you guys that had already ordered them in the past are obviously a part of that. And right now, Sandra is looking through and calculating how many of my $1,000 worth of leads are still available, because I want to be able to offer that to anybody who hasn't purchased any leads. And I think if we have a decent amount left over, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bite the bullet a little bit, and I'm going to take on a cost by reducing the price for you guys. So let me ask you this question. If we do have a decent amount, just so you know where I got leads from. I got leads for Chicago, California, Texas, Florida. I think I did Tennessee as well, if I'm not mistaken. Did I do Tennessee? Yeah. I did Tennessee. Okay. I personally bought for all 5 of those areas, right? So we're checking to see what's left, because people have been buying that didn't order in the past. They've been buying some, so obviously that list is down. But she's checking to see what's going to be left. We should have that number before the end of today's training. And what I'm thinking of doing is this, right? Because I have no problem investing into the team. I'm thinking if I drop them down to $1.50, how many people on this training would jump at that and say, hey, wait a minute, $1.50, set 25% off on the leads. I want to buy some. I want to buy some. So we're checking on that, and we're here to see who's interested in doing something like that. Because honestly, my whole thing is getting you guys working, getting you guys buying leads, meeting people. This business, all entrepreneurship is about getting in front of your client and presenting your product. It's my job to give you the resources, but it's also my job to make sure I get you in front of the client so you could actually use and leverage those resources. Okay. So let's see what that number looks like. So babe, whenever you finalize on that, let me know. It doesn't matter if it's towards the end of it, in the middle of it, or whatever. Let me know when, and interrupt me, and we'll get going on that piece. So, all right, let's get this bad boy moving. So our next session, where is it? It's supposed to be Jarvis and then underwriting. Let me see, is Howard on? Howard, are you on? Did you happen to make it back on? You are on. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
There he is. So let's get Howard involved into this. I sat in on Howard's Jarvis training that he did last Thursday, and which was just 2 days ago. And I got to tell you, I learned even more stuff. As this bad boy develops and grows, it changes. So if you signed up for Jarvis before, trust me, it's not the same as what it was. Okay, right now, to give you a 50-foot bird's eye view before I bring in Howard to give you a more detailed view, it's doing a 3-month drip campaign. 3 months, that's 12 weeks. However, the first 10 days is the most aggressive 10 days. It gives 2 to 3 text messages per day the moment you inject those leads in. And then after that, it does a full 3-month, 12-week drip. Let me tell you something. That is not a cheap service. So you guys understand, CRMs systems have to communicate with third-party systems that do email blasts, text message blasts, voice over IP messages, and stuff like that. And we get charged per text message. We get charged, right? And I've got my credit card on as a reoccurring, charge every time it hits its limit. And I got to tell you, that credit card went from being charged once a week to now it's like twice a day. But it's good because that means that you guys are leveraging it. That means you guys are using it, and therefore the return comes in place. But those things aren't cheap. Sending an email, it costs per email. Sending a voicemail drip, it costs per voicemail drip. And so my job is to make sure that I provide you a tool that works very well, very efficiently, gives you the ability to have speed. But in the same token, my job is to make sure that I keep the costs as low as possible. So I want you guys all to know, if you're subscribing to Jarvis, you are contributing to the reduction of it. The more people that subscribe to it, the lower the cost can be. But it's like a seesaw. It's a devil's advocate, because the more people that subscribe to it, the more text messages, the more voicemails, the more this. But as long as we stay within a 30 to 50 minimum agent participation, we can keep the price where it is, which is the price right now, $50 a month with I think a 5% fee, $52.50. That's stinking low. That is low, 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 low. I promise you, this is not something that anybody's generating a profit. It covers the cost, it covers the developers, it covers all the back office infrastructure, covers all of that crap. But we got to stay within that 30 to 50 type range. We get lower, and all of a sudden we could compromise, you know, the product and service as well. So if you're participating in Jarvis, give yourself a pat on the back, because you're contributing to your growth, you're continuing to the agency's growth, so on and so forth. VPs, you have a little bit more features. You can take a look at your recruits that came in the system, your non-licensed agents, your licensed agents. You can take a look at the business submission that's in the system. Kenny sent me a text message while at lunch. He's like, hey, I submitted some stuff, and I just need to know if you guys received it. I'm like, go check your Jarvis. He's like, holy crap, that's right. And he sees all the stuff that, you know, that his team is turning in. He could see it all right there, from the client's name to the annual premium to the date that it was submitted to the product, the company. Everything is all there. Phenomenal system, phenomenal system. So Howard, I see here that you're a co-host. I'm gonna turn it over to you, my friend. And if you'll just do me a favor and pretty much do kind of what you did yesterday, go through the role plays, go through the scenarios, show them what that bad boy does. And the floor is yours. Guys, let's give Howard our undivided attention, because he puts a lot of time and energy into talking to the developers about this. Thanks, Howard.
Just tell me when you want me to start.
You
guys, I just want to put into a little bit of, give me a second. Sorry, I've got kids.
Dadpreneurs. I know what that's like. I go through that too.
I just want to put in perspective what Tony's saying about the cost of Jarvis. We actually, before everything got started, before we had Jarvis built for us, we were looking into another system that another insurance company was offering. Their functionality and capabilities are probably at about 30 to 40% of what Jarvis is capable of doing. They had an upfront charge of $2,500. And then they had a monthly charge of $100 for subscription. And on top of the $100 monthly charge, they were charging you had a running account with them. So for every time a text message got sent out, you got charged until you hit $25, and then you had to reload your account. So, and I think they were charging something like 50 cents per text message. So you're sending out 50 text messages, there's $25. You send out some more text messages and you keep on charging on top of the $100 that you're paying every month, which is on top of the $2,500 that they charge you just to set your account up. So, and it only has 40% of the capabilities that Jarvis has. So just put that into perspective. Before we start as well, I know we had a training the other night and we touched on leads. And I think I just want to cover this as well, because it's important that everyone knows about dipping your toe into the water here. You know, there's two kinds of leads that you can purchase. You can purchase exclusive real-time leads. Exclusive real-time leads, depending on the company, is going to run you anywhere from $10 to $30 per lead. And I use the term exclusive very loosely because I personally don't believe that these leads are exclusive. I really do believe that a lot of these companies are selling these leads on, because I've seen them pop up later on in other areas. And even if they are exclusive, the person that's going online and filling in the form isn't filling in one inquiry. They're filling in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 inquiries. So you just don't know how many other agents have that lead. That's going to run you, as I said, anywhere from $10 to $30 per lead. When you start looking at aged leads, those are going to run you anywhere from $3 for 90 plus, or $4. Quite honestly, the fact that Tony's managed to get them down to $2, and I've looked at about 20 different lead companies, I haven't seen them that low, especially for a 30-day to 85-day lead. It's unheard of. So if you're not taking advantage of that, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. When you look at leads, understand, so the kind of responses that I've been getting, when you call exclusive leads, you're dealing with somebody who is they either really remember filling in the form and they're open to doing business and it's come over, yes, I need it, or they didn't fill it in, or somebody else filled it in, or it's a fake number. These are things you're going to encounter. The problem with phoning somebody on a real-time lead is very often you're not the first person to call them, and you're going to get scramed at, take me off your list, you're the 12th person that's called me. You can't avoid that. And there's your $15, $20, $30 gone. On the other side, if you phone somebody who's an aged lead, these are somebody who's anywhere from 30 days to 90 days, a year, even 2 years old. The problems you're going to encounter here is the person will say, hey, I don't remember filling this in. I never filled this in. I'm not interested. But on the other side, you might find somebody who, 30 days ago when they filled the lead in, it just wasn't the right time for them. Or they filled it in 3 months ago, it wasn't the right time. Now it's the right time for them to buy insurance. These people as well, by the time you're calling them after 45 days, nobody's calling these people anymore. You're not going to get that response, you're the 12th person to call me, because nobody's called them for a month, 2, 3 months. They've been left alone. So they make a good lead there as well. So keep that in mind when you're looking at it. So let's move on to the other thing with leads, and why I'm telling you what the prices is, I was explaining this the other night. If you're buying, let's say you buy 10 leads, real-time exclusive leads at $10 a lead, and you say, you know what, I'm spending $100. Our average sale is probably about $1,000 $1,000 a deal, $1,000 you sell on average. If we take that down to the low end, people are generally going to spend maybe $50 to $80 on a final expense policy or a term policy. Keep that on the low end, even that's $600. Let's say your average sale is $500 and you spend $100 on leads and you make one sale. So one person out of those 10 people buys a policy from you. And we'll keep on the low end at $500. You've made $500 return off your $100. You've made a $400 profit. But you've had to make one sale. It means you had to sell to 10% of the leads that you purchased. Now turn it around a little bit and say you're mixing in some aged leads and you're buying some real-time leads, and you spend $1,000 on leads. And let's say out of that $1,000, you got, in fact, not even $1,000. Let's say you buy 100 aged leads and that's cost you $200 now. Let's even go with more unrealistic. Let's say it does cost you $1,000 and you bought 100 leads. To cover your costs, you need to sell 2 policies at an average of $500 each. That means you need to sell to 2 people. First person's $500, second person is $500. You've now covered your costs. You've sold to 2 people out of 100 people, which means you've had to sell to 2% this time versus 10% the last time. It really becomes a numbers game. Which do you think is more in your favor? Selling to 2% of the people on your list or 10% of the people on your list? Let's say you're really, really good and you sell to 10% of the people on both lists. With 10 leads, you've sold $500. With 100 leads, 10%, that's 10 people, that's $5,000. You want to make $400 off a lead list, or you want to make $4,000 off a lead list? Really becomes, that's your question. Those are the numbers when you decide, are you dipping your toe in the water, or you're actually going to go out and buy leads and invest into your business? Any questions on that so I can get started? Sorry, Tony, I went off at a tangent. Yeah, Walter, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I mean, age leads, you're making age leads sound really, really good. I'm curious, is there any upside to purchasing the real-time leads versus the age leads? Because it seems like age is pretty much the way to go.
Aged isn't the way to go. You really need to have a mixture of both. And you really need to know the pros and cons of both of them. When you're purchasing aged leads, a lot of these people aren't going to remember. So, maybe you need to change your script so you've got a different way into it. You really need to find what's going to work for you. And I can tell you now, with aged leads, you're going to have to make a lot more phone calls. The other thing to keep in mind is, people are spending on average, they're buying 100 to 150 leads twice a week. So if you have your dial day on Monday and a dial day on Thursday, you need 150 leads for each of those days. You're going to call each of those leads 3 times. So you're making 450 calls in the day. If you're purchasing 150 leads and you're making 16 appointments of that 150, you've still got 120 plus leads that you haven't managed to call. Where do you think those people that never got contacted fall into? Those become aged leads because nobody ever called them. Somebody bought them at a premium as an exclusive, real-time lead, but you never ever got around to it. Now it's an aged lead. But both of them have pros and cons. You really need to, I honestly suggest having a good mix of both of them, and then just, looking at your numbers and making the phone calls. And you're going to get same responses from all of them. I've had people that speak Spanish. I can't do anything. I pass those over to Tony. I've had people that, sorry, I'm in the hospital now. Okay, well, I'll call you in a month's time. So it really is a combination, and you just need to try and figure out what works for you, but have a solid mix of the two is my best advice. That good? Perfect. Okay, can everyone see my screen? It's the TKO login. So the login is app.tkofinancialnetwork.com. I think there's some more questions there. Okay, great. So we're going to sign in. I'm actually using, Alyssa said I can use her account. So thank you for that. I don't think she's actually on, but she said I can log in as her. So we're going to log into her account. When you log in, the first thing you're going to see is your dashboard. First thing I want to show you is down on the left-hand side over here is Jarvis training. If you click on that, that's going to take you to one of Tony's YouTube videos. It's about an hour long. It's going to have a full training session on it for a whole lot of stuff on Jarvis. So it's always good to watch. We're going to keep updating that as we record additional trainings and as new features get released into Jarvis. Please bear with us as well with Jarvis, because some of these, it's new. We've only had it since a couple of months ago, and we put in tickets frequently that we need this tweak, we need this change, or this needs to be fixed up. So it's changing as we go along, and it's getting better and better. So I'm going to log into Jarvis over here. This is my dashboard. Over here, these are my opportunities. When somebody comes into Jarvis, we put them into a pipeline. Now think of your pipeline as a funnel, and you're moving the person through your pipeline down to the sale point. At the very top is going to be your first contact with the person, second contact, third contact. Each stage of contact is going to be a different, each time you contact somebody, it's basically a different stage. The idea of the pipeline is to move them from one stage to the next stage to the next stage until they buy and you close them as a client. What they've found research-wise is that previously, before social media and everything took place, you used to have to touch a person and have a contact with the person anywhere from 5 to 8 times before you make a sale. These days, with social media and electronics and the way things and technology the way it is, the conservative estimate is you need to contact someone anywhere from 18 to 25 times before you're going to make a sale. So the numbers have just increased, and a lot of that is because we're just so bombarded with information. There's so many different types of technology out there. So to give you an idea, when somebody comes into Jarvis, this dashboard over here shows you your different pipeline stages and how many people in total have been through each stage. So you'll see at the top, there's 771 people have been through this stage. 594 people have been through my phone zone stage. 417 people are in the current conversation. 351 have been to reclassify. 351 here are not interested. We've got dead leads. We've got expressed interest, scheduled for meeting, follow-ups, closed. So you can see the numbers start getting smaller as we go along because we're getting rid of the dead wood. This graph over here, so this shows you where everyone has been. This shows you where everyone currently is. So you'll see over here, the blue, there's 177 people in the new lead conversation. 17 leads have expressed interest. 66 people Alyssa's currently talking to, and 310 people aren't interested. Let me move this over here, because just give me a thumbs up if you can still see the app screen, because I've just moved it over.
No, sir. We're looking at a beautiful desktop of somebody running.
Oh, that's where I'm going on Monday.
Liar.
Okay.
There we go. We can see it.
Okay, over here, your manual actions. There's really nothing else on this screen that you need to know about. I'm going to show you when somebody comes into Jarvis, an opportunity is created for them. And they get put under opportunities. So as soon as everyone comes in, they come into a new lead conversation and they come into phone zone. This here, you don't really need to worry about. The new lead conversation is Jarvis saying, you know what? I'm starting to text these people. I'm going to start sending them messages. But at the same time, as I'm sending them messages, you need to phone them. That's why you're going to see my new lead conversation, the number of leads over here, 177, is the same as the number of leads in my phone zone. It's duplicated. You have your text messages and you have your phone calls. Jarvis is going to take care of the text messages and you need to take care of the phone calls. Jarvis, as soon as a person comes in, is going to start sending these people text messages. As soon as somebody responds to you, and Tony, this is one thing I wanted to clarify because we've got a ticket out, but it isn't there yet. As soon as somebody responds to you, you're going to get a text message from Jarvis, and Jarvis is going to say to you, so-and-so has responded. You have 30 minutes to respond to them, or I'm going to send a message. You have an option then of logging into the system and you can send a response, or you say, you know what, I'm going to leave it, but I'll let Jarvis respond. My advice every time is log into the system and see what the person has said. Now, the reason for that is the way Jarvis is programmed is it looks for very particular keywords. So if the person sends through a response, what? You know, generally your question, what is this? What are you contacting me for? What is this about? What's going on here? The question is what? So as soon as Jarvis sees that response, watch, then send you a text message, say you've got 30 minutes to respond, or I'll respond for you. After 30 minutes, Jarvis is going to send a response. This is about the life insurance that you inquired about. Then the person's going to say, who is this? You know, the keyword there that Jarvis is going to key in on is who. You've got, again, you'll get a text message, the person's responded to you. You've got 30 minutes to respond, or Jarvis is going to send a response. My name is Tony. I'm a field specialist underwriter in Illinois. This is for the life insurance. If there's a trigger word, so as soon as a person responds, Jarvis is going to take them and put them into current conversation. These are the people that you're having a conversation with, and either Jarvis is talking to them or you're talking to them. If Jarvis doesn't recognize a word and it's a conversation, a sentence that they don't understand, they're still going to come over here and you're still going to get a text message, but Jarvis isn't necessarily going to respond. What we're working on doing is having Jarvis identify when Jarvis can respond and when Jarvis can't respond. And you'll get a text message say, I can't respond, you need to do it, or I can respond, but you've got 30 minutes. At this stage, that's not working. So again, you have to go in and check the conversation. Once you've checked the conversation, so let's say you go into James Dolan. Now you've got two options over here. You can either click over here, just on the white area, and it's going to give you very general information about the person. Or you can click on the person's name, which will go through to their contact card. Their contact card has all the information about them. You can see his name's James Dolan. There's his phone number, what's his contact information's been. Here's the general information, his address, what state, any additional information that I have on him. He's in Florida. Over here is any activities that you want to record, any tasks you want to put in, any notes you want to put in on an appointment that's been set. And the conversation was started. So if the conversation starts and the person responds, the first message is going to go out. Hi, James. My name's Alyssa. I'm the local underwriter for Florida. Just getting back to you about the online request you sent our office for the state regulated insurance program. Do you prefer text or email, or can I call you? If the person responds and you want to take over the conversation, go down over here under contact and click on do not disturb. What this does is you're telling Jarvis, stay out of it. I'm going to take over the conversation. You don't need to worry about doing anything. Because if you respond, Jarvis is still going to send a response 30 minutes later. And then you're going to start sending text messages to the client. Sorry, that message wasn't for you. So if you're going to step in, turn Jarvis off. And you do that by clicking do not respond. As soon as you click do not respond, the contact is going to move from current conversation into reclassify. So Jarvis is telling you, you took over the conversation. I don't know what's happened to the person. You decide what's happening. Once a person's in reclassify, you have an option. You can either put them in not interested, drive-by, put them as a dead lead, that they've expressed interest, or that you've scheduled an appointment for them. This is where you're moving people through your pipeline, or you have to follow up. The easiest way to do this, if you're moving people around, you can, and I generally only do this for people in expressed interest, is you can actually drag them from one area to the next. So this person, they expressed interest, I followed up with them. Now I've scheduled a meeting, I'll drop them here. Or no, I followed up with them. They're not interested anymore. They were rude, started swearing at me. I put them as a dead lead. Or you know what? They're not interested at the moment, but let me drive past their house, see how they're doing. Put them in not interested, drive-by. Okay, so that is your lead page. Let's go back into, that's if you want to see what these specific people are doing. Another area that you want to look at is these are all your conversations that are currently taking place. This is where I generally go to filter through all my conversations. You'll see the conversation starts with James. Fetch older messages. This conversation started with him on May 13th. Now the conversations have changed slightly. As Tony said, Jarvis is going to send out a 10-day, very aggressive campaign. It's going to have emails and it's going to have text messages. The aim of these 10 days is to try and elicit a response from the person as soon as possible. Are there any questions? Okay, no. You're trying to get a response from that person. You're going to hit them for 10 days to try and get that response. Once the 10 days is finished, if you've had no response from the person, Jarvis is going to take a step back and say, you know what, leave the person alone. And Jarvis is going to put a 30-day hold on it. So you're waiting a month, 10 days, 1 month, and after that 1 month period, Jarvis is going to start again. It's going to start another campaign, which is another 12-week campaign. So another 3-month campaign is going to start. This time it's not as aggressive. You're coming back, you're introducing yourself. Just want to let you know I finally have that information you're looking for. And the idea here is that you're targeting them for that first 10 days. Then you've got basically another 4 months afterwards. So you're basically contacting this person over a 5-month period. So yes, in the first 10 days, they might not be ready to respond, but hopefully within the next, within a 5-month period, you're going to contact them at some stage where they're ready to buy or they're ready to entertain a conversation. And you see it here. Some people it takes them a while to respond. And some people respond to different types of technology better than others. Some people respond to a phone call, some respond to a voicemail, some respond to a text message, some respond to an email. You just don't know who's going to respond to what. So you can see this conversation started May 13th and Jarvis started sending messages out. Kept messages going. This is May 30th, May 31st, June 1st, June 2nd, June 4th, June 7th, June 8th, all the way through June 14th, this person finally responded. No. So Walter's question is, does Jarvis change messaging based on if it's final expense or general life insurance, if it's aged or real time? So Jarvis has been set up to be as generic but personalized as possible. So the messages that are going out are going to be applicable whether the person's just made an inquiry, or if it's a final expense inquiry, or if it's a general life insurance inquiry, so that you're not pigeonholed into what the person's looking for. And you'll see it here in the very first question. I'm getting back to you about the online request you sent our office for the state-regulated insurance program. I'm not saying if it's life insurance, I'm not saying if it's burial or mortgage, and I'm saying that I'm getting back to you. It was an online request. I didn't say you sent in your request a day ago. I didn't say you sent it in 3 months ago. I'm just getting back to you. And then I'm following up with my question, do you prefer text, email, or can I call you? Based on what the person says here, that's what will happen. If that's what Jarvis will decide. So if the person says text, Jarvis will send a response, great, and then you carry on the conversation. It says email, they'll send an email. It says phone call, Jarvis will actually call you and try and bridge the call. You'll get a phone call from Jarvis, and Jarvis will say you've got so-and-so on the line, and you can press a button to bridge the call, and they'll then attempt to call the person straight away. Otherwise, what will happen is if that doesn't go through to you, the person will get a message saying, I'm just going into a meeting now. I'll give you a call as soon as I get out. You know, it's generic, but it sounds personalized. You know, the last thing you want to be doing is talking to a bot, which you are. Hi, James, just following up on my last text. So this goes on and on. Now, if you're in the conversations and you want to change somebody within the funnel, instead of having to go back to opportunities and drag and drop them, if you go over here, you'll see the stages that they're in. So they're in the current conversation, which means Jarvis is texting them. They're in phone zone, which means you must call them. And they're in the new lead conversation because that's where they are. We said they're in the new lead conversation. If I want to change that and the conversation has gone that the person's no longer interested, zoom over there, there's a little button over here, little square with an arrow. You click on that square with an arrow, it's going to come to a drop down where you can change and put them into a different stage. So instead of dragging and dropping them, you can move them through here. So now I move the person to not interested drive-by. You can press that and it will move them over. So this is just a quick, easy, trick that you don't have to go bouncing back between opportunities. Let me show you somebody probably a little bit more recent. Well, somebody older. Here's a message from Meryl. This message started May 13th. Okay. Hi, Meryl. My name's Alyssa. I'm the local underwriter for Florida. Just getting back to you about the online request center office for the state-regulated insurance program. Jarvis also sent a message, do you prefer text or email or can I call you? At the same time, she responded, what insurance program? Jarvis responded, I believe it's for the state-regulated life insurance program. No response from her. Now Jarvis starts her drip campaign. Just following up on my last text, and you'll see this started May 13th. Just following up on my last text. Hi, Meryl, it's Alyssa. Can I call you today? No response. Another message, no response. May 30th, another message. Are you available for me to drop it off? Can I call you on Tuesday? My dog Ricky has cancer. So Alyssa didn't actually follow up with that person, but what's important for you to see is we started messaging her on May 13th. She responded and then she went dark until May 30th. That's 2 weeks later, she decided to send a response. Now, without Jarvis, and you can do the maths, if you buy 100 leads and you have to send each lead 20 text messages before that person responds, best of luck to you. Personally, I'd rather put them in Jarvis and let Jarvis do their thing, and I'll wait for a response. And Jarvis can send this person 20, 30, 40 messages before you're going to get a response. And yes, the response might be, no, I'm not interested. Great, not interested. But even here, this person took them probably also since May 13th with a variety of messages, May 13th, emails, text messages. No, not interested. This was June 2nd, again, 2 weeks. Do you want to contact that person for 2 weeks just to find out they're not interested? Or do you want to let Jarvis do the heavy lifting? So this person's not interested. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change them. I've already moved them into not interested drive-by leads. So I'll mark that as red. Even if a person says they're not interested, these are just on text messages. You're always going to want to resolve the lead, go past them, knock on the door. Tony will do training, but people are very different via text message, via phone calls, and face to face. It's like walking through the supermarket. You're always a lot more aggressive when you're driving your car, and you're only slightly aggressive when you're behind a shopping cart, and you're even less aggressive if you're carrying a shopping basket. How confident are you? And that's what happens with these people. I want to show you as well. So these are the conversations where you're responding to the person. Over here under contacts, this is going to have all the contacts that you've contacted and where they currently are. Let's talk about, so that's the text message inside. If there are any, let me know if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'll go into the phone zone section. Anyone going, gone?
I'll say something about that. Guys, this whole system is designed to give you speed. 100% designed to give you speed. The reason I say that is because you have to have a different mindset when it comes to referrals versus leads. Referrals, you need to understand something. You're calling them because you have a linkage to that person. A referral needs to be called maybe, once a day, and after 4 or 5 times of them not answering the phone call, you can pretty much dead file it, right? That's how kind of referrals work. There's nobody behind you that's going to be calling that lead either. So there's no competition, right? That's a different mindset for referrals. When you're working referrals, it's like 20 calls a day, 30 calls a day. You call them once, call them on Monday, don't bother them Tuesday, call them on Wednesday, right? If you're going into leads with that mindset, you're already going to fail. You're 100% already going to fail. Why? Because a lead, you don't have a referral. They don't know who the heck is calling them. They don't know that number. They don't have any linkage to that, nothing in any way, shape, or form. So the reason I say that is because when you're working referrals, this is the mindset you got to go in at. You got to go in and say, okay, I have to be somewhat desensitized to being bothered by people lack of answering their calls or responses that they're not interested. That's number one. Number two, you've got to commit to calling those numbers a good 13 to 15 times before you give up. Now, if you think about it, 13 to 15 times, that's a lot of times to call each number. And we're buying 40, 50 leads at a time. Like, it's going to take all day. It does if all you're doing is using this. But if you're using a system like Jarvis that does text messages, emails, and voicemails for you on your behalf on a routine basis and is very aggressive for it, all you really got to commit to doing is a phone zone. And the phone zone is what Howard's going to show you how to do right now. Because why do I say this? I say this because there's been a lot of sales that we've done lately. And you know what it's taken? It's taken 13, 14, 15 times that person not answering before they finally answered. And it's crazy. When they answer, they're almost aggravated that they almost feel like you should have called them sooner. And you're looking at them like, wait a minute, I called you 13, 14 times. That's what you want to tell them. Like, hey, I've called you 13, 14 times. How come you haven't answered? You obviously don't do that. But it'll take 13, 14 times before they finally pick up and they're like, oh yeah, I am looking for insurance. I've been waiting for you to call. And you're like, what? It's just the way it is. There's no reason logical behind it. It's just unfortunately the way it is. Some people answer by voicemail. Some people answer by email. Some people answer by text message. Some people answer by phone calls. And believe it or not, some people answer by knocking on their door. Some people don't even check their email. Some people don't even know how to check their text messages. Some people don't want you to knock on their door. You don't know. So every single person you call, every single lead that you buy, you've got to commit. Okay, I'm going to let Jarvis message this person 10 straight days aggressively and then for 3 straight months. I'm going to put this person on my phone zone and I'm going to call them not 1 time, not 2 times, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5. I'm going to call them 15 times before I completely deadfile them. And Jarvis lets you do the phone zones fast. I'm going to let Jarvis send emails. I've sold cases because people responded to my emails. I've sold cases because people responded to my text messages. I've sold cases because people responded to my phone call. I've sold cases because people responded to my voicemails. I've sold cases because people responded to my door knocking. None of them tell you which way they're going to respond. And every one of them you have to assume require at least 15 attempts before you give up. That's why Jarvis is there. We spent a lot of time building out Jarvis for you guys so that speed was something that was on your side, and that making 10 to 15 calls per name wasn't something that you had to look at as a detriment, right? The phone zones that he's going to show you right now, guys, if you're calling on your phone by yourself and you're just doing the old school type and dial, I can knock out 15 to 20 calls in an hour that way. But if I'm using a phone zone, I can make 60, 70 calls in 40 minutes. Easily. And I can let the system track it. So you got to go in with a different mindset when it comes to leads. You spent money, now you got to make a return on it. You got to commit. The best dialers, just so you know what their schedule looks like, they dial on Mondays and Thursdays, but that's all they do all day. They will knock out 200-300 calls on Monday. They'll knock out another 200-300 calls on Thursday. And then what they'll do is they'll spend Tuesday and Wednesday on the field. Everything they schedule for Tuesday and Wednesday is based on what efforts they did on Monday. Everything that they scheduled on Friday, Saturday is based on their efforts of what they did on Thursday. And do you know what they do when they get a reschedule? I mean, we're talking about scheduling, 10 meetings a day. 10 meetings on Tuesday, 10 meetings on Wednesday, 10 meetings on Friday, 10 meetings on Saturday. It's 40 appointments. They're not going to keep them all. You know what they do when they get cancellations? They call more people and they call more numbers. Anybody who's making 30 grand a month in a lead generation game, I promise you, they're doing about 750 to 800 calls a week, and they're using an auto dial. And more than likely, a lot of their auto dialers, because I've seen it, there's Phone Burner, there's all of those. They cost about $150 a month. All they do is an auto dial session. They don't do text messages and voicemails and emails the way that Jarvis does. So that's my piece on that, because honestly, if you're not using Jarvis, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're 100% shooting yourself in the foot if you're not doing it. And if you're buying leads and you're choosing to work leads like you did a referral business, like you did a top 25 list, you're also shooting yourself in the foot. You've got to commit 10 to 15 calls per number, okay, nonstop. Let the text messages go. Let the voicemails go. Let it go. Don't think, oh, they're not answering. It's the 7th time. It's the 8th time. No, we've got a potential $100 and something thousand rollover that we're working right now. And a guy who answered his phone call on the 14th call, final expense lead, found some annuity money. Anyways, I'll pass it back to Howard. Let him talk about the phone service, the phone zone services, the auto dialer, and let's see which people take this bad boy serious.
Okay, so let's go back to the dashboard, and let's say we want to start a phone zone. If we want to start a phone zone, we'll go down to here, manual actions, click on go to manual actions. All of these names over here is every single person in that phone zone stage within the pipeline. Now, with the phone zone, each time you call someone, if they don't answer, Jarvis is going to do something specific. Now, we don't want Jarvis doing the same thing every single time. So the first time you call the person, for example, Jarvis might leave a voicemail. Second time you call them, Jarvis might send a text. Third time you call them, Jarvis might send an email. So we don't want to doing repetitive stuff. We want to doing something different each time. So you can see over here, you have your campaigns and you've got your different phone zones. We've got phone zone 1 to phone zone 8. After you call somebody the first time, they're going to move to phone zone 2. Call them the second time, they'll move to phone zone 3, and something different happens each time. So you might sit there and say, you know what? I have a whole lot of new people that I haven't called. I'm just going to call everyone in phone zone 1. Or you might say, you know what? I want to call the people that I haven't called for a while, and obviously I'm trying to resolve every lead. And after this, I have to door knock them. So you're going to go down to phone zone 8. Once a person has finished and gone through phone zone 8, Jarvis will automatically move them into the drive-by door knock column stage, because the whole point here is you have to resolve every lead. So you'll see here in phone zone 2, Daniel Rao is the person that we called in the training the other night. So we called him and he moved into phone zone 2. Tanisha, you probably remember us calling Daniel and him moving over. So let's say we want to start a phone zone. We'll click on phone zone 1. These are all the new people that have come in, and you're just going to click let's start. And I've clicked let's start. Come on, there we go. So it's loaded everyone, and so I start calling.
Hey, Howard, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, man, we lost you for the last like 30 seconds.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hey, there he is.
Okay, I think so. I pulled the headphones out, so it never went back. You'll see at the top here, after you call somebody, there's going to be a green bar that scrolls across. The reason this is scrolling across is so it gives you time to fill information in. You know, maybe you want to take a quick note on what the person said and put something in there. You know, maybe you just want to update some of the information, so it'll give you time to do that. You'll see here, as soon as we hang up, Jarvis actually sent a voicemail straight through to the person. So we can listen here to the voicemail that it sent.
Hi, this is Sandra calling from CKO Financial. I want to apologize for not reaching out sooner about your life insurance inquiry, but we've been completely busy and your case was just put on my desk. Give us a call at the office when you can. We just need to verify your identity to make sure it was you that sent in the request.
I know her.
Yeah, so as you can see, I'm gonna put my headphones back in now.
Can you hear me? Yes, no? Just anyone nod their head?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, you sound
thanks,
low,
Tanisha.
so we can hear you.
Okay, so as you can see, Jarvis sent a voicemail straight away. Let's go out of this because I don't want to make any more phone calls. No. Okay, there's my outbound call, and then coming up after that will be the text message, the voicemail that went through. There's the green bar. You can see it's starting to go across. Okay, another way to contact, so that's how you do a phone zone, and you're just gonna knock those out. Go through a phone zone 1, go through a phone zone 2, call the person, move on to the next person, call the person, move on to the next person. What you also might want to do is say, okay, you know what, Howard, I have all these people in the different opportunity phase. I understand I can make a phone zone call, but I don't actually want to call all of those people. I want to call everyone who's expressed interest. And I've got 17 people that have expressed interest. I need touch base. I haven't managed to get hold of them. They're not responding. How do I call these 17 people? Well, you've got a couple of options. You can either go here and click on the green button, and it's going to start calling them, or you can click over here and you can send them a text message. can see there's the outbound call that I just made. Alternatively, if you want to call those people, is if you go down to your contacts tab, over here on the right-hand side is your filter button. Click on your filter, click add filter. Now keep in mind what I started off at the very beginning. I said everyone's in a pipeline and everyone's in a pipeline stage. So you're going to go all the way down. You want to put a pipeline stage filter on. What pipeline are the people in? They're in your leads pipeline. And you want to call everyone in your pipeline that has expressed interest. Or you want to call the people that have scheduled a meeting, or the people that followed up, people you're having a conversation with. It's up to you. So I'm going to go expressed interest. And there's the 17 people that are in that column. What I'll do then is I'll click this box over here to highlight all of them. I'll click on the first person's name, and you'll see this is one of 17. Now what I can do is I'll start my dial-in over here. It's not going to show up because it still thinks I'm in a phone zone. You're going to call this person. Once you finish calling that person, hang up, move on to the next person. Call that person, hang up, move on to the next person. And that's just a nice way of saying, you know what, these are the people that I have to call today. And it's a lot easier to do it over here than to sit and put each person's number into your phone. Okay, I've called number 1, called number 2, and so on. Tony, is there anything that I've left out or you remember from the other night, or even Tanisha that you, or Irvin, that you guys think I should touch on? Or any questions from anyone? I think I went maybe a bit over time. I'm not sure. Wasn't watching.
No, I think you covered everything that you went over with me. The only thing I think you didn't say today was about those 3 kind of boxes that pop up at the bottom when you're dragging and you're in the opportunities.
Okay, so let me cover that quickly. When you're in opportunities, let's say you call in somebody and this person's a real, South Africa would call them a DOS. I think there are a couple of choice words that you could use over here. If you want to drag them around, you can drag them down into lost, abandoned, or won. That's going to take them out of opportunities. Personally, I don't really use those 3 boxes because it still keeps the person there. I move the person into a dead lead. You know, these are the people that, you know, they were just so rude to me that even if I door knock them, I couldn't be bothered. Like, these are your real pieces of work that are unfortunately out there that I just don't even have the time or patience or energy that I just don't want to have anything to deal with these people. And those are my dead leads. But again, that's up to you. You can drag them down to, you know, abandoned, lost, or won, or you can just put them in the dead lead so that they stay there. It really doesn't make a difference, but it's an option that you do have.
And Howard, I just wanted to confirm. So something I was seeing in that opportunities section that I didn't realize, or it's not there on mine. So like it says like hung up, bad number, not interested. So that's populating from, is that from you putting notes in
Oh yeah,
when you're doing the phone zones?
So these were all of the people that are in here, I gave Alyssa these leads. She'd already called a lot of these people and we were using this as kind of like a trial session. So those were all people that she'd spoken to and that was their response. So like not interested or dead lead or stuff like that. But let me show you the difference. When Alyssa called some of these people the first time, let's go to, I don't know, let's look at Paul. Okay, Paul, Alyssa contacted originally, and this is just information that you wouldn't have, but to just give you an idea of what the response was. When Alyssa contacted that person, where was that? think the person hung up on her. Yeah, originally I think the person hung up. Can't see it now. But to show you when so these are all people that originally contacted. When Jarvis contacted him, the messages went out. You prefer text or email, and here you'll see it a little bit better. Text, please. Perfect, that works for me. Paul, are you looking to lower your current premiums, get a new updated state approved policy? No response. Paul, just following up on my last text, did you want to lower your premium or get a new policy? Question, current premiums for what? Is your question about car insurance? No, it's about life insurance. Then I would like a new policy. Okay, and then we were supposed to call that person, but this was a trial. Just show you May 13th. This was somebody who had been called originally, I think about 17 times before she got through to them, and then they hung up on her, or they said they weren't interested, something like that. But when it went through the system, all of a sudden, on May 13th, the person's not interested. But as it went through, the person's now interested. Oh, I'd like a new policy. And that's what this is allowing you to do. It's allowing you to resolve every single one of those leads, because some it might not be the right time. Some you might need to drive by and go knock on their door. Someone to text message, someone to email. You just don't know who's going to respond to what. And you don't have the time to send all these messages and do all of this follow-up to try and resolve these leads. And if you're not resolving every lead, you're leaving money on the table. And at least I'd rather have somebody tell me after Jarvis has sent them 30 messages, sorry, I'm not interested, than for me to sit there and send them 30 messages only for them to tell me, sorry, I'm not interested. Okay, any other questions? Or I'm going to hand it back over to Tony.
Nice. I love it. I'm not even gonna lie. Like in the beginning, I'll tell you, there we go. In the beginning, I was looking for an already existing system. I was looking everywhere, and there was one that I was interested in, just so you guys know, called Follow Up, which is more for realtors. And I was playing around with it, and it didn't have the automation that I wanted. I liked the way they had a decent system for funnels and stuff like that. And honestly, I won't lie to you, I was doing it because I wanted to avoid having to build something from scratch. That's uncharted territory for me. It's very uncomfortable. But you know what it was that got me to bite the bullet? I remember thinking to myself, I'm looking at agents constantly and I'm telling them to fall forward and bite the bullet. And I'm looking at agents and I'm telling them to not get in their own way and let fear control their decisions, right? When you let fear control your decisions, you take a different path. And the path that you typically take is one that's a little bit more comfortable. But to find the next best version of you, you've got to go down new paths. And I said to myself, if I'm going to let this obstacle get in my way, then indirectly I'm giving permission for my agents to do the same thing. Because insurance is very comfortable to me, but not comfortable to you. Technology is not comfortable to me. But I knew the benefit of what it could do, so I bit the bullet. We found the right team to do it. I was fortunate enough to have, I had kind of like a meltdown moment with Howard, because we're good friends, and he's the one that said to me, well, listen, I know a couple guys that could do it, and I can help you through the process. And that in my opinion was God's way of just kind of cluing me, okay, you just gotta go down this path, they'll help you out. And it's taken months, but we've developed it, and we're constantly updating it. My next goal for Jarvis, so that you guys know, is to mobilize it, make it a phone app. That's my next goal. Right now, you log into a computer or you go to your Chrome browser on your phone and you log in that way. But if I can make it a phone app, that's a game changer. That is a game changer. And we have the capabilities of doing it. It's just a lot more money to do. So, because not only is there a cost to get it created, then there's a monthly cost to maintain it and keep it up and going, and servers and this and that and all that other crap that I don't even know about. But it's possible. The goal, I'll tell you, we need at least 100 subscribers to make this a reality. 100 subscribers and we'll make it a reality. No problem. So I'm going to throw an incentive out. Just like I did with credit repair, I threw an incentive out today. for credit repair, right? The save 25, make 25. Anybody who refers anybody over that takes action with credit repair by midnight tonight, you're going to make an additional $25 commission if you're referring it. So instead of 50, you make 75. Anybody who personally takes action is going to pay $25 less than the original enrollment. So instead of paying the $225, you'd only pay the $200, right? So that's there. Let's throw an incentive now for Jarvis, and I'm going to also throw an incentive in for leads because it's just the right time for it, right? I told you guys that I had a bunch of extra leads that I bought. Okay, I'll tell you what I do, just so you guys know. I have a rolling account with the marketing company, and every time a certain amount of commissions come in, I just dump some money in there, and I dump some money in there, and I dump some money in there, because I always want to make sure that we have access to buying leads at a good price. I learned my lesson the first time that we tried to get $2,000 rally with everybody, and so I actually have more leads than I even thought. Okay, I'll tell you right now what I have left, because some people have already gotten some, and these just came in a week ago, so they're still all very fresh. I'll tell you right now what I got. Boom, 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 boom. Are you? I've got 50. That's all that's left. 50 for Illinois. Man, Illinois is killing it. I bought a bunch for Illinois. I got 50 Illinois leads left. I have 200 California leads left. I have 280 Florida leads left. I have 66 Tennessee leads left. And I have 275 Texas leads left. That's the count of leads that I have outside of the ones that you guys have ordered. Those are still in my name that I could assign them off, okay? 50 Illinois, 200 California, 280 Florida, 66 Tennessee, 275 Texas. So here's my incentive. Here's the incentive I'm gonna throw out. For those of you who do not have a Jarvis account, who don't have one, if you enroll today before midnight, you can get these leads instead of at $2, you get them at $1 a pop. I'll pay 50%, you pay 50%. So instead of $2 a lead, okay, you're gonna get them at $1 a lead based on that count that I just gave you, okay? If you do have Jarvis already and you wanna buy some more leads, I'm gonna disperse these leads off at $1.50 for you per lead. So you're saving 25%. Instead of paying $2, you pay $1.50 if you already have a Jarvis. If you don't have a Jarvis and you enroll in Jarvis today, then you can get these leads at $1. The market sells them at $4 a pop. I get them at $2 a pop, and I'm still going to eat up $1 of my own cost. So you better believe that I want you to succeed in this, because I'm still behind the 8 ball in at least getting back what I invested into it. But I want you guys to win. I want you guys to win. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you real quickly here. Wait, that's not it. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share my screen. And then I'm going to share the links if you don't have it already. If he didn't talk about pricing, I'm going to talk about pricing right now. Okay. For non-VPs, it's $50 a month with a 5% processing fee. So it's $52.50 per month. $52.50 per month. Okay. Your enrollment is your first month and your last month. The reason we do it that way is because if the card doesn't go through, we want to make sure the last month is at least already covered, because it takes us a little while to deactivate an account. And so you have to pay your first month and your last month in your initial enrollment. So if you're a non-VP, you pay $100, $50 first month, last month. 5% fee means $105 to get yourself enrolled, right? If you're a VP, it's $75 a month with a 5% processing fee. So I believe it's $78.75, something like that per month. And the same thing applies. If you're going to be enrolling for the first time, you got to get first month and last month together, and then every month thereafter. We bill on the 15th of every month. No matter what, it's always the 15th of every month. So what would happen right now, being that we're already past the 15th, if you enroll today, your next 15th payment would be like a prorated amount. It'd be a little bit less, because obviously there's already four days or so in the month that have already happened. But it's always on the 15th of the month. So just know your first payment's always 2 months, and then everything after that is a 1 month in advance. 30-day notice to cancel. That's kind of standard. Okay. So again, non-VPs, $52.50 a month, VPs, $78.75 a month. The reason VPs pay more is because VPs get to track their recruiting numbers, their license number, their non-license numbers. And if Howard, I don't think you went over it, but
Don't go into that area.
pass the ball back to you on that one, so you can kind of share that in the next moment. I just want to show something here real quick on the screen, and then I'll have Howard show what the VPs get to see. And those of you that are not VPs, you might want to fight to become a VP because you get a lot more access to your entire organization. Okay, so let me share my screen here with you. These are the enrollment links. Okay, this is the Jarvis enrollment link right here. It's very simple. Basically, fill out the information. Right, put your contract level in. You'll be asked who's your upline VP, what Gmail you want to have connected, because the emails that get sent out, the sender is your actual Gmail account that you created. Okay, so it's pretty cool, right? You have the pricing as everything's explained right over here as well too. And like I said, non-VP is 105. There's your enrollment link. I can post that on the group chat right now so you can have it. However, for the lead order form, the lead order form is not designed for the discounts that I just gave. So you just have to figure that, you have to do that formula yourself. But if you're gonna be buying Jarvis leads, okay, if you're gonna buy some of the age leads that we have, okay, it's real simple. Today's date, your name, your phone number, your email, who's your upline VP. You're clicking here, aged leads. He's right here, that's what you're clicking, okay? Then you click agree here. Do you understand what an age lead is? Okay, it's 31 to 85 days, yada, yada, yada. Okay, you click here, aged lead. How many leads do you want to order? You need to do the math. So let's say I'm a brand new agent and I just enrolled into Jarvis. And I'm buying leads and taking advantage of this discount. That means you're paying $1 a lead as long as you enroll for Jarvis today before midnight. You also got to buy those leads today before midnight. So you got to do both of these before midnight, okay? Now, $1 a lead means how many leads you want to order? Let's say you want 50 of them. What's your price? 50 bucks, right? You put 50 of them here, okay? The state that you want the leads in, the county's going to be irrelevant to you for age leads because they're state bound. I cannot hone in a $2 lead based on your county, but I can hone it in based on the state that you're in, which is still pretty stinking attractive, okay? Then right here, you're going to put $50. You're going to disregard this statement. This statement here says multiply your source selected above by the quantity of leads you want. So normally you would select age leads right here, $2. And if you wanted to buy 100 of them, you do 100 times 2, which would be 200. You're not going to use that formula. You're going to use the formula of $1 per lead. So if you're buying 100 of them, you put 100 here. If you're buying 50 of them, you put 50 here. How many leads? 100, $100. How many leads? 50, $50. Does that make sense? Okay, that's if you're brand new. If you're not, if you already have Jarvis, you're going to be able to get it at $1.50 by midnight tonight. So let's say you wanted to buy 50 of them. You take 50, multiply by $1.50, that's $75. So you put 75 here and 75 here. Even though that formula doesn't match up to the $2 here, it's okay. We know on our back office what's going on. I'm shooting an email over to them right now, and we'll get those leads over your way. Any questions about that? Any questions at all? Everybody's good? Okay, I'll repeat again what I have. I have 50 Illinois leads. I have 200 California leads. I have 280 Florida leads, 66 Tennessee leads, and 275 Texas leads. That is some serious, serious cash. You think about it, you're like, man, $1 a lead, if I buy 100 of them, that's $100. I make one sale, guys, and you just 5 to 10x your money. And Howard is 100% correct, just so you know. I'm looking right now in the system, right? Because it's recently updated. Somebody's turning in business. We've turned in 25,000, 19 deals. We're averaging a little over $1,000 per deal. That's what it is. You take 25,000 divided by 19 deals that we've done so far. We're averaging 13.15 per deal is our average per sale. So you make one sale out of that $100 you spent on 100 leads, and you just 13x'd your investment. You just 13x'd your investment. It's stinking easy. I'm gonna post these links right now on the chat. I'm gonna post them so you have them there. Remember, you have till midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time. I'm recording this conversation so nobody can say that I didn't say this to them. It's 100% verified. Okay, you have till midnight Eastern time. Enroll into Jarvis, get them at $1 a lead. Already have Jarvis, get them at $1.50 a lead, and I gave you the count. I gave you the count. Last caveat is this: your orders have to be at minimum 25. 25. Okay, I'm not going to give a discount and have somebody just order 5 leads. Like that's not the point. The point here is to really fill up your pipeline. So you've got to order in at least bulks of 25. So think to yourself, 25, 50, 75, 100, whatever you're going to order them and get them going. Howard, I'm going to pass the ball back to you real quickly so you can share how Jarvis works for the VPs. And in the same token, while he's doing that, I'm going to post those links not only on this chat, but also on the Voxer chat as well, too. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay, let me see if I can get back into it. A second. Okay. Okay, this section here for Jarvis, this relates to all your clients. So it's, you'll see it says client hierarchy leads. For a VP, when you go in, you're going to see your name, hierarchy client leads. When you're in a VP team, so let's say you're in Tony's team, or you're in Angie's team. If you're in Angie's team, you'll see Angie hierarchy client leads because you're part of their team. For the VPs at the top over here, you're going to have VP business. These are 2 different portals, if you want to call it that. So if you're going to VP business, there's not going to be much here, but this is working on tracking your recruits. So you're going to have two areas over here. Just go to the dashboard. There's probably not going to be much there for her because this is all empty. But if you go to opportunities, when you enroll somebody in the system and you bring them on as a new agent, they're going to come over here as a new associate. And again, you're going to move them through the different phases. So you've got a new associate. This is Closers College campaign, sorry. So we're going to go to licensed agents. What do you need to do with a licensed agent? Okay, there's Carlos. That's interesting. He's a new associate. He's going to get his welcome call. Then you're going to put him into the team chat, kickoff meeting, financial needs analysis, top 10, and you'll move him through. Non-licensed agents, they're going to come in, new associate, welcome call, schedule their exam, group chat and website. And again, just move them along. This is a nice way for you to actually track and monitor all your entire team, your whole business, where people are, where they're going, what's happening with them. A lot of this stuff down the line, we've got a whole lot of tickets and development stages in, because obviously everything had to be broken up into development stages, and our primary development stage was focused on the leads and the clients. This is a secondary development stage, so we've got to kit it out from the basics. But down the line, all of this is going to be automated. So you're going to be able to see exactly who's where. They're going to get the email sent out to them automatically. They'll get the welcome letters. You'll get a text to say, call this person that just joined. All of this is going to be automated. What you can also see over here is you're going to be able to track your team submitted business. You'll see, okay, these people have been submitted to carrier, and then you'll just drag them through. Assigned to underwriter, with underwriter. We can go into David Hamill and we can see, okay, what has he put in? So he has annual premium, his carrier's SBLI, annual premium is $639.12. You will see here, are there any agents split on it? Any secondary agents, third agents, information smoker, non-smoker, direct upline, and so on. So all this information is going to be in here for you to not only track your recruits, but also to track your business's book of business and see who's turning what in and where people are in their stage. Are they waiting on approval? Are they in underwriting? Any outstanding requirements? Waiting on funds issued? And so forth. Okay, any questions on that?
Algunas preguntas, por favor.
Guys, we're putting everything in a box for you. It's like a business in a box.
Yep.
You know, you just need to purchase the leads and make it work. And take advantage of the fact that we're getting leads for 50% less than the market. Go anywhere else, you're going to be paying at least $4 for an aged lead. And even the exclusive leads that, you know, the real-time leads that we're getting, I think, Tony, you're getting them at what? $15 a lead?
No.
What are they?
Real
20.
Exclusive leads are coming in. The ones that get fast return are coming in at $20 a pop. And the social media ones are 15, but they take a long time to arrive. So I don't even recommend those right now. They're taking like 3 weeks, 4 weeks to arrive. So we're getting a lot faster successes from the Google ad leads, which are $20 a head. So when people place those orders, typically by, if it's before 1 o'clock on a business day, they should have their leads start dropping in within 48 hours. And obviously they can get uploaded in real time into their Jarvis if that's how they wish. But in my opinion, you should have a combo of both, right? You should always have about 20 real-time exclusive leads that you're working, and then you should have Jarvis working 100 to 200 age leads for you. Since you know Jarvis is voicemailing, since you know Jarvis is text messaging and emailing for you behind the scenes, you could heavily work your exclusive leads and let Jarvis filter out all the rest of the age leads for you. That's what I would be doing if I was a field agent that way. Okay, so
that doesn't mean you can't have a phone zone with all of them. You've still got to call all those leads.
Yeah, 100%. So, and then what Howard just showed the VPs as far as being able to check your pipeline, what I would be doing, right? Me as a VP, I'd have a meeting with my writing agents once a week and find out where their policies are, right? You submitted this business, where's it at, right? Because let's face it, your overrides rely on that policy getting approved, issued, and delivered. The policies, if they take forever to get approved, the client could have buyer's remorse and now you lose it and you don't make any overrides, right? Policy pays out, but you're not checking to see if the policy's been delivered, you could get a chargeback, right? So having that touch point with your agent is going to be powerful, and you can just track people where they are, right? This policy's in this stage, this policy's in this stage, this policy's in this stage. You start to really learn who your decent, who your strong writing agents are that you don't got to worry about. You start to learn who your procrastinators are because they're not getting policies delivered right away or they're taking long with underwriting. You start to know who doesn't even know what the heck they're talking about that might need more hands-on from you. That's what I would be doing, but it gives you that transparency and that clarity the moment business gets submitted. Okay, cool. All right then, cool. I posted the links. I posted the links on the chat for this particular Zoom training session that we have. Give Howard some love. He's ran 2 trainings thus far, illustrations and Jarvis. Those are very technical, very difficult things to train on, and he did it marvelously. And next on the roster, next on the list is underwriting training before we get to the good stuff, which is my stuff. We're going to go a little bit over, guys, if you're okay with that, because we're a little bit behind time. I'd like to try to keep it to where we're done by 4:30, 4:45 the latest. So we're going to go over by about 30, 45 minutes, but I think it's very well worth it. However, if you do have to go, I understand this is being recorded. We are going to upload it into our YouTube channel. But next up is someone that I respect very dearly, somebody that, to be quite frank, there's absolutely no way that that I could be running an FMO and having this opportunity and working with you guys and prepping trainings if it wasn't for what she does. She's been with me now for over a year. She's my personal case manager. She handles everything that has to do with underwriting for my personal business. And just recently, she started overseeing what's happening with underwriting for all the entire agency. So you might have gotten text messages from her. She's partnered up with Sandra as well too, who handles the licensing side, but she's helping Nicole out with underwriting as well for the entire agency. So you might, like I said, you might have gotten text messages, phone calls, voicemails from her asking for statuses on your cases. I have not touched, I repeat, I have not touched an application, contacted an underwriter, logged in for an illustration ever since she came on board. She's one of the most independent case managers that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She knows how to chat with certain companies the way that they need to be talked to. She knows which companies operate faster with voicemail, which ones operate faster by calling them. She knows which individual underwriter works better with her. She knows how to schmooze the people. She knows which ones are pains in the butts. She's learned it so well that when people give her information that's incorrect, she'll be the first one to say, hey, that's wrong. It's not like this. It's supposed to be like this. I mean, she's that good in the world of underwriting. She really is that good in the world of underwriting. And now, more importantly, because we're working so many different companies, she's been put to the test to really see how many systems she can learn, how many variations she can learn. So give her your undivided attention, give her some love. I'd love everybody to unmute themselves and give her a loud, yay, hey, congratulations, hi, welcome aboard, all that good stuff to none other than Miss Nicole Valentin. Nicole, Nikki, are you on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Let's go, Nicole.
Hello.
Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for all you do.
Yes. Let me just fix this lighting real quick. One sec, guys. Let me just change this. A little bit annoying. All right, perfect. So, welcome. This is underwriting. This is probably another technical aspect of training, but at the end of the day, if you guys don't do underwriting and don't do it correctly, you're not going to get paid. You can be the greatest speaker to your clients. You can connect with them. You can get everything right on the application, but if you don't do underwriting, it's not going to happen. And if you don't do underwriting correctly, you'll get chargebacks as well, even though you've done everything else right. So I'm going to share my screen. Don't be afraid. I promise I will explain everything, but it is a lot of information, okay? But you will learn it as you go, and I promise you will become major bosses at it. So this is actually the underwriting log that I use with Tony's business. And literally we're gonna go line by line. This is a template. I've changed the names, just so you're aware, I've changed the names of the clients, remove phone numbers, as well as dates of birth in order to keep the privacy of the clients private. We don't actually have Michael Jackson as a client or Jerry Springer, but I had a little bit of fun with it as well. Let's go up to the top first. You want to have a coding system that will come into play, and you'll see it because we're actually going to go one by one on these clients. The best way to learn underwriting is by doing it, period. There's no way of doing it by example or hypothetical situations. It needs to be done case by case because it's different for every client. Every case that you submit will have a different underwriting expectation. And then also on top of that, every carrier has a different underwriting expectation. We're going to go over one carrier because if we went over 5, we would be here for like 5 hours. And information overload, I do not want to give that to you. So our color system is pretty simple. It's in regards to when the policy pays out, when the PDR is signed. For those who are a little bit newer, PDR means policy delivery receipt. Policy delivery receipt. That is super important. And again, I'll get to that when we actually start going through this worksheet itself. Done means we've completed the policy completely. The commissions have been withdrawn, or the commissions have been paid, meaning the premium has been taken from the client's bank account. You have the policy delivery receipts, and a copy of the policy has been given to the client. And then gray over here is decline or cancel. That's if the client declines to continue in order to get the policy, or if for some reason something is flagged in their application and the carrier has decided not to actually insure the person. Because again, you don't buy insurance based on how much you can pay. You buy insurance with your health. So if your health is pretty much in the toilet, you're not going to get the policy. Up top here in lines 2 through 4, I keep all the pertinent information for carriers. So I would highly suggest you have this, Allianz and their phone number. Again, at the very bottom, right next to it is emails. So I do contact the carriers via phone if I have any underwriting questions, but in order to respond back to them, you're gonna have to send emails. And it also helps you in order to timestamp things to make sure things are being done in a timely manner. So even if I call and give them the information, I will follow up with an email, just so I have 2 forms of contacts, and then I can go back into my email and see when I sent it. Because sometimes carriers do drop the ball a little bit, and they're like, we never received it. I was like, no, I can go back to my email on March 27th at 2:15 p.m. It was sent to your inbox. So you are, the ones that Tony mainly uses is Allianz, North American. We haven't gone back to F&G because we're using a different carrier for our annuities. But whatever carrier you do have, make sure you have their contact information as well as their email information. And then what all these X's are, it's just Tony's agent code, because when you do call, they're going to ask you, okay, I need your agent code and possibly a birthday for identification purposes, anything like that. So you just, your main carriers, your most popular ones that you use, have them up here for your reference. And again, right now we're using about 5 different carriers. So you're not going to remember these emails, but these emails are your lifeline in order to contact the case managers. I will say this, I am working on a cheat sheet, so you guys will have this. So it's actually in a PDF document. So if you don't get it all now, that's okay. It'll stay up there because this is like the frozen portion of the worksheet. So let's get to the nitty gritty, the actual worksheet. So our first section is client needs to sign. So in this section, we put down any of the clients that Tony is speaking with, gathering information in order to submit the application. So he's talking to Michael Jackson, ask Michael Jackson all the questions. There's that FNA form that I believe you guys have access to that through Evernote. So you're asking the client everything from top to bottom: name, date of birth, address, doctor's visits, any medical history, anything like that. That's being done, and the application is sent to the client to sign. That's when it comes into my queue. Once an application has been filled out and it's been sent to the client to sign. After the client has signed it and the agent has signed it, I move this. So for example, again, let's just take Jerry. So Jerry, he's been sent his application and then it's been submitted, submitted means that the client has signed it and the agent has signed it and it has been submitted to the carrier. If those 2 steps haven't occurred, you're not moving it from this section. But Jerry, we know that he has signed it and I know that the agent has signed it. So Jerry gets moved down. For Tony's system, he has a CRM system that is uploaded. Before I had to do it manually, but now we've kind of changed how the systems works and it actually gets uploaded when he does the application. I'm not going to talk about the CRM system. That's something else that's different, maybe a training later on, but it's good for you to have a CRM system, what that looks like, because it helps with annual reviews. After your client had,
Sorry, Nikki, let me interject here. The CRM that Nikki's using is one that I've been using for about 12 years now for my clients. And what I'm doing myself is little by little, I'm moving all of those existing clients over to Jarvis. So you guys could use Jarvis as your CRM, and you can all it is, it's a database where you are uploading the client's information, their dates of birth, their addresses, putting some notes in on what policies were purchased, because then you can set up and you can have the system send you reminders at the beginning of the month for annual reviews. So you could do all that in Jarvis. I'm little by little moving my entire 12 years worth of a database into it. But for right now, I still at least keep my existing clients in that system because it's been working for me for years. It's going to take a while to transfer it all over, but I would use Jarvis for that.
Okay, perfect. And then create with the WhatsApp. So what we do is we create a chat between myself, where I introduce myself to the client, as well as Tony, to be used for communication when we get to the actual underwriting requests that are asked by the carriers of the client. So once it's been submitted and it has been picked up by an underwriter, which you'll see what I mean by picked up, because we're actually going to go into Anaco and look at Anaco's system from top to bottom. Then it goes into underwriting. So Frankenstein's case, it was with Allianz. It was an IUL that was purchased. William Willie Jr. are the agents, and the expected target premium or annual premium is $1,800. We put the date of birth. Again, I removed that for just training purposes. The rating that we applied him at was preferred non-tobacco. Monthly cost, or the monthly premium, is $200 a month. That's how much he's going to put into the policy. And the face amount is $366,022. And then our last item here is the policy number. So these are things that you just want to have on deck, because if you ever have to call, or we're discussing the case, like Tony calls me, he's like, Nicole, what did we apply him at? I was like, it was preferred non-tobacco for this amount and this amount. And that'll come into play when an offer is given to us by the carrier. So he's in underwriting, Frankenstein is, and the first thing that the carrier asks for is a paramedic exam. That is what is needed. So I input that. And at first, again, if it's the first time that it's been given to us, it's going to be in red. So this status section of underwriting, I have a different color scheme. So when the first time an underwriter says that we need something, it's red automatically. Okay, I need to get a paramed scheduled for the client. After I've contacted the client, again, through that WhatsApp, be like, hey, congrats, your application has been accepted by the carrier. They are requesting additional requirements. One of them is a paramed exam. Please let me know a good date and time that works for you. What I have available so far is this date and this time. You want to stay on top of them, because you want to get these paramed exams scheduled within the week. If not, best case, ideal is within 2 days, just for them to get it done relatively quickly. And we probably won't have time today, but the good thing is Saturdays at 11 o'clock, every day, Saturdays, not every day, every Saturday at 11 o'clock, I do have an underwriting class. And again, this underwriting it's a big topic, and you'll learn little by little. So it's best if you come to the Saturday classes, and I can actually show you how to set up a paramed exam for your clients. So after I've contacted the client, client responds back to me, or after I've contacted the client and I'm waiting for a response, it'll turn to this orange, which is waiting on the client. So I'm waiting on the client to tell me. If I don't get a response within 24 hours, I'm contacting them again, multiple times. Another item that was requested of Frankenstein was a green card. So they requested a green card. Again, it would originally be in the red, because these are things that they're asking right away. I've contacted the client, hey, through the WhatsApp, or I'll call them directly as well. Best practice is to call them, because if they pick up right away, you can get the information right away. If they don't pick up, then you send the text message. So waiting on this client, say the next day that client calls me and they give me the information, I send it to the carrier, so that this then changes to the light blue, which is pending underwriting, meaning I have already sent it to the carrier, and the carrier is in the process of reviewing the information. Okay. Once the carrier has reviewed the information, then I would green it out so that we're done. That request was asked of. I got in contact with the client, got it sent to underwriting. The underwriter has already reviewed it, and it's good to go. Paramed exams, I will tell you, take a little bit longer to process. So For example, say this pyramid exam, it was rescheduled for 5/27. Once I see in the system that the client actually got the pyramid exam, I turn it to blue. We're not waiting on the client anymore. It's already been completed. Now we're waiting for the pyramid company to send the exams to the carrier, and then the carrier send it to the underwriter, and the underwriter reviews it. Okay, so keeping it in there, and you'll see what I mean when I green it, because they have dates specifically in their system. Each carrier does, to show you that it has been completed. All right, so let me scooch over. So this just continues into the status. So this one, Frankenstein's case, was pretty simple. All they wanted was the pyramid exam and a green card. Let's go down to Tom the cat. Again, same information for him. He just has an ANICO. It's a term policy. Little John and Little Bow Wow, they're the agents. It's 3,000 AP. We apply them at preferred non-tobacco with the monthly amount of $46.40 and $450K with the policy number. For him, all they wanted was the pyramid exam. So I scheduled it, and I'm waiting on the client to respond. Okay. So that's how underwriting works. And when we go into ANICO, you'll see how it actually breaks down. And I'm literally just transferring the information that is in that carrier portal onto this sheet, so it's easily accessible to me. Because if not, then what I'm going to be doing, again, we're working, for the most part, Tony's business, we're working with 5 different carriers right now. I would have to go into each carrier's portal to find out what the underwriting requirements are. It's easier just to put it on a spreadsheet, so you just have all the information right there and then. We also have this section. It's in underwriting, but it's a trainee. So a new agent that comes on board, we still want to have our hands on just to show them the ropes of how underwriting works, because it's like their first case or second case, anything like that. So that's what this section is. Winston Churchill has a annuity with SILAC. Again, same information, pretty straightforward to fill it in. And then we're waiting on funds to arrive for that case. Once everything here, everything in the status, so let's move down a little bit. Once everything in the status section is green, then you're moving the case from in underwriting, this section, to all requirements are met. So everything that the carrier has asked us for, we have sent in. So we got Aretha Franklin and Michael Jordan, both different policies. Let's see what was requested. So unlike our first 2 policies in underwriting, all they needed was the pyramid exam and a green card. They requested a bunch of other stuff. For Aretha, it was the part 2 of application, for her application to be completed. They asked her a question: has she ever used any illegal drugs in the last 10 years? They needed an APS. So an APS, and you'll see why APSs are pretty significant. APS is an attending physician statement. They are essentially asking for medical records. They're asking for medical records in regards to the client's health from a specific doctor. Either it's their primary physician, or the client has records for a specific specialist they went to go see. They want those medical records. The best way to handle APSs, I've seen APSs take a week, and that doctor's office, ANICO, or at whatever carrier contacts the doctor's office, and it gets sent within a week. That is like gold. Most APSs, I will say, take about 2 weeks, because again, they're carriers contacting a doctor's office needs to get the records. And sometimes doctors, they just operate on their own schedules. Some can take 2 weeks. That's pretty much the average. Some can take up to 2 months, just because the doctor's office is not getting to us. The best way to reroute around that is to have the client contact your client and ask them to please contact the doctor to get their medical records. So it gets sent directly to the client, and then the client can send it to you, and then you send it to the carrier. That's how you kind of circumvent that, so it doesn't take 2 months, because that's definitely not something that you want. But once you get an APS, if that's required, make sure you stay on top of it. And you'll see in one of the examples that I have later on, how could it affect a policy getting approved. Aretha also had a paramedic exam that needed to get done. And again, everything's greened out because we've already completed everything. They wanted some more information about her personal physician, recent mammogram results. So anything that they ask for, you want to get it to them, and you want to get it to them ASAP. Because that's what's going to depend on whether your policy is going to be approved. All right, Michael Jordan also, this should be green. Again, it doesn't move down here unless it's all green, saying that everything has been submitted. Once it has been everything, all the requirements have been met, we're waiting on approval. So Aretha and Michael are waiting on approval, but Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent, they have been approved. Okay. Same information here. What gets added to this line of all their details is the final offer. So Bruce Wayne was applied for as preferred non-tobacco. All right. But he was approved standard non-tobacco. So he was approved different than applied for, which is going to change his policy. So this is where Howard gets involved, and he helps contact the client to see what is the change in premium, because again, preferred non-tobacco is pretty much like an A+ rating, and then standard non-tobacco is a B+ rating. So the monthly cost of $100 for the face amount of $186,480, this monthly cost is going to increase because the health rating, essentially that's what it is, there's a greater risk to insure this person, so the carrier wants additional funds. So that's where we talk after it's been approved and we get an offer from the carrier, we communicate with the client. Okay, these are these great news. Your policy has been approved, because that's awesome. You are going to get coverage. Which do you prefer? If we keep you at the standard rating and you want to pay $100, it's going to decrease the face amount. Or we can keep the same face amount, but your increase in monthly premium is going to go to $125, $120, something like that. So we communicate with the client, and the client lets us know which option they want to go with. And then oh no. Let's just go through Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent requirements. So I'm just going to highlight the most common ones. But again, an underwriter can ask you for anything based on the application. Phone history interview, they needed that for Bruce Wayne. So that's when they contact the client, and they literally are just having a phone history conversation in regards to lifestyle questions, anything that wasn't clear on the application, they're asking the client for this information. Another paramedic exam was requested. So again, that's a paramedic exam. I probably should explain that just in case some don't know. It's a paramedical exam. That's the actual long terminology. And it's where you set the appointment and a nurse goes to the client's home, and he or she takes blood, urine, and then physical measurements. So it's getting that information, and then that gets sent to the underwriter, and they review all that data. APS, as I explained already, that's an attending physician statement. Okay. For Clark Kent, they asked for a visa. All you do, again, you get a copy of the visa. They also need a residency questionnaire. If you don't know where these questionnaires are, again, contact the carrier. When I first started out, I didn't know what that was. Again, the carriers are great. You start building relationships with the representatives that know their stuff, and once you are told where it's at, you got it. But residency questionnaire, they were asking for that. They needed a proof of employment, a W-2 form, pay stub. So these are just things that you're asking the client for. A copy of the social security card. They were asking about Clark's resident status, like where he was in the process. So it's just the underwriter asking you questions about the client. It's pretty simple. The only thing is you don't want to get your clients confused and you want to answer them in a timely manner in order for your application to be approved as soon as possible. So let's go down to our second section. So it's been approved. And Black Widow has decided she was approved. I mean, she applied for a preferred non-tobacco, but she was actually approved at a better rating than applied for. So she has decided to accept it. And that brings us to our next, I guess, link in the chain is now we need to get the policy issued. I send an email to the carrier or contact them via phone and tell them that the client would like to take the policy, please issue the policy. So once it's issued, that creates, depending on the carrier, and this is where this cheat sheet is going to come in hand. Hopefully I'm able to finalize it within a week or two. You're going to be able to access the policy in a digital format. Or you'll have to wait for the policy to actually be printed on paper. Again, it depends on the carrier. So with Black Widow had a North American policy. So this one you can access it digitally once it has been issued. Once it has been issued, now we need to get the PDR signed. The PDR again is the policy delivery receipts. Policy delivery receipts, the essential purpose of it is that the client has signed a document saying that they accept the policy. That's like their final thing that they ever need to sign ever again. It's the policy delivery receipts. Now, policy delivery receipts, depending on carrier, could just be the receipt itself, or it could also attach to it a statement of health showing that there hasn't been a change in the client's health status from the time of the application to the time of the approval, or possibly any amendments that could also be added. Amendments could be a change in the face amount or a change in the monthly premium. So when I say policy delivery receipts, it could be any of those items. Again, every carrier is different on what they require for signatures. But I will tell you this, you absolutely need to get these PDRs. Sometimes agents forget to get them because some carriers, they'll draft the premium, and once that premium's drafted, they'll give you commissions. So agents think, oh, I've been paid, I'm good to go, but they didn't get the policy delivery receipt signed. 2 months later, you get a chargeback. And you're like, what happened? The client's making the payments. Yes, they're making the payments, but because you didn't get that final documentation, that policy delivery receipt that they actually accept the policy, it's rejected by the carrier and it goes back into a canceled stage. Also, some carriers will let it fly that the commission's being paid, they don't require the policy delivery receipt, but then say a year, 2 years down the road, the client's like, I never actually wanted the policy. So you are going to get a 2-year chargeback because you didn't get a policy delivery receipt. Okay. So okay, some carriers are a little bit more picky about it, but I'm telling you to be picky about it 1000% of the time, because you want that documentation. You don't want a client to get angry for whatever reason. They're having a bad day. They want to cancel it. They say they never ever wanted it in the first place. And then you get a pretty, AKA not so pretty chargeback, because that's the curse word in our industry. No chargebacks allowed. So again, just wanted to show you the underwriting requirements that were required for these cases. They needed part 2 of application signed. For Bruce Banner's case, this one right here, they needed confirmation of the agent's license number. For this one, they wanted to know insurance activity for the last 12 months. Again, it's just different questions that they could ask about anything and everything based on that application that there's still confusion about and they need clarification. Again, your best bet is to just answer as soon as possible. So again, because it gets the client approved as quickly as possible. You want to open a case, say we open a case June 1st, you want it to be already approved within 3 to 4 weeks, hands down. That's the goal. Obviously, sometimes things get in the way of that. Sometimes clients can't get the paramedic exam within that 2-day period, the week period. It depends on each case. But again, there's best practice in the ideal situation, 3 to 4 weeks. You want these already approved so you can get your clients covered. Let's see, anything else? Okay.
Anybody have any questions? This is golden nuggets, guys, by the way. Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
Okay. So after it has been signed, the PDR has been signed, then what I do, again, according to my template up here, is going to get yellowed out. So it gets yellowed out and it gets moved down to has it been paid? Okay. So you send the policy delivery receipt of Mark Anthony to, I'm pretty sure Mark's is North American. You send it to North American. North American still needs to process that PDR because North American is one of those companies that it will not draft the premiums without the PDR. So North American takes about 24 to 48 hours to process the PDR. Once that's been done, then it gets the policy, the premium on the policy will draft. But you want to keep an eye on that and wait to see when you're going to get paid on it. You usually, for North American, cutoff date for their cycle is every Thursday. So you need to get that policy and policy delivery receipt by Wednesday so that they have the time in order to look over it, process it, accept it, and then draft that premium by Thursday. And then it'll show up on the commission cycle Tuesday. After it has been paid, hold on just real quick. I just want to make sure there's nothing else. Again, just wanted to show you what the carriers are asking for. This one was a paramedic exam. They needed an updated illustration. Over here was about insurance. What other insurance have they applied for in the past? It's pretty basic stuff. It's nothing out of this world. It's just questions that they need clarity on. But I promise if you don't have a system, you're going to get confused unless you just want to have one client at a time and do that. But I would not advise that. You want to have multiple clients, multiple streams of income. So find out Mark Anthony got paid. It paid out. So I'll change that one to green. And then Mark Anthony will get moved to the delivery to client and final business tracker. So delivery to client, meaning that the policy has actually been given to the client, whether it's in a physical form or an electronic form. Again, depending on the carrier, I know NLG does not send paper forms, they send electronic forms. I'm pretty sure you can get a paper form from NLG, but you need to request it. It's not just automatic for NLG. They're probably the most electronic based company that we service with. But North American, for example, you're going to get an actual physical document policy packet with everything about that policy. And you want to actually deliver it to the client, whether that's you're driving 20 minutes, 30 minutes to their house, or if they're in a different state. The US Post Office is great. Just put it in there and get that to them. And then the final business tracker, I'm not going to go into it right now or today because I want to get into the actual examples because I think people work best with examples. But the final business tracker is just a sheet and it gives you an overview of what was the final policy for that client. So that when Tony does his annual reviews, he just has to go to the final business tracker and see, okay, this was the last policy that the client got. These are all the policies that he has from top to bottom for him, for husband, wife, kids, anybody who got policies with them. All right, so this is the underwriting template. That is all of it. I promise it is not too daunting until you get familiar with it. Anybody have any questions before we go to our example? Cool. All right. So coming over here, we're going to go through Anico. We're just going to do Anico today. So like I said, we can't do much more. When you log into Anico, this is the first page that's going to pop up for you. It's just hello, Anico's landing page, all right? Next, where you're going to go is this expert office button right here. Once you highlight over it, it'll drop down to all of this. Here in this section is where you would go to do your illustrations. Over here is where you would go to submit the new business. And then over here is where you're going to get your underwriting requirements. New business specifically is the first tab you're going to click. So once you click that, it's going to take you to this main dashboard. Dashboard is just an overview of the policies you have. For this agent, he currently has 14 policies that are submitted. They're all in the life category. If he had annuities, a policy change, or a work site, those also would be noted. But for the most part, what you're going to have here is life or annuities. Okay. Moving down, still on the dashboard, it breaks it down your life specifically because, again, most of Anico's business is through life. So out of those 14 policies, 8 of them are still in progress and 6 of them are completed. Critical, you never want to get to critical. It pretty much means that the policy or the application has been in the system for too long and it's in critical status, meaning that the carrier is like this close to just canceling on you altogether. This timeline right here, where it talks about critical, and the one right below it in progress, they have the same exact steps. So again, this is the timeline for Anico. The timeline for North American, for Allianz, for NLG is different. They have the same structure, but they word it differently. I chose Anico because they probably have the most broken down structure from their timeline. So if you know how Anico operates, you'll know how the other ones operate. The only difference is they use different terminology. So again, once you start working with different carriers, you'll start getting the hang of what they actually mean, because issued for one carrier may mean that the policy has been mailed, but the premium has not been drafted. And then for another carrier, issue could be that the policy has been mailed and the premium has been drafted. You have to keep those straight. And again, that'll be on the cheat sheet that I'm creating that will be available to you guys. I'm hoping I'm not getting questions in the. Is the template available in Evernote? No, it's not, but I'm pretty sure I can get it. I can get it in there, Tanisha. Okay, so let's go through this actual timeline. I'm just gonna go, the critical is just, they put the critical caseload here. Anyone that are in the critical, which that's why it's all 0, because none of these, the cases for this agent are in critical status. But then in progress, let me go to the next slide real quick. So progress, we've got 4, 5, 7, 8. The 8 policies that are still in progress, it's showing me where each of those policies are in this client's queue. So awaiting assignment. Awaiting assignment means that the application has been submitted and it's just waiting to be assigned to an underwriter. So there's nothing you need to do. You pretty much need to wait for Anico to do their system, their processes of how they sift out applications to underwriters. Once it has been picked up by an underwriter, it's pending initial review, meaning it's in the underwriter's email box. I guess you could say it's in their queue, but they haven't opened it to start reviewing the application. So it's been assigned to an underwriter. The underwriter hasn't reviewed it yet. When we get to waiting for requirements, that means the underwriter has reviewed it and they have asked for certain requirements. And remember the requirements from the template of the underwriting log. Underwriting or waiting for requirements could be that the underwriter has requested a pyramid exam. They've requested a questionnaire to be filled out. They've requested an APS, also known as attending physician statement. So that's what the requirements are. The underwriter has reviewed the application and they need things to be clarified, or they're requesting medical records of that sort. After you've contacted the client, gotten all that information back to the underwriter reviews everything and they're like, okay, I have everything I need in order to go to final review. So the underwriter will look over everything again. They do look over these applications more than once. I can't tell you how many times they do, but I know it's more than once in order to come to a decision. Once final review has hit, it goes into approved, admin review. So they've approved the client for whatever amount it is. Admin review is more of the administrative section of ANACO to make sure everything in the documentation is correct. Okay, so it's been approved. That's where you talk to the client. Depending on if the client was approved as is, it's just congratulations, you've been approved at the rate you applied to for, good to go. It's been approved, but you were rated, meaning that you were given a rating that was either better than what we actually applied you for, or one that's at a lower level than what you applied for. And again, you have a conversation with your client on what options they want to do, whether they're okay with the increase in the premium and want to keep the same face amount, or reducing the face amount and to get to that monthly premium that they had originally agreed on. So after it's been approved, it's admin review. You have about 2 days to get back to ANACO to let them know that your client, what option they want to take, or if they accept the policy to issue it. This one right here, approved pre-issue review, in the it's about 2 years that I've been doing this. I've never seen that status at all. So I wouldn't worry about it, honestly. This is usually the main one that it's been approved, and it's an admin review. After you've contacted the carrier as to what option the client wants, then it goes into await, assembly, and mail. So now it goes to the Department of ANACO, where they're literally assembling the packet, the policy, and then they're going to mail it to the client. ANACO's policies get mailed either directly to the client or to the agent, depending on what you put in the application. After it's been mailed, then it goes into await delivery requirements, and that's where ANACO is waiting for the policy delivery receipt to be returned to them. All right, so that's the timeline. I love ANACO because they're very specific. This is the process that all policies go through, regardless of what carrier. However, every carrier has different terminology. So you have to make sure which like if it says issued, like if someone tells me it's issued, I was like, okay, but what carrier are you with? Because depending on who the carriers will determine what that issue actually means. Lastly, down here is just a complete the complete section of the final status of where policies end up. It could be either declined, meaning that the client and the carrier declined the client, postponed. Sometimes happens if the client has a pyramid exam and numbers for that pyramid exam and their blood work are a little bit high. The carrier is like, we're going to postpone giving you a decision for 6 months. And in 6 months, you can come back and redo the paramedical exam. And if the numbers have lowered, then we can offer you something. But because numbers were a little bit funky in the pyramid exam, they're going to put the policy on postpone. Incomplete, right now we have two, for this agent, he has 2 incomplete policies, meaning that an underwriting requirement was asked for and the agent hasn't gotten that information to Anaco in a timely manner, so it goes into incomplete status. Now, incomplete status isn't like a kiss of death. You can always reopen the case with Anaco once you get that underwriter requirement in to the carrier. Canceled means that the client decided not to move forward and they canceled it, either because they didn't want it or they got approved with another carrier faster, anything like that. Issued, not paid, again, means that it's been issued, the policy's been printed out, it's been mailed, but not paid, the premium hasn't drafted. So you're not going to get paid unless the premium has drafted. It could be that the carrier hasn't received permission to draft the premium, or there was an issue with the banking information. Sometimes one number is wrong, or the client canceled the account. That could happen as well. So you don't want it to stay there. The place where you want all of your policies to go to is Enforce. Everything is good, green to go. Enforced in Anaco's terminology means they have received the policy delivery requirements, the monthly premium has drafted, and it's been delivered to the client. So Enforce is your golden word for Anaco. All right, any questions on the dashboard? So this is your dashboard. You don't really spend a lot of time on the dashboard. I just wanted to show you, these are the steps for underwriting as a whole. Now we're going to go into 2 or 3 different examples so you can see exactly how these all operate. Any questions? Let's see the chat box. Okay, no questions? Cool. Okay, awesome. So going on to our next one. So we were in the dashboard. We were in this tab right here. So now let's go to policy lists. We're going to the second tab, and I've just whited out just for client information, any of that, just to keep that private. But you will have your client's name here and then the policy number for that policy. Anytime you call Anaco, they're going to ask you for the policy number. So you always want to have that handy, and that's why I also put it in this spreadsheet, because when they call me, I can be like, the policy number is this, and I can pull this up while I'm on the road. It's harder to pull it up on the road when you have to go to the actual carrier portal. But on your policy list, we have the policy number, the applicant name, the state, what type of policy or product they're applying for, the face amount, annual premium, what status it is in. And again, we already reviewed these in the last page, but you see how all of them have different statuses. The progress, when it's in red, again, these are the ones that you don't want, because again, we're either incomplete, canceled, incomplete, canceled. In the green, we always want green bars. And the green bars, again, can mean different things. But it's pretty much you're like going to the finish line. Await delivery requirements is one of the last steps, so that's why it's fully green. Approved admin review, you're like 60% there, but you want to get to all green. The last update is the last time that this policy was touched by the underwriter, and then they put in a note or they changed the status, anything like that. That's what that means. So once you for example, if you're waiting on something from the underwriter to get reviewed and completed, and you sent it, for example, let's say we sent it on 6/1, and the last time they touched it was on 6/10, that was a phone call that I called in order to get this pushed through faster. Right now, I can tell you there is increase in you, and you can ask the carriers when you call them. Allianz takes 10 business days to get back to you just because they're overloaded at this moment in time. Anaco They take about 3 to 4 business days to get back to you. So once you start working with the carriers, you'll know the amount of time it takes for them to process something that's sent to them. And you'll be able to be like, no, this is not taking, it's been, 5 days and you guys still haven't touched this case when I sent in the requirement. And again, as long as you have that email to show it, then what I do, I pretty much, I ask for a supervisor, I ask for it to be expedited. I was like, somebody needs to get this completed. But again, you won't know that unless you keep track of the dates. And that's why sending an email for everything and any requests or any of the requirements that are in is so crucial, because if you try to keep it all in your head, it's just not going to work, I promise. Over here next is requirement. There, yes means yes, a requirement is needed. The carrier is asking for a requirement. Over here it says no, they don't need anything else. NIA form. So let me just explain the NIA form. The NIA form is very similar to the PDR or policy delivery receipt. The purpose of both of these documents is the final signature of the client saying that they accept the policy that they were offered by the carrier. The only difference with the NIA form is that there's an amendment that has occurred or a change that has occurred in the policy or in the application as it was applied for. So for example, if the client wants to increase their face amount, an NIA form is automatically going to be generated because they applied for 100K face amount, but they're actually going to accept a coverage of 130K face amount. So because there's a change in what was originally applied for, an NIA form is going to originate. Now, again, don't think it's like something out of this world. NIA and PDR serve the same purpose. It's the client finally accepting the policy. The only difference, NIA is if there's a change in face amount or monthly premium or the living benefits that are being offered, that's when an NIA form is populated. PDRs are just straight, they were accepted as is. And then over here in the last column, was it mailed? Was the policy mailed? That lets you know, pretty straightforward. So this is your dashboard. Now we're gonna go to an actual policy. So when you actually do see your dashboard, these policy numbers will be in blue. They're in blue, so you just click on one of them. Once you click on one of them, it's going to actually take you to that specific policy. Again, it'll have the policy number here and the client's name, date of birth, phone number. Again, I've just whited it out for privacy purposes. But once you click on it to get the specific details of that policy, you'll see who your underwriter is. The underwriter for this case is Noah. He is not my fave, but that's okay. Noah responds better with emails. He is not an on the phone type of person. And again, you're going to start learning who the underwriters are, which ones are really quick and get things done. But Noah, for sure, email him for everything. And then on the bottom here, you have the policy information. So again, the policy number will display, it's just whited out here. The status for this one is incomplete. The rate class that was applied for, if there was a table rating, the product, face amount, same information that essentially we have in the underwriting law. It's just the details. Same information. I just went to the next slide so you can see it completely. The mode of pay is monthly. The premium that's going to be paid is 104. It's also the target premium. And then the billable amount, the same. Now, what I want to draw your attention to is right here. So this is going to be your tracking of this specific policy. So the application was written on 2/19. It was actually received by the carrier, meaning it was picked up by an underwriting on 2/22. So application written is when it was actually opened up and you started typing in the data in order to send it to the client. Application received is that the client signed it, the agent signed it, and it actually is in the queue of the carrier now. You'll see, and again, the other two examples that I have, policy approval, policy issue, policy mail, and then they'll give you a tracking number as to where the policy is. So this application was received on 2/22. So I want my next date policy approved to be 3/22, the latest. And again, that it will depend, it's a case-by-case basis, but that's what I'm shooting for. Within 3 to 4 weeks, we get this changed right here, so that we can get the clients covered as fast as possible. So again, this is just an overview of everything. Once this is right here is where you'll see that your status will change, and you want this status to be approved and awaiting delivery requirements. And you'll see that in the next examples that I'll do as well. Mode of pay, just make sure, little note here, that you make sure that this says monthly. Sometimes you will have clients that have annually. That's the two different types that Tony's clients have had, if it's a monthly or annually. But sometimes I've seen this information was inputted incorrectly by whoever moves it to the Anico portal, and it says bi-weekly or annually, and your client never agreed to that. So just make sure when you're looking at this, okay, everything is correct as it was entered in the application. Oh, sorry, that was too fast. Stop it. Right here at agents, it tells you who the agents are. But again, that depends on the underwriter. Right now this is blank, but I know who the agent is attached to. I didn't blank it out. For whatever reason, the underwriter didn't want to put the agents that it was attached to, which is fine. It's not necessary. You'll see it in some other examples though. And then these are the writers. These are the writers that are connected. The writers that are connected with the policy, which this is pretty standard. It's the terminal, the critical, the chronic, and the disability premium waiver. 9 times out of 10, it's the face amount. It's the coverage that you're applying for in general. Okay, right underneath the writers. Now let's go to this APS section. So this is one example where the APS was a kiss of death, to say the least. So again, APS is the attending physician statement. This individual's attending physician statement was ordered on 3/1. The blacked out, the whited out stuff, again, just privacy of the client, took out any phone numbers, anything connected. But the carrier is trying to get this APS, and they've been working since 3/1, and the last update was on 6/17. So again, you at this point, you want to get the client to call the carrier or the client to call the doctor's office in order to get the APS. But this is what can sometimes happen with APSs, because if doctors' offices are not organized with their records, or if the client kind of gets a little bit mixed up and thought it was with this doctor, with this hospital, this is what can happen. And yeah, we're going about 3 months with this APS, but they are working towards it. But this is not an ideal situation. This is the beginning of the APS, where they're calling, and Anico is they're on it. They're calling every 4 to 5 days, getting an answering service. They fax things. So I wanted to show you this example, because the best thing for right now, if this is going to happen with one of your cases, have the client contact their doctor and be like, hey, I need the records for, from 2016 to 2019. I need all my medical records. Can you please send them to me? And that would suffice for this requirement. But Anico specifically has a section for just for the APS requirement, because sometimes this happens and they need to document that they are doing their efforts in order to get it. But right underneath the APS section, you'll see in another example where the APS section is non-existent because it's not required for that client. The next section is the policy requirements. Okay, so this is what you'll see for all of your clients. Is this right here. It is the motor vehicle report, the risk classifier, and the RX database search. So for every client, Anico goes into the DMV website portal, looks up if they're a reckless driver, if they have speeding tickets, because that does affect your rating as a client. The risk classifier is, I couldn't even tell you what it is. It's Anaco's private classifying system. They will not tell you how it's classified, how it works. There's nothing that we can do with that, but they have a system in play that they put numbers in and it pops out a number that classifies the client with this specific number. The higher number you get, the pretty much the worse it is. You want to have a low risk classifier. And then the RX database search is prescriptions, any prescription drugs that the client's on. So Anaco, as you can see, they ordered it on 2/22. It gets completed on 2/22. It's part of their just robotic system of doing things. It gets done relatively quickly. So after they do that, then on 2/24, they requested some additional medical history that they probably found in the RX database search that wasn't on the application of the client. Sometimes clients do forget their medical history, especially if they have a lot of it. And the underwriter's like, hey, something's not the same of what we're seeing in the database to what we're seeing in the application. So we just need some additional information. And they ordered that on 2/24. And they also ordered the pyramid exam. And that's what the pyramid exam looks like. They asked for a blood profile, the blood test, urine specimen, and then the physical measurements. So they asked for that on 2/24. The client got it done on 3/2. That's pretty average for them to get it done within a week. And then also the APS that we just saw up there, where we're waiting for the attending physician statement. So this case won't get an approval. What you want is you want to have all these received dates filled. So we're still waiting on one item, because I can tell you that this is just where it says requirement pending underwriting review and order exam, blood and urine. Those are just fillers that they put in, because again, the examiner has already been filled in right here, and the requirements pending underwriting, it means they're still waiting for requirements. So once you have all dates here, that means that it's in the underwriter's final review. They're reviewing it one more time to give you a decision. Now this portion right here where it has drop files here or click to upload. So say this agent is able to get the medical records, the APS, they would go back into the portal and they could drop it here and send it to Anaco. My only thing is when you send this to Anaco through their portal, it does not give you a receipt saying that you sent it. It doesn't give you a date when you sent it or a time. It doesn't give you any of that documentation. So what I do, I also send an email to Anaco, again, documentation showing that, hey, this was uploaded into your system. Here is another copy. Because sometimes this system has like a malfunction and they don't receive it just by here. And again, underwriting, you want documentation. So they're more than happy to receive it 2 different ways. I've never had an issue, but you can also drop the files in there if need be. And then the last section of this whole entire page is at the bottom here underneath the drop files box, where it's new business documents. You won't really do much here. All of this is forms or documents that the carrier has mailed to the client, asking for underwriting requirements, anything in regards to the final approval, anything like that. You will rarely go in here for anything. And then at the bottom, it's just their contact information. So let's go through another one that's has been approved, admin review. So again, client's name, Claudia is an awesome underwriter. Love her, Miss Claudia, she's great. The policy information for this one's an approved admin status for standard non-tobacco user. That's the details. And you see, again, this is when I go to this section, after I've just made sure everything's checked off, when I first see it, it's over here. So it was written on 5/23 It was received on 5/26 and it was already approved on 6/16. So that's how quick you want it to be. So that was, today's the 18th, or today's the 19th. So that was approved on 6/16. And I believe, because I can't remember who I blacked out here, I believe for this one, we're just waiting on the client to tell us what they decide. And then we'll get this policy issued. All right, here is where we actually have, again, the agent section. And then this is just the agent information. It's nothing too exciting. The writers, which again, common writers, the terminal, critical, chronicle, and then the APS information. This is completely blank because for this case, the carrier didn't need an APS. Based on the policy requirement, which is right below here, all the carrier wanted for this client, again, the RX, motor vehicle, and risk classifier always asked for 5/26, and they wanted a paramedical exam. So the paramedic exam was done about a week and a half afterwards. They got it. Now, please keep in mind that the date, for example, the date that this client did her paramedic exam, I believe was, let me look at this real quick, 6/2. So her paramedic exam, they requested it on 5/26. She actually did it on 6/2, but it didn't hit the carrier till 6/11. And then it was reviewed by the underwriter between 6/14 and 6/16. So just be aware of that. It does take some time for the paramedical exam to go from the nurse to the nurse's company that she uploads all that information. That should take 24 hours. And then I'm going to be honest, I haven't figured out how some paramedical exams, literally they're with the carrier within 2 to 3 days, and some take about a week to get there. So just to make sure you're aware of that and stay on top of it. The max I would wait is a week. If it's not there with the carrier within the week, then something's gone wrong, either in how you ordered the paramedical exam and it's not connected to correct carrier. Because for example, if you have a client who has 2 policies, they ordered or they applied for a policy with North American and Allianz. You have to input into the system 2 separate orders. One nurse will come and input those 2 orders, but you need to put in 2 separate orders, one for North American and one for Allianz, because they do not share information in any way, shape, or form. Just keep that in mind. So that one was pretty straightforward. All they required was the paramedical exam. That's it. And then this little item right here is they're holding the application for a specific request that was on the app. Some people hold applications, usually it's couples, hold my husband's application until mine is approved. When both of them are approved, then they'll be released, or kids' applications. Best practice, just get them approved when they're approved. But for whatever reason, this client wanted to wait for both of them to get approved before both of them are issued. And then COD is just the premium, that they have permission to draft the premium. Okay, last example here. So this one is, again, another policy. Kate Bowen, good underwriter as well, love her. You have the client's information. This status is different in that it's to await delivery requirements. So await delivery requirements is that they're waiting for the policy delivery receipts or NIA forms. We have the information of the policy. And then over here again, looking at this right here, the application was written on 4/14. It was actually received on 4/14. So you know Anika was having a good day, because literally it was written and they were able to receive it right on the same day. That sometimes does happen. It was approved on 6/9, which is definitely over our 30-day
45 days.
Our 30-day requirement. So once we get to the requirements, we'll see why it took longer. It's not best practice, but it does happen. but they quickly to issue and to mail it, literally within 24 hours. So let me see why that took a little, because again, I compete against myself. I was like, how fast can I get these issued? I have numbers to beat. Agent information again, writer information again, and then this one did not need an APS. So this is just additional information. Okay, so now I see, okay, yeah, I remember this one. So this one, they required a lot of information. Again, their most normal things, the motor vehicle, the risk classifier, and the RX database search. And then they asked for a copy of the client's visa. They were asking about resident status, a questionnaire. They wanted to know where she was in the process. They asked for a social security card, proof of employment. And then, oh, sorry, I forgot I can't scroll. My apologies. Here we go. And then after, and again, they're asking for these on different dates. So first it was just 4/14, okay. And it wasn't until the 25th that I got the underwriting requirements. So that's about 9 days that they were just reviewing her application. They were like, okay, we need this additional stuff. So on 4/25, we asked for this information. I got it to them within 2 business days, but again, it takes them, so 4/25, they asked for it, we got it by 4/27. It takes Aniko about 3 to 4 business days to process it. So on 4/30, that's when they actually reviewed the information and they accepted it as is. After getting those 2 requirements, they had an additional requirement. Okay, we need to do an electronic inspection. Based on the electronic inspection, they required some more stuff on 5/5. So they wanted all of this. They wanted the social security card, her status as a resident, and then they wanted a pyramid exam. So then based off of that, we got that into them a little bit later because the client, she couldn't, well, we got the pyramid exam scheduled in 2 weeks. There was a mix up with the nurse and the exam didn't occur. So we had to schedule another one that was at the end of the month. And pyramid exams, guys, you wanna stay on top of them, but sometimes you'll go into the system and the first pyramid exam available is 2 weeks out. So that's obviously gonna delay your case, but for a valid reason. Tony has, and I don't know how he did this because he just gave me the information when I came on board. He was able to get specific contact numbers for nurses in certain areas. And that's what you want to do. And maybe he'll tell you how he did that. Because when you have relationships with the nurses, you can call them directly and literally they'll schedule you in within 24 to 48 hours because they do independent contract work on the side as opposed to working directly with Exam One. So it's good to have direct nurses information. And then our last item that they're requesting, we're still waiting on the client to let us know because the premium differs from what was quoted. So she got rated. So it's a different premium that's going to be drafted than she was applied for. So they're asking us for permission to draft the new premium. I believe we're still in talk with this client to see what she would like to do. And that is it for me, guys. Any other questions? Again, this is just Aniko. Maybe next time we'll do North American or Allianz, any of the other ones.
Awesome sauce. I appreciate you, Nicole. Thank you so much.
A lot of information, but very important.
Yeah, I saw that you put that into a PDF. That's phenomenal. I think that's something we need to have on Evernote, and we can add in there constantly. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. Cool. All right. So let's do this real quickly. I know we're over on time. Okay, and I apologize for that. This is our first time doing this in this compressed fashion. But if you notice, there's so much information that we got to give that we're over on time. And I want to go. I want to continue. What I want to know is if you guys are okay with that. I want to go for about an hour and then finish off after that because I still got to give my portion of the training as well too. What I need is people to unmute themselves and give me the yes, or give me a visual thumbs up. If I can, let me
Yes,
see.
please.
Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Everybody's good for that. Everybody's good. Okay. If you have to get off, I totally understand. I'm going to be respectful of that because obviously it's a weekend. It's Father's Day weekend coming as well. So you're free to hop off and catch the video afterwards. But here's what I do want to do before you hop off. I'm going to take a picture of who is still on because we lost about 7 to 10 people. And the people that are still on right now are the ones that are going to get invited to that private training. So congratulations to you guys. If you're right now, let's do this. It's 4:27 my time. Let's take a 5-minute, just a quick 5-minute break to stretch, use the restroom, get some coffee, and we'll be right back on 4:28. 5 minutes from now is 4:33 Eastern time. So let's just take a quick 5 minutes and we'll get started, and we'll finish off with me. Cool. All right, let's get this bad boy started here. Let me do this. Let me do this. Remove pin. Okay. Gallery. What do I got? I got 2 people on camera. Okay. All right. Let's get some cameras on here, guys, so we can finalize and finish off over here. But I want to show you something. I want to show you something to get you guys laughing a little bit. Nicole, are you there? Nikki, Nicole, Nikki? Nikki?
Yeah, I'm here.
I have something for you. I want to show you something that'll just, I think it'll make you laugh.
Is it Kobe? Kobe? Show me Kobe. Show me Kobe.
Not Kobe, but it's close. It's close. Look, look.
Okay.
I'm on my dog Kobe's a boxer, and I'm on a boxer group, and somebody posted that on their Facebook, and I thought it was freaking hilarious. So, looks like my Kobe, other than the fact that this guy has his ears, my dog's ears are cropped. anyways, guys, I gotta tell you, underwriting, illustration designs, Jarvis, all 3 of those things, in the grand scheme of things, they're not that like fun. It's not like you wake up and you're like, yes, you know what I mean? You don't, but all 3 of them are so crucial for your business. They're crucial. So if you're the person that wants to make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in a month and be able to take that money and do things that you want to do in life to enjoy life, spend it with your family, go to nice dinners, go to restaurants, give to charity, give to tithes, buy a house, whatever. Those pieces of the business are crucial, and they can't be avoided. We have to learn those worlds. And as you start to build and you get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, you get to add people to your team and create distribution. I remember when I had to do all of those things by myself. I remember when I was my own case manager, I had to do all the application input, I had to do all the underwriting myself, I had to do all the CRMs myself, I had to do all the marketing myself, I had to do every single stinking thing myself. And this was back in the day, just so you guys know, when applications were paper apps. So I had to carry with me a box full of paper applications for 4 or 5 different types of products that I had to sell, when my fact finders were paper fact finders. I mean, it was, you know what I mean? And you just got to kind of push through that grind. And then as you get bigger and bigger, you start to realize, okay, listen, how much of an entrepreneurial opportunity do I have? And if I scale my business up, could I put people in different positions in my business that could help me do 10 times, 20 times more business than I ever have? I remember when submitting 4 pieces of business in 1 month was a big deal. Now we're, personally, I'm averaging anywhere from 10 to 12 pieces of business personally a month, and I'm running the entire organization, but that's only because I have the right people in the right places. Howard is a very intricate piece to this puzzle. Nicole's an enormous intricate piece to this puzzle. Sandra's an intricate piece to this puzzle for licensing purposes. The VPs are all intricate pieces to the puzzle and allow this entire operation to go. And you guys are an intricate piece to this puzzle. I focus so much of my attention on the agents because you guys are the most important piece of this puzzle. Without you, there's no business. That's just the reality. There's no business without you. So what I'm showing you is 16 years of hustle and grind and learning and mistakes that hopefully you guys will be able to 10x what I've been able to create in 5 years, in 4 years. That's the idea. You guys are here to do it faster than I did it by learning and participating in these types of training sessions. Because a lot of this stuff, just so you know, I had to learn it through trial and error. So from a underwriting side, I want to touch base here real quickly on some of the things that Nicole talked about for a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll get right into it. When you submit business, your job, you need to edify the case manager to the roof. Okay, I'm not going to show that for right now. You need to edify your case manager to the roof. I spend a good 5 to 7 minutes, and if you think about 5 to 7 minutes of edification, that's a long time. I mean, try to talk about somebody in a positive light for 5 solid minutes. Like you'd be like, damn, right? For about 5 solid minutes, I edify the heck out of who Nicole is. I make sure that the client understands that they're going into better hands than working with me. Because the client sometimes will bog you down if you're a field agent, and they'll think you're the person that has to answer their questions. You're the person that has to submit their application. You're the person that has to handle their underwriting. And if you become that person, it's harder for you to go out to the field and make more sales. But in the same token, I gotta take Nicole and I gotta put her up here so that when she speaks to my clients don't ever feel a sense of entitlement over her. They can never feel like she's the admin. Never. She's the tell-all be-all kind of person. She's my business partner. She is the senior case manager. She's got so many cases she's working. So if she calls you, trust me, you want to make sure you answer and give her your time because she's super busy and she could be doing many other things, but she's choosing to contact you. You got to edify her to the roof. The reason I have a WhatsApp is because WhatsApp is real easy to create group chats. Her, me, and the client, and Howard as well. And now we're all in the loop of what's going on. And I let them do the majority of the communication with the client once the application is taken, because my job is to work in the field or to work with the agents, right? But I'm always looking, I'm always observing. If there's something there that they're asking that's a little bit off whack, I'm gonna hop in and do it. If there's times that the client forgets the 5 minutes of edification that I gave Nicole, and she's having a tough time reaching the person, I tell Nicole all the time, I say, do a group text message between you, me, and them. When they see my number on the text message, they'll typically respond a lot faster, but I'll create that urgency right then and there. But she knows that's typically like last straw. That's like, I've called them 3 times, they haven't answered. I need to get you involved, Tony, because we all know where we need to be in this business, right? I need to be building the agency, working in the field. She needs to be handling all the volume of business that we're turning in, because she doesn't just oversee my personal business. She's also overseeing the entire organization. And so it's a very strong piece. That's number one. You got to edify like crazy who your case manager is. If you're working the business, husbands and wives, if the husband's the field agent, then you got to edify the spouse and she's the best case manager. If the female's the field agent, then the husband's got to be edified to the roof as to who it is she is. You guys hear me talk about it all the time with reference to who Sandra is for licensing. I don't want to be the main guy. I'm not the main guy. She's the main guy. Main gal, right? You guys talk to me about illustration design, I bring in Howard. You talk to me about underwriting, I bring Nicole, because you create a team so you can run a business and scale and do 10, 15 times more than you've ever done. But I remember when it was just me. So bear with it, learn every aspect of the business, because you cannot run a bakery until you know first how to bake bread from the beginning to end. You can't just be there for the sale of the bread. You got to know what happens behind the scenes to make the bread, what happens after you make the bread. You got to know the ins and outs, and these are the ins and outs. Now, once you learn, you can then download it into other people and scale your business over and over and over again. And TKO as a resource center is designed so that you guys have a lot of that already at your fingertips without having to financially come up with dollars for it. Because here's the reality, in my opinion, between the leads, between Jarvis, between Sandra doing licensing for your entire organizations, your downlines, between Nicole running underwriting classes and overseeing your underwriting, between the back office services that UMS brings to the table, that alone, I call that a set team, a sales execution team. And that alone, when I was first in the business, I would have to pay $1,000 a month to have all those resources. And we're giving it to you guys at no cost, because we want you to focus on the things that make more money. Go into the field. But you got to leverage this, okay? So a couple tips. Number one, when you submit to business, what you're basically trying to do is you're trying to meet all requirements. You're asking the underwriter, Mr. Underwriter, what do you need in order to give me the most important thing I'm looking for, which is an approval? So it could be any of these things here. I'm going to list them off. I want you to write them down. And even if you might not have picked up everything Nicole talked about, all you need to remember is when you turn in business, there's going to be some of these things or all of these things that the underwriter is looking for. Your job is to give it to them so that they can give you an approval. And when they have nothing else that they're requesting, you got to be on top of them, constantly reminding them, approve my business, approve my business. There's no reason something should stay in pending approval status for 5-6 business days when you've given them everything that they needed, right? So what exactly are these things? Sometimes you'll get all of these. Sometimes you'll only get one of these. Sometimes you'll get 3 of these, but you got to know what they are. And that's what you're communicating with the underwriter about and saying, hey, what do I need? Could need a paramedical exam. The nurse comes out to you. Nicole asked, how did Tony get access to the nurses? You want to know how I found these nurses? By talking to them. I used to use ExamFX. I used to use, APSs. I used to use all these companies. And you know what I learned? I learned that if I built a relationship with some of the very nurses, I learned that some of those very nurses had side practices. Some of the very nurses, right, had their own little hustle on the side. It's like somebody who works at H&R Block. right? They do taxes for H&R Block for a salary, but you don't think they got their own handful of clients that they do kind of on the side? They learn the business through H&R Block. They learn the business, whatever it is, but they also do it a little bit on the side as a hustle, right? And so I just built a relationship with the nurses. And while you did really great customer service, great this, great that, let me ask you a question. Do you do paramedical work on the side? Are you contracted to do independent work? Yes, I am. You for any insurance company? Yes, I am. You use these paramedical companies? Yes, I do. Perfect. Can I get your direct cell phone number? If I call you and send you the business directly, I want to know that you're going to take care of my clients. I want to know that I can have a relationship with you where within 24 hours, you're going to send me the medical report that the insurance company needs. I want to know that I can text message you when I need an appointment, but I also want to know that you're not going to cancel my clients' appointments because you got double booked. If you tell me you're going to be there, I need you to be there, because that's one of the things I hate about paramedical companies, the big guys, the big ones, like the exam one. I hate the fact that they're backed up sometimes for 2 weeks. You get an appointment in, but then because it didn't fit in the nurse's calendar, they called and rescheduled it and moved it another 2 weeks out, and now you're waiting. I can't stand that. So when I build a relationship with a nurse, I tell them, look, I'll feed everything to you, but I'm going to text message you when I have a paramedic that I need you to do. I'm going to ask you on the text message if you can make yourself available at this time. If you say yes, you're not canceling that on me. You're not canceling that on me. And within 24 hours of you taking the paramedical exam, you're going to send us the report. Can I get your word on that? Because if you can say yes, we'll work together. If you can't, I got to find somebody else. And so over the years, I have found the nurse in the Miami market. I have found the nurse in the Southwest Florida market, because those are the two biggest ones that I work in. I asked Rubiel if he knew anybody in Illinois that did that as well too. He gave me the names and numbers of a couple nurses that he's got a good relationship with. So build those relationships. And don't get me wrong, there's some territories where I don't know a nurse, so I have no choice. I have to go use Exam One, or I have to go use another nursing team. But build that one-on-one relationship. That's the stuff that helps you. That's the gold right there for you, okay? So that's what a paramedical is. PHI stands for a phone history interview. They want to do an interview with the client. Prep the client for this. Make sure the client doesn't tell more information than they need to give. You ever heard of those people that are like, they develop every single disease and then they go get tested and they don't have it? You ever heard of that? Those types of people? They heard on the news about this, and all of a sudden next week they're like, I thought I had it, so I went to the hospital. No, you don't. When you do a phone history interview, you answer the question that they ask you. You don't say, well, 3 years ago I thought I had cancer, but because I was a little heavier around over here, and I could have sworn that it was cancer, and it turned out I just had gas. No, you don't do that. Have you ever had cancer? Yes or no? You got to prep your client for that information. They might need a questionnaire for a specific medical condition. That's a form. Download the form, get it answered, get it back. They might need an APS, an attending physician statement. That's medical records. That's what takes the longest. That's why Nicole was talking about kiss of death. Now, what you can do to speed this process up is you get the client involved. Mr. Client, it's been 2 weeks. Your doctor hasn't sent it over yet. Why? Because they don't make any money for doing that work for you. But I need you to call, and I need you to request, and I need you to be a little bit more stern than our underwriting team is, so that they can send that stuff to us right away, because we need those records in order to move forward. MIB, Medical Information Bureau, all the insurance companies automatically do this. This is where they get the medical history that tells them if they need to pull APSs or do phone history interview. MIB. An RX, a prescription risk database. There's a database that they go to for prescriptions. If your client takes prescriptions, get the name of the prescription, get the dosage, get the quantity, get the frequency that they're doing it, find out why they're doing it, find out how long they've been doing it, but you need the information. Don't withhold it. The motor vehicle report, the underwriter automatically gets this. The credit bureau, the underwriter automatically gets this. They automatically get this stuff. You don't got to go get it, right? And the LexisNexis is the newest report that they do, which pulls your pattern as a citizen in the United States of what your lifestyle is. How often do you change jobs? How often do you change your work? How often do you relocate? LexisNexis is very, very new, but because of this, they're able to now offer people $1 million, $2 million of insurance without having to get a medical exam, because apparently they've done enough research to determine that people who relocate a lot or change jobs a lot or whatever things they look for in the LexisNexis report help them determine patterns that those people have, good or bad. Okay? But out of everything I explained here, the ones that they might ask you to go get, schedule a paramed, we need a phone history interview, we need this questionnaire answered, everything else, and the APS, if they can't get it within a timely manner. But everything else, the underwriter gets without you. The Medical Information Bureau, the prescription report, the motor vehicle report, the credit bureau, the LexisNexis. Occasionally they might say, hey, we can't find this person's motor vehicle report. Can you send us a copy of their license? All you're looking to do is to meet all of these requirements so that they can say, hey, Mr. Insured Agent, it's approved. Now, don't think your job is done when it's approved. When the underwriter says it's approved, how much is it approved for? Is it approved the way that I applied it so the price is the same? Is it approved differently? Is the price better? Is the price worse? I need to know. Approved. The next step after that is you need to get it funded. Client needs to make their first payment. Once it's funded, it becomes issued. Issued-in force. That means the policy is in place. It's active. If the person dies, it's something already in place. And then the last thing is delivered, meaning the policy itself has been mailed to you, the client, you, the agent. You have delivered the policy to the client, and the client has signed what's called a PDR, policy delivery receipt. Sometimes some policies might require an NIA, typically if the value of the insurance policy changes. Sometimes the policy might require an amendment if something had to be changed about your application. Sometimes you need all three of these, sometimes you need one of these, sometimes you need none of these. And every insurance company is a little different. But knowing this generic piece at least puts you ahead of 90% of the agents in this world that are being taught by agencies that don't teach this stuff, right? Now, some tricks for companies. Watch this. North American has a potential two-part application process. You submit electronically, client logs in, signs. The insurance company starts pulling some of these reports, and based on what they find, they tell the client, hey, Mr. Client, fill out an electronic medical questionnaire. That's part two. So the client now has to look for the second part and the client needs to log back in and fill out the medical questions. There's a two-part process to North American. You have to be aware of that. Don't just assume because the client signed the first part that it's with the underwriter. It's your job, once the client signs it, to reach out to the underwriter and go, Mr. Underwriter, are you beginning underwriting or do you need something else? Okay, North American also won't talk to you. North American is the only company that we have in the platform that will not directly talk to you. They'll talk to one person and one person only. That's Neelam at home office, at our IMO. So when you get emails, it's really Neelam forwarding them to you from the underwriter. It's Neelam, and she forwards it to the writing agent and the secondary agent. So just be aware of that. You need to make sure you as the agent are in communication so that both of you aren't sending duplicates. Now, when North American approves, they approve you, they'll require you to deliver it before they fund it. That's one of the only companies that they'll say, we are not going to collect first payment until we've approved it, issued it, and received the delivery receipts from the client. Once we receive the delivery receipts, the PDRs, if the client accepts the policy, then they'll fund it and then you get paid. Some companies do it different. Some companies will approve you, draft the payment from the client, issue the policy, pay you, and then you got to deliver the policy. Every company is different. North American is the only one that I've seen thus far where they will not pay you until they've collected all four. Most companies will pay you once it's approved, funded, and issued, and they'll wait for you to deliver. You saw when Nicole was talking about if you don't collect delivery receipts and something happens 2 years from now, you get a 2-year chargeback. The reason is because the free look period does not begin until the policy delivery receipts are signed and delivered to the insurance company. And that free look period is typically 2 weeks where the client can cancel the policy and get a full refund. So if the free look period never began, that means that the policy could be in force for 2, 3, 4 years. And then on the 4th year, the client say, hey, I don't want this policy, give me a full refund. And the insurance company is entitled to giving them 4 years worth of premium payments back, which means you're gonna get a charge back, you're gonna get terminated from the company, and they're gonna charge you a fee. They're gonna penalize you for doing that. So delivery receipts are huge because they begin the clock for the free look period for you and they protect you. That's why it's enormous. Some companies request it, some companies don't get it. Most final expense companies don't have a delivery receipt requirement because that's a final expense product. But but all other traditional insurance policies, they have a delivery receipt requirement of some sort. Okay. NLG, NLG and North American both, you can deliver policies electronically where there's never a physical paper version. However, North American's delivery receipts have to be ink. NLG's delivery receipts could be electronic. You need to learn that stuff. American National, okay, the client only has to sign one time when you submit it electronically. National Life Group, the client only has to sign one time when you submit it electronically. However, North American, it could be a two-part process. See how things are a little bit different, right? If you're replacing business and the policy that you're replacing is a cash value policy and it has cash in it, and you want to move that cash over, the replacement paperwork typically has to be wet ink. Even though the electronic application will have that document there, take the extra steps, and while the policy is in underwriting, send the client that document one more time, that replacement form, and have them wet ink sign it as well too. These are things that you learn along the way, okay? Never sign for a client. Electronic signatures do give you the option where if you're next to the client directly, they could sign it right there on your device. Don't ever sign for them. You want the fastest way to lose your license, the fastest way to never have any errors and omissions insurance company approve you, the fastest way to lose your contracts, signing on behalf of the client. And never ever. Yes, it's easier to just be like, oh, they're right here, they're gonna sign. It's a lot easier than sending them the email, calling them, making sure they open it up. No, don't ever sign for the client. Ever, 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 ever. Okay? PDRs, we talked about it. Policies that are in underwriting for 30 days should not happen frequently. Should be an infrequent thing, maybe 1 in every 10. If your policies are taking 30 days to approve, you're doing something wrong. Not the underwriter, you're doing something wrong. Remember, the underwriters and the case managers get paid hourly or salary. They don't get paid based on the approval or the decline of that policy. You get commissions on that policy, so it's your job to make sure you're following up. So when an underwriter tells us, oh, I'm gonna do it, no problem, great, I'm gonna call you tomorrow and follow up to make sure you did it. I'm following up with you. I'm gonna baby this along the way. Anaya's laughing, but it's the truth, 100%. You gotta baby it along the way. We're gonna draft tomorrow, great, I'm gonna call you tomorrow to make sure you drafted, right? Well, we're waiting on the medical reports, great, when did they say they're gonna send it? They're gonna send it by Monday, okay, perfect, I'm calling you Tuesday to make sure you got it, right? And there's the right way to talk to underwriters and the wrong way. You could piss them off and they might not wanna work with you, or you can treat them as professionals, respect them, edify the right ones. I know how to compliment the right ones the right way, right? Sending them a bottle of wine on Christmas is not a bad thing. It might put your application at the head of the list. I'm just telling you guys right now. But make sure you know who to work with and who you don't. You saw how Nicole was like, I like this one, I don't like this one, because she's established relationships with them and she knows how they prefer to do business with you, how they don't, okay? If in the application, there's a question there that says, hey, would you be open, if the client would be open for an actual interview, and you get the option to put yes and no, then put no. Just remove that requirement from yourself. Don't give yourself more work. Don't give the client more work. If the application in the application process asks you if you want a competitive report analysis to be done, put no. If they give you the option to put yes or no, put no. Don't add more work to your stuff, okay? Electronic is best. Virtual meetings. I do a lot of virtual meetings. The applications don't require you to get a copy of the driver's license. I require it. You should require it if you're getting an electronic application, if you've never seen the person face to face. You'd be amazed how much fraud there is out there. Someone wants to apply for a life insurance policy on somebody else's name, somebody else's this, somebody else's that. Someone claims that they're this person, that person, or the other, just because their Zoom ID says that that's their name. You don't know if that's the truth or not. They need to send you a picture of a driver's license, a valid driver's license, and it cannot be expired, or identification or passport or something, but you need to have that in your documentation. In your documentation. Okay. Delivery receipts. For North American, they require ink. For NLG, they have their own internal electronic system and you can only do it through that. For American National, you can use your own electronic signing software like Sign Now or DocuSign. They'll approve that. But DocuSign and Sign Now will not be allowed with NLG. So you just got to learn that from each company. And it's okay to ask. And whatever they say, make sure you get it documented in writing in an email to back yourself up in the event of in the future. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. I know I said this a little bit fast, but hopefully, again, you guys will go back to the recording and you'll remember some of this stuff because these are the things that'll help you get business approved faster. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay, cool. All right. Let's do my training to close this bad boy up. I'm going to do training on two things. Number one, hang on, I think I see a question pop up. Makes sense? Good, good. Okay, good. All right, so I'm going to do a training on two things. Number one, how I present an IUL illustration using an illustration format called Live, Die, Quit, or Become Disabled. Live, Die, Quit, or Become Disabled. I'm going to show that to you. I'm going to show it to you on my iPad. And then lastly, I'm going to show you my scripts. I'm going to show you my scripts, how I make phone calls with leads, how I overcome objections. We're going to go through that process so you guys can learn that as well too. I'm very big on technology, so I use an iPad. If you guys noticed, when Howard was doing his training, he showed you a digital version of a financial needs analysis, right? I use digital because of speed, but because also my handwriting is horrible and my assistants could never read any of it unless I typed it up. Nicole could not work with me if I had to handwrite stuff, and I'm horrible with it. So what I use in order to do that, just so you all know, I use a software called OneNote. Microsoft OneNote, it costs $9.99 a month. It gives me OneNote, Excel, PowerPoint, and Word, all the updated versions of those applications. Plus it gives me OneDrive, which is a cloud where I keep all my client information on. Okay, I use OneNote, okay? And what I did with OneNote is I created that template. Now, here's the one thing I've exposed myself to, and I don't want to expose myself the wrong way when I say this, okay? If you want access to that template, I have no problem giving that to you, but you got to at least submit one piece of business first. I'm not just going to start opening it up and taking all the extra legwork to give this access to everybody just because you feel warm and fuzzy by having it. Turn in one piece of business and show that you really want to work your license, and I'll gladly give access to that so you can have that piece into your private practice, no problem. If not, we have a paper version of it on a PDF on our Evernote file, and you can reach out to your VP to get you access to that one if you need it, okay? Let me see here. I know. So, I want to open up my iPad and show it to you guys. The illustration. Howard, what email did you send it to? Oh, that's it. That's why I can't find it. There it is. Okay. All right. So I am going to open up now Zoom on my iPad so you guys can see it. And I will show you how I present an IUL in the Live, Die, Quit, Become Disabled. I've been doing it this way now for 10 years, somewhere around there. It works very well for me. A couple things you need to know about illustrations. Number one, have all the pages. This thing, okay, that's okay. No audio, okay. Okay, so a couple things you want to know. Number one, show all the pages on the illustration. Don't remove any of the pages, number one. Number two, if you're going to bring a paper version of it with you, you can never write. You yourself as the agent cannot write on the illustration. You cannot highlight on the illustration. You can't do any of that stuff. However, it does not stop you from giving the pen or giving the highlighter to the client and having the client highlight and write on the illustration. I don't do much face-to-face meetings. A lot of what I do is virtual. So on virtual, I can draw on an illustration because there's never going to be an actual physical policy with the handwriting on there. Okay, but I never show only portions of the illustration. I show the entire thing. Make sense? Good stuff? Okay. Let's show this bad boy here. I'm doing an iPad screen share. And the way I'm doing it right now is exactly how I do it with my client meetings, just so you guys know. On my iPad, I show the screen. On my computer, I'm on camera like this. All right? Right now, I'm viewing the illustration. So let's take a look at it. Couple things. Let me start from the beginning and I'll go slow. I apologize. Couple things. Number one, I want to address the company, Allianz, one of the top companies in the market space. Been around since 1896. We're looking at doing $1 million, and then here's what I'll do, just so you guys can see. This is why I use the iPad. It gives me the ability to draw, right? We're looking at $1 million, right? On a 30-year-old, what happened here? Without cancel. Yeah, I'm sorry. Stop it. This, okay. So I'm taking a screenshot of it because the PDF happens to be password protected, but on screenshot I can draw, right? So this is a 30-year-old female preferred non-tobacco for $1 million. All right, I want to show them that. I'll delete the screenshot, keep scrolling. I'm looking for this one right here, the current scenario. Current scenario, okay? Now, the first thing I want you to understand is this. This is nothing more than an illustration. If you can conceptually understand how this works, I want you to know something. These numbers can be scaled up, they could be scaled down. It's totally up to you. But I need you first to conceptually understand how these strategies work. These are strategies that have been around based on a tax code that was generated back in 1904. The tax code is that old. It's a strategy that the wealth of America used to grow money in a tax-free manner while still leaving behind a legacy for their family. Okay? Now, again, this is for you to conceptually understand this. Great? Cool, no problem. So here's what I'm gonna do. Take a screenshot of it, and I go, Mr. Client, I'm gonna put a $sign right here. That's gonna represent your contributions, you making payments into this plan, okay? I'm gonna put a B above this column right here. That's your benefits, okay? I'm gonna put a Q above this column right here. That's your quit, what happens if you quit, okay? And I'm gonna put a C above this one right here because that's your cash. That is going to be your cash. This is the live, die, quit, or become disabled illustration. And the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a D right here and I'm gonna circle it because I wanna talk about what happens if you become disabled. Okay, so let's go through it. I'm gonna put the highlighter on. Mr. Client, I'm showing you putting $6,960 per year into this product, which breaks down to $6,960 divided by 12, $580 a month, or $145 a week. You see how I minimize the number down? And I'm showing you doing that kind of contribution, if you notice, only for 10 years. After 10 years, what happens? You put more money in. And again, this is an example. You don't have to, but I want to show you what would happen if you did. Okay, fair enough? Great. Now, you put money in the first year, $69.60. How much cash do you have at the end of the year? $49.06. You have less money than what you put in. Holy crap. Why do you have less money than what you put in? The reason you have less money than what you put in is because this is a front-loaded investment, which means the cost, the bulk of the cost is paid up front. You paid roughly $2,000 in order to have this benefit. What's that benefit? It's $1 million worth of insurance protection. Now, how do you get access to this money? If you die, death benefit. If you become terminal, less than a year left to live, you get access to the money while you're alive. If you need the money because you need money to pay for a nurse to take care of you because you cannot dress yourself, feed yourself, or transfer yourself, you can tap into that money as well too, right? The reason I'm not calling it a death benefit is because obviously you have all those other living benefits attached to it. Now, if you think about it, you originally signed up for $1 million of coverage. Well, what amount is that? That's $1,004,906. Why is it higher? It's higher because we're going to give you, Mr. Client, the $1 million plus the cash. And $1 million plus $4,906 is what? $1,004,906. Now, what do you see happening with this policy every single year? It grows. You're making more money. You have more insurance protection every single year because every single year you have more cash. Every single year you have more cash. Now, Mr. Client, if you quit the first year, Remember, that's that Q column. If you quit that first year, I'm writing you a check for nothing. If you quit the second year, I'm writing you a check for nothing. If you quit the third year, I'm writing you a check for nothing. Mr. Klein, have I explained to you how this is in no way, shape, or form a short-term vehicle? This is a long-term vehicle. And investments operate like a seesaw. You give up one thing in exchange for having another. This gives you tax-free benefits. This gives you the ability to earn, 5 to 6% interest on your money. This gives you the ability to have insurance coverages that you'll never outlive. This gives you the ability to know that if markets crash, you're not going to lose anything. But what are you giving up? Short-term profits. You get out in the short term, you're losing money. I'm looking you in the face and I'm telling you you're losing money. Now let's look at this long term, what we're really thinking about doing. Let's go 10 years out. 10 years out, you would have put in $69,600. How much do you have in cash? $66,000. What does that tell you? That tells you that you're gonna break even. You're gonna get back all of the money you put in. You're gonna recuperate these initial costs within your first 10 to 12 years. You know how I know? Because look right here. Look how much you have in cash versus how much you have when you quit. It's the exact same number right there. That means that right around that year, you know for sure, if you quit, you're gonna get back 100% of what you put in. But if you quit anytime earlier than then, you're gonna get back less than what you put in because of the costs, right? But again, we're thinking about this long-term. I'm first addressing the negative of this vehicle. Mr. Klein, do you happen to have any questions? No? You understand? Yes? Okay, perfect. Now, let's go fast forward a little bit here. Okay, let's go to the next 10 years. We saw what would happen in the first 10 years. What happens the second 10 years? Second 10 years means you're 20 years in. Let's do the same thing. Here's your contribution. Here's your benefit. Here's your quit column. Here's your cash column, right? On the 20th year, you would have invested $177,600. You now have $255,796 in cash, which is the exact same $255,796 if you quit that we write you a check for. And your insurance, coincidentally enough, it's $1 million, which is your initial insurance plus the exact dollar for dollar amount in cash. And that money is a death benefit and a disability benefit. That's what the D stands for. This is the disability benefit if you need a nurse to take care of you. This is your disability benefit if you become terminal. This isn't a normal disability like I can't work for 6 months. This is a true impairing type of a disability. You get access to that later. You see how 20 years in, you're not making a profit? What happens 30 years in? 30 years in, now Mr. Klein, do you notice also how you start off with 6,960, then you go up to 10,800, then you go up to 14,400. This is just an example. You don't have to do it this way, but this is an example of what would happen if you did. 30 years in, Mr. Client, you would have put in 321,000. How much is it worth? Oh my goodness, Mr. Client, did I just double your money? I just doubled your money. I literally took you from 321,000 to 665,000. You're 60 years old, you still haven't fully retired yet, but I've doubled your money. You ready? You ready? Tax-free. I've doubled your money tax-free. If you haven't even tapped into this money, and you pass away prematurely, we leave it for your family. You leave both the insurance and the money for your family. If you do tap into the money, you leave behind the insurance and you use the money yourself. And because this is not a 401k or an IRA or anything like that, you can tap into this money anytime you want. You can tap into this money on the 10th year, 11th year, 12th year if you want. Whatever you want. But if you use it for what it should be worth, which is long-term investing, long-term retirement by 65 years of age, you would have put in $411,000. How much is it worth, Mr. Client? $1,006,399. Isn't that amazing? Mr. Client, at 65 years of age, you're going to probably retire. And when you retire, You should not in any way, shape, or form put any more money in. That's why if you notice after 65, no more money gets put in. But what's happening to your savings account? You're still earning interest. Do you notice that? You didn't put any more money in, but you're still earning interest. You're earning about $60,000 a year, $63,000 a year in just interest. Interest. Oh, and by the way, it's still tax-free. You're earning $63,000 a year, tax-free interest, didn't tap into your principal, and still have your insurance. Is that not powerful? If you think about $63,000 a year, tax-free, just in interest, let's say over the course of 25 years, that's $1.575 million that you took out completely tax-free from 65 all the way to age 90, and you still haven't even tapped into the $1 million that your $411,000 grew to. Imagine if you passed away at 90. You know what $411,000 did for you? It paid you $1.5 million tax-free, and it left your family with $2 million tax-free. You add up $1.5 million of your money, $2 million of insurance money, that's $3.5 million tax-free out of your $411,000 investment. Now, does this product work short-term? Absolutely not. If this is a product you only intend to do for 5 years and then stop, I'm telling you right now, you're going to regret it. It's the worst thing on the planet. But you can't hate me because I told you directly, face to face, that this wasn't going to work. But if you treat this as a long-term vehicle, you can start doing what the Wealth of America does, which you know what that is? They live a tax-free retirement. They don't care what Uncle Sam does with taxes, and they leave their last name in a better place than they left it, than they were brought into it. See, people have the opportunity to be born broke, but it's your choice if you choose to die broke. People have the opportunity. People can say I was born into a family without any money, but you have the choice of making sure you don't leave your family without a legacy. I'm looking to work with people that care about their last name more than their first name, and this is a massive differentiator. Mr. Klein, do you happen to have any questions about this particular plan? That's what I do. That's my IUL. I didn't get into the nitty gritty, how indexing work, how this work, how that. I don't do any of that stuff. I would have already done that in the fact finder. Once I did my hustle presentation, I did my term, my GUL, my IUL, and they're interested in the IUL. I explained indexing. At that point in time, I just want to know what dollar amount monthly they're interested in doing, and I put together my illustration. This is exactly how I present the illustration. Keep it simple. Some of you might be thinking, well, Tony, how come you're not talking about the interest locking and all of this and all of that? I'm not going to bring that up unless I absolutely, utterly need to. If I deal with a very technical person, I might. But if I'm not, that's what I just gave you right now is 90% of my presentation to an IUL, to my IUL clients. There it is. There it is. You know what my next question is, Mr. Klein, what would you like to do next? You know what they typically say? I want to get something like this. What's next? Well, Mr. Klein, I'll tell you what's next. I'll tell you what's next. We've got to figure out a monthly amount that you feel comfortable doing. Number one. Make sure that it's a number that challenges you, but make sure it's not a number that leaves you broke every single month. Because you know what's going to happen 3 months from now, your girl's going to want to get her nails done. And you're going to have to decide whether you get your nails done or you pay into this plan, and you're going to choose the nails. I promise you will. Happy wife, happy life. I'd rather you do a number that still lets you live today, but challenges you for tomorrow. You see, nobody in your life right now is worried about the older version of you except for me. Your tax account, all they care about is giving you tax deductions today because they're not going to be around later. I want to be around later. I'm long-term. So I need you to give me a number that you can invest long-term into yourself and into your family, into your last name. And every time you put your kids to bed, I want you to look at them and remember that number is what you're putting away so that they don't have to pay for your retirement. What's that number? Once you tell me that number, I'll put together an illustration that fits that number. And we're going to apply with the company. We're going to apply with the company. Now, when we apply with the company, I need you to understand something, Mr. Klein. It could take 4 weeks. It could take 6 weeks to approve you. They've got to approve you. This is like a members only type of operation. Okay, this is literally like a members only type of an operation. Now, when we apply with them, we applied with the dollar amount that you're comfortable with. And I'm going to introduce you to one of the very best case managers I've ever had an opportunity to work with. Her name is Nicole Valentin. Now, when Nicole, by the way, Mr. Klein, do you have a WhatsApp? You do, perfect. Is it active? You do, perfect. Or you don't have one. Can you download that for me, please? Yes, great. When this application is submitted, you're going to get an email. The email's going to come from me. You need to sign it. It's going to say, hey, there's an application. Because right now, all I'm doing is gathering the data. We still have to submit the app. When you open up that application, you have to electronically consent. You're going to log in using the last 4 of your social. You're going to sign the application. Once that gets started, communication with me about this particular product cannot happen any longer between you and I. It needs to be you, me, and Nicole. So Nicole's going to create a group chat. And from that point forward, all communication about this policy is there. She's going to fight like no other to get your policy approved. Like no other to get your policy approved. Let me tell you something. She's very, very busy. I mean, very busy. People are fighting tooth and nail to get access to Nicole. If she calls you and she asks you a question about your policy, the best thing you can do is respond very quickly. Respond as fast as you can to her. Because that typically means she has an underwriter on the phone and she's trying to get this policy approved and a decision made. Policies in the underwriter's hands, the longer they're there, the more they can scrutinize it. And I don't want them to scrutinize it. I want them to hit the approve button and go. So when she's asking questions, it's because she's trying to answer what they need and move to the next step. So give her the answers that she needs. If they request a medical, which we won't know until later if they need a medical exam or not. If they request a medical, I need you to get a medical done as soon as possible. Early in the morning is best. I need you to fast, which means you cannot eat after midnight the night before, and no alcohol. You're going to take a medical, they're going to draw blood, take a urine sample. After they've drawn blood and taken a urine sample, you can Krispy Kreme and coffee your life away. But before then, nothing but water. If they approve you, we're going to approve you one of 3 ways. I need to know that I have your commitment on this. First way, we approve it exactly how you applied it. If they approve it that way, within 24 to 48 hours, you'll be notified by Nicole. And within 24 to 48 hours after that, they will take out the first payment, no ands, ifs, or buts. Second way is they decline you for some whatever medical reason. If that's the case, you're working with a broker. I have a chance of figuring out why they decline you, and then we can go find another company that suits your needs. Or the third way that they approve you is different than how we applied it, which means the price might be different. And if the price is different, you and I will get on a phone call. We'll have a conversation. I'll explain to you why the price is different and what the new price is. And you can tell me yay or you can tell me nay. Mr. Klein, what would you like to do next? Oh, I want to apply. Okay, perfect. What's that dollar amount? Great. That's the dollar amount. Perfect. You have 15 minutes to take an application. I do. Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. If I'm dealing with husband and wife, I'm going to ask them this question. I'm going to say, Mr. Klein, if by chance one of you gets declined, do I lose the other person? Because if that's the case, I don't want to apply it at all, to be honest with you. I have a track record and a credit history with the companies that I'm doing business with. So if for whatever reason you guys have an emotional connection to making sure you both go to the same insurance company, I'm going to tell you right now, it might not make sense to apply. Because I'm going to fight for both of you. But if one of you gets approved, that's a phenomenal plan for one of you. The person that got declined, I'm going to find you another company to work with that's going to be just as good. But I don't want to lose the first I don't want to lose the first client just because the second didn't approve. So what are your thoughts to that? Right? Can I control the date that they take my payment? You can after the first payment's already been made. The first payment will be made 24 to 48 hours after you get approved. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. But after you've been approved, you can tell me what specific day of the month you want them to draft, and I'll make sure it changes to that. Can I pay by check? Only if you're going to pay the year. You cannot make a physical check payment or a manual payment unless you're paying the whole year, which means the only way to have it monthly is automatic. It has to come out automatic from your bank account. They want to keep you covered, and they don't want you to lose coverage just because the mail arrived a day or two late. Oh, but I only want to pay check. I apologize, ma'am. I apologize. Not only do the companies not allow it, but to be quite frank, it's just a protocol of mine personally not to have that in my own book of business. If that's going to be a problem, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. I hope someone else can find you a solution. I'd refer you to somebody if I knew somebody. Is the medical going to cost me anything? It's not. We're going to cover the cost. I just need to make sure you do your job. Answer the questions appropriately. Make sure you're fasting the night before, and be diligent about getting your medical done soon. You get me? That's my protocol. I literally just gave you verbatim. I just hit play and I've done this presentation a million times. I just hit play and go, play and go, play and go. Now, typically, if I'm dealing with a client, just so you guys know, I'm dealing with a client of high net worth, somebody that's thinking about doing $1,000 a month into an IUL. You know what I do? I bring them 3 illustrations: 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000 a month. I bring all 3 of them. You know why? People tend to pick the middle number. He said to me, 1,000 what he can afford. I bring him 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000. 90% probability he's going to pick 1,500 a month. That's how you upsell. But I always start the presentation with that. This is conceptual. As long as you understand how this works, Mr. Client, we can make a decision. You can move forward. Do I have to follow that structure, that schedule, and increase my payments? No, you don't. You could stick to the first payment that you committed to the entire way, and you're still going to do well. You're just not going to do as well. It's like putting, regular unleaded instead of premium into a Ferrari. I'm putting you into a Ferrari, but it's your choice what kind of gas you want to put into it. It's your choice if you want to do the oil changes and get synthetic oil or regular oil. Is it going to run on regular oil versus synthetic? It'll still run. It just won't be as smooth. You get what I'm saying? So if you keep to the same payments, you can't go lower than the payments. But I encourage you to increase those payments a handful, as many times as you possibly can. It doesn't have to be according to that schedule, but just know you can. You can, Mr. Client. You can. And Mr. Client, just so you know, with your permission, if we do take this application, I'm going to need not only a beneficiary, but I'm going to need at least 3 contingent beneficiaries. 3 people that if your main beneficiary passes away and you pass away, those 3 other people are people you'd want to leave this money behind for. And with your permission, I need to host what's called fiduciary meetings with all 3 of them. This is a meeting where I introduce myself to them and I let them know exactly what type of insurance it is that you bought, Mr. Client. The reason why is I want them to know what the protocol is, what the living benefits are, what the 800 numbers are, what these policies do and they don't do. A lot of people, when they think of life insurance, they think of one word, say it: death. They have no idea the living benefits that these plans have. I need them to know, because if you're in a hospital bed, in a coma, and you have access to money and they have no idea where they're going to pay the medical bills, guess what? They need to know that ahead of time. They can't call you for that message. And if I don't know you're in the hospital, I can't call them. So I need to host that meeting with them. It's just a 20-minute virtual meeting. Now, time out. That's my script to them. Now I'm talking to you, the agent. You know what that meeting gives me an opportunity to do? Go ahead, somebody say it. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You know what I'm thinking. Go ahead and say it. I see Anaya there over there. Go ahead, say it.
Referrals.
Another sale. Another sale. Because not only do you get to present what the policy does and doesn't do, you get to present different types of policies that the client doesn't have. You get a chance to ask those people, listen, you have been assigned as a contingent beneficiary for a couple of reasons. This person loves you, but this person also believes that you make sound financial decisions. Mr. Client, do you have insurance in place for yourself? I don't. Why? We should sit down, we should talk. Or they'll volunteer it themselves. I didn't know that these insurances existed. I thought it was this, that, and the other. What else is there? Because in families, people love to play the one-up game, especially within cousins and brothers and sisters. They're always competing with each other. Oh, he got this, I want this too. But how can you have that meeting if you don't schedule that meeting? You have to request that meeting. It's called a fiduciary meeting, 3 contingent beneficiaries. Statistically, out of 5 fiduciary meetings that I host, I'll sell 2. Now, once I start doing that, I'm beginning the process of what's called nesting. Nesting means I put a nest in that family tree and I'm hanging out. I'm gonna make cousins, I'm gonna make the cousins clients, I'm gonna make grandma client, I'm gonna make the neighbor client, I'm gonna make the spouses, I'm gonna make everybody clients. Why? Because of fiduciary meetings. That's why. That's fine. Mr. And I mean, I can go on with different techniques. Mr. Client, who's your account that you do your taxes with every single year? I want to make sure that they understand how these products work, right? Because I want you to understand where the tax benefits are, and your tax account also needs to know that, right? Mr. Client, who's your attorney that would probably be the one to refer you or put together your estate, your will, your trust, right? This is ways you get referred in. Mr. Client, the person that's inheriting the money if you pass away, is that the same person that's inheriting your children? No. You want to make sure the person that's inheriting your children is financially sound and that your kids aren't walking into a financial nightmare? Who are those people? I mean, and this is just me. I'm digging for more referrals in my fact finder. I'm digging for more referrals in my application process. If the person only gives you 20 minutes to do an application, don't do it. You need an hour to do all of this stuff right here. You need an hour to get them emotionally jacked up so they can make any decision. They can make a decision. Because selling insurance is an emotional sale. It's not transactional. Selling a car is transactional. Feels good to be in that car. I feel sexy in it. I feel this. I'm touching it. I'm feeling it. I'm hearing that engine roar. There's nothing sexy about insurance other than a policy, a piece of paper. There's not even, it's just a piece of paper. There's nothing sexy about it. You gotta verbally get them emotionally in that place. Emotionally at that place. Right? Notice what I talk about with the long-term care benefits. That's there so that you have enough money so that a nurse can take care of you instead of your children having to take care of you. This is here. I just want to know, am I dealing with someone that cares more about their last name than their first name? Last name meaning I want to make sure that in the event that I get sick, injured, or ill, my family's not having to, financially support my retirement, and they're not having to pay my medical bills. That's that. When I look at my kids at night, I'm going to remind myself that the monthly payment I'm making into this cash value plan is so that I can retire with my money and not have to force my kids to pay for my retirement. And if I get sick along the way, I can tap into the benefits so that my kids can become the nurses, the supervisors of the nurses versus becoming the nurses themselves. That's an emotional conversation. That's 100% an emotional conversation. You see, when a parent holds a child, the child cries, and it's such a beautiful thing to a parent to hear their child crying. You can coddle them and caress them. But when a child has to hold their parent, exactly, they both cry. They both cry. It's a sad situation, right? You change diapers twice in your life, as babies and as adults. You want your kids changing your diaper? Or you want your kids to be your kids and a specialized nurse to be able to take care of you? It's just, this is the realities. I've got to speak that kind of reality to them when I'm selling insurance. And the IUL, in my opinion, is one of the best vehicles in the market space. Is it for everybody? No, but it's for the right people, yes. And that's how I present my IUL every single stinking time. Every time. Any questions before I go into my scripts and finish off today with you guys? No? Okay. Was this beneficial? Yes? Yes? Okay. All right. Last piece. Let's go into scripts. I appreciate you guys so much for allowing me to go a little bit over on the time. Not a little over, we went a lot over. We're going to have to really have a conversation Monday with the prep team about what the schedule should be, because we might have to kick it up a little bit or maybe break it up into two pieces. I'm not sure. Let's go into scripts. I'm going to open up my scripts here right now. TKO leads scripts. You know what's crazy about it is scripts is just scripts. I don't need to spend a lot of time on it because all it is, it's just a script, and it's just your job to practice, drill, rehearse, practice, drill, rehearse. Even what I just did right now, my IUL presentation, that's a script. I've done that presentation a million times. It's just a script. That's all it really is just a script. Can you guys see the screen there? You can? Can you see a document scripts? Can you? Yes, no? Someone nod their head. Anaya, you can see it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so this is my script for leads. My script for leads. So who's the lead? John. Who's the agent? Me. The lead source is a life insurance lead. My script is very simple. Watch this, ready? The first thing you need to understand is about a lead is that there's a psychology to it. You want to be as close to a government official as possible without lying. Let me be very clear. You want to be as close to a government official as possible without lying. Okay? So, you don't want to be the financial advisor that they don't expect to call. Financial advisors are not respected unless it's a referral. But if it's a lead, you're not a financial advisor. Okay? So here's the script. Ring, ring. Hello, is this John? Yes, it is. John, thanks for taking my call. My name is Tony. I'm calling from the state of Florida Field Underwriters Department in your area. My license number is P104692. Someone at your residence inquired over the need for our state-approved life insurance policy. I have your current address as 123 Palm Boulevard. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Pause for a minute. Notice I didn't say, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you is the universal, I'm trying to sell you something. Notice how I didn't use that person's last name. When someone calls me and they say, hi, is this Tony Martinez? I know you're trying to sell me something. But if someone says, hey, is this Tony? You could be a friend. I want to listen in. I don't say, hi, how are you? I say, thanks for taking my call. I give my state license number to give myself that professional feel, right? I'm a state of Florida field underwriter. That's who I am. I'm a state of Florida field underwriter. There's not a lie about it. But I got to give myself that presence of a government official because they'll listen. That's all I'm trying to get them to do is to listen and not just be so quick to hang up. I'm also enunciating. I'm not speaking super fast when I'm speaking clearly. I'll repeat it. Thanks for taking my call. My name is Tony and I'm calling from the state of Florida Field Underwriters Department in your area. My license number is P104692. Someone at your residence inquired over the need for our state-approved life insurance policy. I have your current address as 123 Palm Boulevard. Is that correct? I finished with a question because I need them to engage. It's got to be back and forth. It's got to be a dialogue. If you speak for 14 paragraphs, you're going to lose them on paragraph number 3. You got to have a Q&A session, okay? Now, I'm not a telemarketer or a sales agent. I'm a field underwriter, and my job is to let you know what benefits you qualify for based on the state that you reside on. Let me ask you a few questions in order to determine what benefits are available to you. All I'm doing is verifying the information that the lead gave me. All this information is in the lead. So here's what I'm verifying. Ready? I have your age or date of birth as such and such. Is that correct? Yes. In the last 2 years, have you been any type of a tobacco user? No. Would anywhere from $2,000 to $30,000 of coverage help cover the cost of burial or final expenses? Yes. That's great. Based on this information, there are several options available to you. We have many state-approved methods to deliver our plans and still maintaining social distancing. Our primary method is where I would remain in my car and you can remain in your home. I'm currently scheduled to be out in your area tomorrow and then again Wednesday afternoon. I'm gonna need about 15 to 30 minutes to discuss your options. Which of those days would be better for you? Because of COVID-19, whether you believe it, you don't, whether you practice social distancing, you don't, you have to expect that everybody on the call does. So that's why I always present that. There are several options available to you, okay? We have many state-approved methods of delivering your plans and still maintaining social distancing. That's why that's there. That's why that's there. I'm letting them also know, I'm already scheduled to be out in your area Tuesday and Wednesday. I need about 15 to 30 minutes. Which of those days is better? Did I ask them for permission to meet them? No. What I asked them was, what day can we meet, Tuesday or Wednesday? Simple. Simple. That's how that's the scripts, right? Just so you know, I'll be driving a gray Ford F-150. Aside from me staying in my car as an option to practice social distancing, I can also meet you at your home with a mask and gloves and sit 6 feet apart in the dining room table, or I can bring a fold-out table and 2 chairs and we can meet outside of your home. Which one do you prefer? Most people say car be fine. Okay, no problem. Great. I look forward to meeting you then at 8 p.m. at 123 Palm Boulevard. Have a nice day. Is there in Florida, you got to remember this piece too. I forgot to add this. Is there a gate code? Is there someone I'm going to be meeting at the door? Could you let them know that I'll be coming? Right? I don't know how it is in other states, certain parts of Florida, that's how it is. Miami's not like that, but Orlando's definitely like that, and Southwest Florida is definitely like that. But that's my script. There's no magic. There's no art to it. There is certain psychological words that I'm using. There's certain tonality. Your tonality needs to be that of a DMV person. You ever gone to the DMV? Everybody seems like they want to commit suicide. Hi, how are you? Next. Thank you for coming, right? It's kind of like that. You're not calling like, hey, what's up? How you doing? This is Tom. No, that's not how you're calling. That's not how you're calling. You're kind of monotone, but you're not speaking too slow. You're not Ben Stein. You guys want to talk about Ben Stein? You guys remember those commercials? For dry, red eyes, clear eyes also has an ingredient to moisturize. Like, no, I'll put you asleep like that. Do you want to be direct? Make your call. Schedule your meetings. Right? And practice that script over and 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 over. And I repeat over and over again. Over again. And here's what I'll do. Somebody's deciding to write on that. Good stuff. And here's what I'll do. I'm going to share this link on the Voxer, so you guys can open up that link at any time and you can view the script, no problem, right? Now look at this. Objections, I'm not interested. I can understand that. Apparently you or someone you know recently requested information online. In addition, you qualify for a free state-approved legal packet that includes all 3 major documents like a power of attorney, a last will and testament, and a medical care directive. Some of our benefits are super cost-effective to our clients. What changed your mind recently? So I'm addressing they're not interested, okay. But I'm throwing a little bit of a nugget, right? What's that free nugget? You qualify for a free state-approved legal packet. That's the Kaizen Soulmate packet, guys. We have a packet inside of our cloud that you guys can take with you to the field. And that packet has a power of attorney, a last will and testament, a medical care directive for each state. So you got to follow the instructions and print out those documents and attach them to the packet. Who's trying to get over? Let me see. Okay. Right? But they want that. It's a free packet. Free packet. I mean, why not? It's there. And then, you know, that lets you get in the door. It lets you get in the door if you can solicit it, right? I already have coverage. That's great. My area of specialty is in regards to saving you 30 to 40% on your existing costs. In addition, you qualify for a free state-approved legal packet that includes all 3 major documents like a power of attorney, a last will and testament, and a medical care directive. Would a reduced cost of your coverage be of interest to you? Who's going to say no to that? A reduced cost of coverage? Yeah, I want a reduced cost. Some people want the packet. It's a free packet you qualify for. I'd love to talk to you about it. Gives you a chance to get in front of the door, gives you a chance to get in front of people. I've seen Howard make sales off of that packet because he asks them right there in the financial questionnaires in the packet. He'll ask them, hey, you know, who's your beneficiaries? What are their names? What's your balance sheet? I mean, he just goes through it. And some people are very forthcoming with that info. Some people are a little bit more reserved, but it gives you a chance to get in front of somebody. Have some business cards. We also have in our cloud the template for the business cards where all you gotta do is take it to a print shop, give them that image, and they'll give you business cards for it. You give them your data, no problem, that's already there. I would be dressed up in, you know, either some khakis, some jeans, and a polo. You don't have to come in a 3-piece suit. That's not what this is about, okay? If you're young, 19, 20, you might want to because you gotta fight the fact that you're super young, right, and look GQ. Have your car cleaned. You don't have to have a fancy car, but at least have it cleaned. I mean, think about it. Your car is their only impression of who you are outside of work. Let them see a car that's actually clean. It's like going, you ever ordered Uber and the car that's coming to pick you up is all dirty and nasty, disgusting, and smells, you know what I mean? You're like, ugh. No, have it clean. Have it clean. Can we talk on the phone? Right? Yes, we can. However, I'm going to need about 30 minutes of your time and need to verify a few things. Listen, be okay with selling on the phone. It's okay. We have technology for a reason. I offer them a chance to get on a Zoom meeting. You'd be amazed how many people know about Zoom and you can get on, no problem. I don't remember filling this out. I can understand. That may happen, hang on. That may happen at times, or perhaps it was one of your loved ones who filled it out. In addition, you qualify for a free state-approved legal packet that includes all 3 major documents like a power of attorney, a last will and testament, and a medical care directive. Either case, I'm here to tell you that you qualify for these benefits, so you may not want to let them go to waste. Would it be okay if we can continue our talk? And just practice, drill, rehearse. Listen, a lot of people will tell you no. A few people will tell you yes. And the ones that tell you yes pay you as though you spoke to 4 times more people than you actually did. Simple as that. Very, very, very simple as that. So let me do this thing. Let me do this. Stop the share. Okay. Mic drop. Edgar, I appreciate the love, bro. All right. So does anybody have any questions with the script you guys just saw? Pretty plain vanilla, right? There's a couple little, you know, psychological words that you use there, don't use there. That's normal. Hours that you should be calling: early in the morning, 8:30, right? 6 o'clock in the evening, prime time hours. It's okay to call in the middle of the day. Make sure they see the missed call. People need to see your that number. If they don't answer the first time, they need to see the same number the second time, the same number the third time, the same number the fourth time. But if you don't call that person for another week, they're not going to remember the missed number that they saw last week. They're not going to realize that it's the same number. They need to see the same number consecutively for 3, 4, 5 days as a missed call before they finally go, wait, who's calling? That's why I tell you, in the lead generation game, you're calling 10 to 15 times. Never mind 10, 15 times. And you're making a decision to be consistent with it, consistent with it. The script doesn't change. Yes, there's different tools that I provided, right? I mean, look, that packet, I think it's a great packet. There's a letter there from the life insurance policy, right? A very heartwarming letter. There's an asset sheet there and a liability sheet so people can use that as like their emergency packet that they give their beneficiaries. Agent contact information is all there. I mean, it's a great packet, but it's really just to get you in the door. It's a legal packet. Mr. Client, you're getting insurance. You might want to have a will in place, a medical care directive, and a power of attorney. There's certain things that each of those documents do. Power of attorney lets your family members control your finances while you're alive. Medical care directive gives your family members your last wishes medically if you're in a coma as to whether or not you want to be resuscitated or not. And the will assigns the beneficiaries. It's very important documentation that people pay thousands of dollars to get from an attorney, and I'm providing it for you for free. If we can just get a sit-down conversation for 15, 20 minutes and just talk about your insurance needs. I'm not charging anything for that. It's a very, I mean, Howard is making a killing doing that type of packet. Now, he also invests into nice packages. He prints them out in very good, shiny paperwork. He puts a cardstock cover on there. He puts his business card. He binds it. He doesn't just print it in a black and white printer and staple it. I'm not telling you can't. I'm just telling you, you're going to get out of this business what you put into it. Simple as that. You're going to get out of this business what you put into it. Hopefully this recording helps you guys out with how to present IULs. Hopefully this recording helps you out with your scripts. But listen, this recording is only a tool. That's all that it is. That's all that this is. This training is this last 6 hours, 7 hours that we spent, guys, is just a tool. You're not going to build $1 million business or even a 6-figure business on just these 6 hours. You're not. Can you take these 6 hours and then repeat them in real time with clients? Not one time, not 2 times, not 3 times, think about, you saw my presentation I did with the IUL. How many times do you think I've done that presentation? Just think about that. How many times do you think I've done that presentation? How many times do you think I've used that script? How many times do you think I ran IULs? How many times do you think I've dealt with underwriters? Right? It took me 50 mistakes. 50 times that I presented these IULs and someone said no for me to make 50,000. It took 100 mistakes, 100 clients that I presented that IUL presentation, screwed up the IUL presentation. I didn't do something right. They decided not to buy, but my result was I made $100,000 in that 1 year. It took that much. This is not about the fact that you just took your Saturday off for the last 6 hours to be here with me. It's not. What you do with the information that I just gave you over the next 90 days will determine how serious you were about the last 6 hours that you just gave yourself. That's the truth, 100%. You want to get a return for the time you put in? Implement. Implement. Don't use your excuses any longer. I work a day job. Don't use that excuse. Work nights and weekends in your business. I have kids. Your kids should be the reason you do it. You know, I'm remote. I'm by myself. Tony, you're all the way over there in Florida. You know what I have to say about that? Shut up. Come on. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to be real. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to be real. Fall forward. It's okay. Technology nowadays lets us run so much business on virtual. The moment I don't take your phone calls any longer and I'm not willing to have trainings with you and I'm not willing to coach you through your issues and I'm not willing to provide you a licensing coordinator like Sandra or a case manager like Nicole or a technology person like Howard or VPs like Puebli and Kenny and all the moment I'm not providing any of that stuff to you, then you can say, Tony, you're not helping me. Sometimes the only thing that's missing is just you falling forward. There's still one piece of the puzzle there. If the training is there, the contracts are there, the platforms are there, the leads are there, the scripts are there, if everything is there, and there's one thing missing, and that's the key piece, which is you clocking in, going out to the field and exposing yourself to people in the community as to what you do. And by exposing yourself, I mean presenting your product to them. That's the piece that's missing. It doesn't matter how good our back office resources are. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It does not matter. Go out to the field, put on your professional attire, okay? buy your leads, get out there, and go make a stinking sale. Somebody in your community will love the fact that you did, because there's going to be beneficiaries that are going to thank you for putting insurance in place when that person passed away. Your family's going to thank you for the commissions that you generated to support them and to pay the bills and provide for them. And your legacy will thank you, because you're building a business that has residual income opportunity you can pass down to your family. Just think about that. You're building a business right now that if you build it the right way, your very own grandkids can inherit the business and generate residual income and make hundreds of thousands of dollars on a yearly basis or even on a monthly basis because of the efforts of what you did now. And they might not even know how to sell one single stinking insurance policy. But it's not these 6 hours or 7 hours that we just spent. It's how you take this information and decide to put it into practice. Take some legal pads and, write out these scripts and then role play with yourself. I'd rather your spouses call me because they're stinking annoyed at the fact that they've been sitting there as guinea pigs in front of you because you've been presenting the IUL to them 13, 14, 15 times. You've been role-playing scripts to them 13, 14, 15 times. They're sick and tired of it. They feel like they know the industry better than you do because they've been sitting there. I'd rather them call me annoyed at that. Because that same person that called me annoyed is going to call me a year from now and say, listen, thank you. Thank you for forcing my spouse out there to go out there, because although it was annoying in the beginning, we just took a trip to Hawaii, or we just bought our house, or my spouse no longer misses my kids' t-ball games or the basketball games or the dance recital any longer. As he's taken back control of his time, he's been able to replace my income. I no longer have to work. Guys, it feels great. It feels phenomenal. Sandra doesn't have a boss. It feels phenomenal that she gets to work in this business with me. And she'll tell you, listen, her job before at 5 o'clock on the dot, she was out. I could call her at 5:03, she was already in her car. You all know what I'm talking about, those jobs. You just can't wait to get out. 5:03, what are you doing? I'm in the car. She's putting in more hours than she ever did before, but she doesn't have a boss. That's the last thing I wanted. Call it ego, call it pride, call it the Latino machismo, whatever it is, call it whatever you want. I did not want my girl to say she had a boss. I just didn't want it. She takes control of her time then. She likes to stay up late. She stays up late, working late. No lie, she does. Sometimes she's working licensing at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. But do you know why she does it at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock? Number one, she's a night hawk. Number two, she likes to watch movies. Number three, the kids are asleep. And number four, she likes to sleep in. Sandra doesn't have an alarm clock. Sandra doesn't have an alarm clock, guys. She doesn't. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because she puts in the hours. As an entrepreneur, she puts in the hours when she wants to put in the hours. She's putting in more hours now than she ever did before. But she's in control of her time. In control of her time. If she needs to leave in the middle of the day because she wants to go take her kids to go do this, go do this, go do that, she does it because she's in control of her time. She's her own boss. She's her own boss. 100% her own boss. We went to the mall recently. I don't know if you guys saw it on social media. I said to her, if we hit X amount of numbers, we're going to do X. I led her to believe we didn't hit it. It was $1,000. You know what I did? And that's just a small token of a gesture. But to be able to take $1,000, take it out in cash, and go, hey, let's go to the mall. Why? Because she needed new clothes. She needed new this. She needed new this. She wanted to buy this. She wanted to buy that. You know how that is. I don't know any of that world. But she wanted new makeup. She wanted new this. So we did it. We did it. She said to me this. We went to 3 different stores. She said to me this. She said, I've never spent this much money in one place, let alone all 3 at once. Never. And she had a chance to do it. You know why? Because all those stinking late nights that I was up 10 years ago trying to learn these scripts, trying to learn these IULs, all the times people hung up on me, all the times I went to people's houses and they didn't answer, all the times that people canceled on me, rescheduled on me, all the policies that I could have sworn I did right, but for whatever reason they chose not to do. Let's take it to another level. All the people that when they met me and they saw that I was black and that I was Latino and then whatever, they decided they didn't want to do business with me and they decided they wanted to be racist. Living in Naples, Florida, one of the most Caucasian wealth America communities in the market space, dealing as a 20, 25, 26-year-old Latino black, dealing with the racism and everything I'm telling you guys, All of those things and all of those shutdowns and all of those, you never make it, you're never gonna do it, you're never gonna this, those late nights studying my scripts, role playing my illustration presentations, role playing my objection handling, going to these trainings on Saturdays and Monday nights that I never wanted to go to because I'd rather be in front of the TV watching the football game, but instead I was investing into this crap, talking about insurance, all of that stuff is what built me and gave me an opportunity to build an FMO from scratch. To have over 200 and some odd licensed people in the last 60 days, to be producing 60 to 80,000 of business right now that's issue placing on a monthly basis, to start to see people like Cesar Garcia make $10,000 in a week in his early 20s, making more money in a week than I ever made at that age. To see people that were once, glorified in the admin world step out of their realm and become hierarchy builders. To see big old companies threatened by little old us and feel they think they can knock us down. To see guys like Kenneth Lamberson hit me up. I had no idea who Kenny was. He hit me up telling me he's about to leave the industry, quit the industry, can't handle it, can't understand it, turn in a $140,000 rollover. To see Josh Collier, that I've been prospecting for 3 years now, come from World Financial Group, not make more than $7,000 in 1 year, all of a sudden make 11 grand in his first month. To see it. It was all the letdowns that brought me here. It was all the letdowns that put me in this position. And I'm not done. I'm 37 years old. I'll be 38 this August. I'm going to hit this hard for another 12 solid more years till I hit 50. I've traveled to more places than I ever have because of this industry. I've provided for my family in more ways than I ever have in this industry. I'm not here to paint you a picture that's unrealistic. I'm trying to be as real as possible. This business is amazing, but you got to deposit into this business 200% in the very beginning. You got to go through that mental toughness and read as many books as you can and attend as many trainings as you can. I sat in on trainings today with Howard watching Jarvis. And you know what's crazy is? I learned something from watching him do Jarvis. A system that I, from my mind, created, paid for, funded. I'm still learning stuff. Anyways, I'll let you guys get going. Enjoy the rest of your day. I appreciate you for staying on as long as you did. I apologize that I went on longer. But I hope that when I upload this video, I see 500, 600 views within the first week. I see pictures of you guys sending me notepads of notes that you guys took. And I see leads being bought like crazy. Jarvis is being enrolled in like crazy because you guys are ready to go out to the field. I want to get so many phone calls that I have to tell you guys, listen, I don't have any more room in my calendar. We're going to have to bring in some of the VPs here to help you with some of this field training. Let's go kill it. You have till midnight tonight Eastern time. You have till midnight tonight Eastern time if you want some discounted leads. If you don't have Jarvis, sign up for Jarvis. You get the leads at $1 a piece. If you do have Jarvis, buy more leads. You get them at $1.50, but you have till midnight tonight to do it. Stock up on a lot of numbers and make sure you practice the heck out of every one. I'm calling 15 times if you need to. If there's no more questions, I'm going to let you guys get going. I'd love to hear your feedback on the Voxer. Have a good one and be blessed. I'll stay on for a couple minutes for any questions you guys have. If not, you're free to hop off. Have a good one.
Thank you, Tony.
You are very welcome. Enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Tony. It was an amazing, great training.
Thank you, Tony.
Glad you liked it, brother. Let's get out there and let's go change the industry.
Let's go.